Hi, welcome to the Information Security 101 class. This class is designed to give you all necessary knowledge in order to master cybersecurity and information security foundation. My name is Ahmed Hifni, and I am an information security instructor and consultant. I have over than 10 years of experience in information security management and various roles in cybersecurity operations. During these years, I managed to get a lot of cybersecurity and information security related certifications such as ISO 27000, 27002, and CISA, CISM, as well as some other technical certification from multiple vendors. Regarding this class, our course will include the following basics. First, we will start discussion about security foundations. We will understand what do we mean by CIA triad and what do we mean by confidentiality or integrity or availability. We will also discuss some of the various threats. You cannot protect yourself from what you don't know. In this case, or for that reason, we will start to identify what is the various security threats that are around us and how to mitigate all of these threats. Then we will discuss about mitigation. We will talk about security controls and different kinds of security controls that we know so far. And then we will get a discussion about policies, standards, and procedures. And essentially, you cannot apply a security control unless you have a policy that requires this control to be in place. So we will understand what is the difference between these types of documents and what is its relation to cybersecurity controls and the information security management. Then we will go through introduction about the risk management topic. As we may know, we do risk management decision in every decision in our life. So we are going the same, or we will do the same in relation to information security and cybersecurity attacks and different threats. Then we will gain understanding about network overview. We will discuss what do we mean by OSI model, what do we mean by layer 2, layer 3, layer 4, what do we mean by transport header, what is the difference between TCP and UDP, and all of this stuff. And then we might get some information about subnetting and review for IP address and subnet mask concepts. Then it is very important to understand what is the different states in data lifecycle. So we are going to discuss what do we mean by data at rest, data in motion, and what do we mean by data archiving and data disposal, and how to secure the data across of all of these life stages. After then we will talk a little bit about cryptography, and we will discuss what is the difference between symmetric and asymmetric encryption, and the difference between EES, for example, and DIS, which is stand for Data Encryption Standard, and which encryption protocol or which protocol is considered more secure, and what could be the risk if you are not using proper encryption while you are communicating the data over the internet. After that, we will talk about identity and access management and access control. We will define or understand what do we mean by AAA and what do we mean by multi-factor authentication, how to keep your password secure, and what is the different attacks that may target passwords and could cause damage or risk to your own password. So how to secure yourself against it, and what is the various attacks that could hurt the security or leak the security of passwords. Then we will discuss what do we mean by system hardening and what do we mean by network hardening. What is the different security tools that we can use in order to harden our system or keep our system secure? What about CIS guidelines? And what do we mean by firewall? What is the DOS attack and what is the man-in-the-middle attack? And how to protect your network against the man-in-the-middle attack or ARP spoofing or IP spoofing. So we will discuss a lot of information that are related to networking, systems, and databases, as well as the web application attacks. So we will understand first what makes the website looks like. And after then, we will understand why web browsers are able to understand the JavaScript and why JavaScript is important language or important scripting language in order to make a website, and how attacker can misuse this feature or this programming language to make this programming language create malicious attacks such as cross-site scripting. And also we will understand what do we mean by SQL injection. Then we will go to non-related attacks or an attacks that are not related to technology. So we will discuss social engineering and why it is important to not overlook the physical security measures, and what do we mean by business continuity? What do we mean by business impact assessment? What do we mean by disaster recovery plan and business continuity plan? And also why business continuity plan is important and what is the different remote sites that can be used to restore the service. What do we mean by backup and what is a different kind of backup? Then we will discuss what is the incident response and what are the stages of the incident response and what is the relation between incident response and business continuity. And then we will discuss what is the frameworks and standards that are widely used in cybersecurity and information security. We will discuss a lot of properties related to NIST framework that is for such as NIST critical success factor, and we will understand what are the key pillars that make NIST's framework is efficient. We will also discuss what do we mean by GDPR or General Data Protection Regulation. Also, we will discuss what is the PCI DSS or Payment Card Industry Data Security Standard. And then we might get a quick overview about the cybersecurity trends and challenges. And of course, we will discuss what do we mean by virtualization, cloud computing, containerization, and its challenges from the security point of view. That's what we are going to discuss so far. I hope you are going to enjoy this content, and believe me when I tell you that by studying all of this content, you will be ready not only by the basics, but also all of this content can help you in case you are studying or preparing for a certification such as Certified Information System Auditor or Certified Information Security Manager, and even if you are trying to prepare to certifications such as CISSP, all the content that is going to discuss during this video will help you a lot preparing for these exams. Last but not least, all what I need from you is support my channel and hit the subscribe button and activate the notification so whenever we release a new content, you will be notified whenever this content was going to release. So let's start in our first topic and let's start in our course. I hope you enjoy it.
Let's start, and our beginning will be with explanation and definition by some of security definitions. So whenever we talk about security, we have a lot of definitions that could make us somehow dizzy, as a lot of these definitions could be non-understandable. Our goal in this class is by the end of the class is we will make sure that all of the definitions that you have so far on the screen is understandable by you. But in case anybody know what do we mean by, for example, I believe we discussed what do we mean by system hardening in like a nutshell about it. I believe we discussed what do we mean by countermeasure or control, but we will gain a lot of knowledge about it, don't worry. But the problem with security in general is it includes a lot of definitions, and for people that are not working in information security, they may find it hard to understand what does these definitions mean, because not all of these definitions can be translated in the actual meaning, because some of these definitions could be non or somehow ambiguous. For example, can somebody tells me what is your feeling about the term footprinting? This term exactly. Okay, this is the actual meaning of footprinting. Okay, but in cybersecurity, what do we mean by footprinting is in any cyber attack to be conducted, we need to understand what are the properties of the system that we are going to attack. Okay, so if we are preparing a virus to attack a Windows system, in fact, the runtime of Windows system is not the same as Linux system. What do you mean by the runtime, by the way? Let me explain it here on the screen. Do you believe that I can or could I create a virus or a program that can work on Linux and Windows at the same time? Why this? Why the answer here is no? Yeah, and that's what do we mean by runtime. So runtime is every operating system include a kind of programming, a kind of DLLs, a kind of system executable files, and the way Linux is written, for example, is different than Windows, unless we have a common library on top of these two systems. Is anybody of here has a knowledge in programming or has been engaged in Python coding before, even during the study and university degree and so on? Okay, anyway, by default, all operating systems, or when we talk about Linux and Windows, each of these systems will include different runtime. So we cannot create a virus to a system or find a way to attack a system unless we understand what are the criteria of this system or what are the specifications of this system, such as what is the type of operating system, Linux or Windows? What are the opened ports? Is this a web server? Is this a printing server? Is this a file share server? And all of this stuff. And we do a kind of analysis and kind of scanning in order to identify the footprinting of servers. Okay, so footprinting, the same way that we understand user trails, we can also do a kind of discovery scan to understand the footprinting of the service. This was just a discussion to make you ready for what we are going to encounter. But don't worry, by the end, we will gain a lot of knowledge about all of these terms. So when we ask about what is the goal of security, what do I try to achieve when I implement a security program in my company or my organization? What is the possible outcomes of the information security? I'm asking here. You will find me asking a lot just to ensure that you are engaged. Yeah, the question first, my way in speaking is clear, right, or not? Because I'm not a native, unlike you. So I'm just want to make sure that I am talking properly and I am understandable. Okay, so my question here is why? What are we trying to achieve by implementing security? Why security is important to the business right now? So your answer is no one can. Okay, no one. Yeah, you answered two parts of the goals of security actually. The first is no one can take the data, and the second, no one can mess around with the data. صح? Right? Okay. Okay. Let's say tamper the data. What else can be a target of security that is not included in these two reasons of why do we need a security? Okay, in fact, you answered one of the two essential components of why any organization need to have a good security. The first one is to no one can take the data, no one can access the data, but we need to add two other statements or two other definitions with each one of these statements, unless authorized. Make sense? So security can help in no one can take the data, no one can access the data unless authorized. And that what do we mean by the confidentiality in security? When we implement a security program in our organization or when we have an information security function in our business, their goal will be first is to ensure confidentiality. And what do we mean by confidentiality is to ensure that only authorized user, whether it was a subject or an actual person, can view the data. The other part is to ensure that no one can play around or mess around with the data. Nobody can enter the database and adjust or modify the data about the payroll data or the customer data in my system unless this one is authorized to do such activity or such action. So by having security, you aim to achieve these two definitions. The first is confidentiality. No one can take the data unless authorized or access the data unless authorized. And second one, no one can tamper the data unless authorized as well. And about data tampering, that's what do we mean by integrity. Can you give me an example for messing with data or changing the integrity of the data? Yeah, and why he can do something like this? Or why somebody could need to do something like this? Of course, because he need to achieve or reach a malicious intention. Okay, so any system or any IT system, such as financial application, something like this, they need to have controls in place to ensure confidentiality can be achieved and integrity can be achieved. Can you give me an example of how we can controlling who can access the data to permit only authorized subject to access the data? Group policy, in fact, can control who can access file sharing. This is a practical example for using group policies. But one of the basic utility or process that we use in achieving confidentiality is the access control. When we have Microsoft Active Directory in our infrastructure, and this Active Directory has a lot of Windows devices joined to this domain, whenever anybody try to access any of these devices, he need to have a user name created on the domain from the beginning, right? So to achieve confidentiality, we need to have a sort of access control that control who can access and who cannot access to the system. Is this the only way to achieve the confidentiality? Okay, give me another example. Okay, for example, we in confidentiality we provided two definitions, or we provided two let's say two goals. First one, no one can access the data. Is that right? We can add another term here, which is no one can view the data. Okay, and viewing the data means data will not be readable to anyone, but only to the authorized one. And that can be done by implementing what is called encryption. And encryption is some technique or some technology that we can use to change any data to non-readable or not readable format. But only the one who has the encryption key can do a decryption for this data, and then he can read the data. Okay? So the third aspect for what information security can achieve in any organization is the availability aspect. By having your system is confidential, protected, and integrity of the data on this application is guaranteed, and having disaster recovery plan in place, you can achieve the availability topic or availability aspect. You will find that security people in the organization are not only concerned about confidentiality and integrity, but they are also concerned about the availability aspect. So they may send like a questionnaires or emails to IT staff like backup administrators and asking them if they are doing a proper data backup every week as scheduled or not. Because backup, for example, backup and restore is one of the way to achieve the availability of the systems. Do we know what do we mean by system availability, and could you take me an example for it? You couldn't. You couldn't. Am I heard correctly? Okay, so assuming that I am a big company and I have a web service or a web application that publish my service, or like a website that provide my service to customers. So what could happen if these websites went out of service, goes down? Yeah, and that is the contradiction, or that is the opposite of availability. By having your system unavailable, you are messing with the availability part. So, what could be the reasons of system to be not available? Could be, yeah, could be hardware issue, could be software issue, okay, could be cyber attack that come from the internet. All of these could be reasons for a system to be not available. So we will find that in information security, we care about is there a regular maintenance happening to our hardware or not. Information security people does not go by themselves and start to maintain the hardware, but they have like a guideline include or mandate that any hardware in the organization should be subject to quarter maintenance, like removing the dust, changing or taking like a proactive maintenance or a preventive maintenance, ensuring power stability, okay, and all of this stuff. They also have like a mandates or a requirements for regular batch management. Do we are familiar with what do we mean by patch management? Oh, okay. In fact, I don't. I miss the pronunciation of processes, so I believe it is patch management. If I'm pronouncing it properly, patch management. Is that okay? Not patch. So, what do you mean by patch management? Yeah, yeah, and great. Why do we need to update software on the devices? Yeah, so one of the reasons why we need to have a process for patch management in place is to secure our hardware against failure due to cyber attacks. Is that clear? So as you can see, there are a lot of way or reasons to mess with the availability part. Part of these ways is related to hardware and software, and this can be managed or mitigated by like a preventive maintenance and regular patching and regular updates. And part of them can be managed by patching and by implementing firewall that can counter the attacks that can come from external sources, for example. So what if I took all precautions and all required solutions to ensure I will counter external threats and internal threats, but I still have a single server? Do I have optimum level of availability yet, or there is something else I can add or I could add to my design or my system? Yeah, And that's what do we mean by implementing high availability setup or a failover setup. And in high availability setup, instead of placing one server, we can place two servers. And we have a kind of software that manage that only the single one of these two servers is active, but the other one is only passive. It monitors if the other peer is working or not. So in case the second server failed that or found that the first server has failed, he will take the ownership and will start processing the actual transactions. Who can define these requirements and who need to ensure that confidentiality, integrity, and the availability aspects are exist in our system? The security people. Because as I mentioned, security people are not only concerned about the concept of keeping the data secure and safe and correct, but also they need to ensure the availability aspect is well managed. So availability is a factor or a parameter that ensure data is available whenever needed for authorized subject as well. Before going to the next slide, can somebody tells me what is the difference when I say subject versus user? Yeah, that's right. We have in when we create a policy for allowing authorized subject to access what he entitled or what it entitled to access. This subject can be someone, correct, who is allowed to access a shared folder, or could be a process in my system like Google Chrome browser to access a certain file share folder to grab the data or to upload or download the data. The difference between information security and cybersecurity. And when we talk about the securing of digital asset or non-digital asset, we will find that information security team is concerned about this part. Information security team does not care about what are the form of the asset that we are trying to, or the information asset that we are trying to secure. So in information security, we care about securing all form of information, so physical or digital, and we based and in cybersecurity we are focusing on securing data that in digital form only. In the information security, we can care about the confidentiality, integrity, and availability for all the elements related to information. For example, in information security, we are not only about confidentiality or we not only concerned about the confidentiality aspect about how to access digital data, but we also review the physical access to the data center to ensure only authorized users or only authorized people are allowed to access the data center. While in cybersecurity, we focus in securing data that are only on digital form, and we are concerned about deploying security controls and keep it running. So, in short, and to make it more clear to you, when we look to someone such as network security administrator, application security administrator, IT system or IT security administrator, all of these people are concerned about how to implement firewall, implement antivirus, and secure data that are installed or stored on a specific server. But what about the security of the physical data center that includes the server? That is out of the responsibility of cybersecurity people. Who care about the physical security aspect as well as the digital security? We will find it the information security people. Of course, in our organizations, we have physical security team, which managing the security cameras, the access log, security guards. That's correct. But part of information security responsibility is to ensure also the physical security team is doing his job when it comes to securing the data center. Information security team, when they provide training or awareness training to users, they are not simply telling them that you need to have a strong password to access your system, but also you do not have to write this password on a piece of paper and leave this piece of paper in uncontrolled access area, like leaving this paper on your desktop and leave your desktop and go away. So information security is much broader term. It does not focus on how to implement security controls, but it is more concerned about what shall we do in order to secure our digital assets. They provide like instructions to cybersecurity about how to implement or what is needed in order to secure one of the aspects of threats that could affect our environment. Is that clear? So when we talk about the objective of information security, we will find a lot of aspects here. We will find that information security are the one who are responsible for creating security policies, for doing a security risk management, for providing security awareness to the staff and the new hires, to integrate with the business and to ensure that business projects, the new projects that the business is trying to acquire or initiate, have security requirements in place already. They also are concerned about vendor management, incident management and guidance, business continuity planning, and the compliance management. What do we mean by compliance management is if I am a fintech organization or a financial institution, I should be or I have to comply with a certain regulation or a certain standard. In this case, the objective of information security is to guide the IT of about how to comply with this certain regulation from the IT perspective. So let here ask a question. Why we should not use shared accounts to access our systems? And what do we mean by shared account, for example, is something such as admin account or administrator if we are talking about Microsoft, or root account if we are talking about Linux. That's absolutely correct. That's why when we develop access control in our organization, we need to ensure everyone should have a specific username that is linked to this user to promote the accountability. Because in our security, in addition to, or one of the objectives of information security, in addition to the ensuring the CIA, the confidentiality, integrity, and availability, we need to ensure that we have also the concept of non-repudiation and the accountability. And the non-repudiations means we have a technique or measures in place that ensure no one can deny what he did, because we will have a sort of logs, and these sort of logs will confirm that the one who did a specific action on a system at a specific time is really the one who did this action or used this username or user account. So the usage of shared accounts such as admin, administrator, or root does not promote the accountability. While if we use a specific username for managing, and this username is traceable and linked with each individual in the organization, everyone has a unique user ID, we can have the accountability achieved as well. So here is like a recap for what does security offer. So security help organizations to achieve confidentiality, integrity, availability, and it can help them to achieve the authentication to the system and accountability, and non-repudiation by making system users accountable, as they cannot deny what they performed on the system. So, is that clear so far? When we try to assess the risk on any IT system, we put on front of our eyes the concept of confidentiality, integrity, and availability. And we try to evaluate each component to understand what are the possible effects of confidentiality and what could be the reason of this, what is the possible impact of integrity and what is the reason for this, and what is the effect of availability and what is the reason for this. I will explain it right now. In any IT system, when we look to a single application or a single server, we usually find this server implemented or hosted on a host operating system. This host operating system can be something such as Ubuntu, Red Hat, Windows Server. All of these kind of Windows or host OS are like operating systems. These operating systems will host the front-end service of any application. What do we mean by the front-end service is when we open a specific website, actually we are dealing with the front end of this website. This front end allow the system or the application users to deal with this website. This front end is connected with something called the back end. And in back end, we have the application logic that makes this site work. For example, when you open google.com website, when you open Google this way, just allow me to open the browser. When you open Google this way, actually here you are dealing with the front end of Google. In this front end, you can enter whatever search string that you need to look for, such as searching for the news, for example. And by clicking enter, what will happen essentially is the front end will move this request to the back end, and the back end will start to execute the request. You are doing a search, so in the back end will be responsible in doing a kind of check on the web of the internet to check about the occurrence of the keyword that you entered in the front end. In some situations, we can find the back end is connected with a database. And when we check how front end can communicate with the back end and how the back end can communicate with the database, we will find various methods. One of these methods, for example, is between front end and back end. We can communicate with something called API or Application Programmable Interface, or HTTP request like GET POST option. And I hope you are familiar with what do we mean by HTTP. And between the back end and database, we can use a native SQL query or structured query language, which is used to communicate between the back end and database. So what you are currently seeing now on the screen is a sample of how applications that we deal with it in our real life, especially online applications, are really looks like. So if we are a company that provide a public website to users to send the queries or send the data or receive payment or send the payment, we usually find our front end is published on the internet via a website to the users. And this front end accepts users' queries. This front end should work with a back end in its back. And this back end execute the required business logic to make users' transactions possible. And for each transactions that users made, it should be somehow logged. Like, for example, if we are talking about a bank, we have a front end, which is the e-banking website, where users can log into this back end and check for their balance. So their balance is actually stored inside the database. So user executes the query to check for the balance, Backend will take this request, and then backend will request the data from database, and database will revert back or will reply with the value of the balance. Then this value will appear to the end user. So why do we need, from security perspective, to understand how applications are formatted? Because in each layer of the layers that you have, you could have a security risk that could impact the overall applications. For example, if your front end utilize non-batched components, this could give the opportunity for the hacker to attack the front end or try to gain access or maliciously access this front end using this vulnerability. So you need to ensure, when it comes to confidentiality, that back end or front end is patched regularly. If you have admin page for the front end, you need to ensure that this admin page is secured using a username and password. One of the funny examples here is we have a front end feature, or we have a kind of application that is called, or platform called Apache. Does anybody familiar with Apache as a web platform? Okay, Apache is simply like a platform that you install on top of the Windows or Linux, mainly on top of Linux systems such as Red Hat and Ubuntu, and it allows you to deploy website over it. You, website is simply like an HTML code, the code written in HTML language, and this code can be installed or can be deployed over a web platform such as Apache. In order to allow or deploy your website over Apache platform, you need to log into the Apache, and then you will browse and you will upload the HTML file of your website. Make sense? The problem is, for most website administrators, Apache comes with default username and password. And this default name and password was, I believe, something such as null, which means it does not use username and password at all. Okay? So the administrator install Apache and log into the Apache and upload the website and activate the website. And then it leaves the system online on the internet. The problem is, if someone understood due to scanning and discovery that this website is based on Apache or built on Apache, he can try to open the default admin page of this platform. And if the administrator does not change it, the login credential or the default account of accessing the Apache platform, the hacker will be able to access this system using the default username and password. He now has the access not to the website, but to the platform that have the website built on top of it. So he can simply remove this website and upload a new one and type that this system was hacked. The motive or the reason why hacker can do something like this is not necessarily to take data, but to impact the reputation of the organization. For example, imagine you are a security service provider and your website got hacked, or a bank and your e-banking got hacked. Imagine the effect of such incident on your reputation as a bank or as an organization specialized in a certain matter related to security. Clear? So when we look to every component in the architecture that we have here, we might think about the confidentiality aspect for the front end. So we evaluate what are the different threats that could impact the confidentiality. When we talk about the integrity, in this case, we need to ensure that when somebody stay at home, try to browse our front end and send a request for transaction for money. So he need to make a transaction with $100 from one account to another account. If this connection from the user to the front end is not secured using a protocol such as HTTPS, do we are familiar with HTTPS? Other team, please. So, when we talk about communication from the regular internet communication, assuming that I am now opening a website here. This website is opened using a protocol or a way of communication called HTTPS. Can you see the word here on the screen? HTTPS. What do we mean by HTTPS? We mean that we use secure protocol to transfer data. Let me elaborate this in a meaningful way. So I hope the information till now is clear. And as I mentioned, if anybody does not know a specific term, just let me know. In network communication, we have, when we open a website, we can open the website and it will give us this sign, this look, or this bad icon. This bad icon essentially means that this connection is secure. And it is secure, we have a kind of encryption in place. So whatever data that my device is sending to this website will be migrated or will be moved through a tunnel or encrypted tunnel. In case anybody try to inspect or intercept this traffic, he will not able to read anything. But if I am using non-encrypted protocol for the communication, the request can be intercepted with anybody in the path of this traffic. For example, if you are using a public Wi-Fi in cafe or a restaurant or an airport, you of course not only the one who use this service. You can also have a lot of users who accessing the same service at the same time. If one of these users has a malicious intention, he can do a kind of attack that is called the man in the middle. In man in the middle attack, this intruder or this malicious one will intercept the traffic, and instead of allowing you to move the traffic from your device to the front end of the website, the traffic will go to this user first and then will be inspected by this user and then will be sent to this website. Can you understand this? In this case, this user could have the possibility to play with the data, which means while you are trying to transfer $100 from your account to your friend account, he can modify the request, and instead of specifying your friend account, he can add an overseas account. and this account is outside of the country, and you will make the transfer, and then you will not be able to restore your money back. So this is a possible impact on integrity. Do you remember when I was telling you that you need to consider confidentiality and integrity and availability? So you evaluate confidentiality problems, could be related to authentication, could be related to patching. And then you evaluate the integrity issues, which could be related, for example, to the integrity could be related to existence of someone who can intercept the traffic, and then he can modify this request, so he can mess with the data. For the availability, you are concerned about what if my website was subject to a severe attack, and this attack can cause this site to goes down, which can impact my reputation and can impact my level of service that I can provide to my customers. So in this case, we need to consider, for example, an additional website or a secondary instance for this website. So in case the first one goes down, the second one will be operational and will be working with no issue. So I will leave it to your imagination, but when you try to, you will apply the same for the backend as well. So you will think from the confidentiality perspective. Is anybody can access the backend unless authorized? You may think about this. Yes, that's possible because backend does not have authentication in place or use a shared account. And this shared account is known by all employees in the IT departments. So you need to think about a possible solution for this issue. About integrity, yes, integrity can be affected because we use non-secure protocol between front end and the back end, which is HTTP. So in this case, we need to use encrypted protocol such as HTTPS. Okay, you will think the same about the database. Database is not secured, confidentiality, integrity, or we have a single database. We don't have high availability for the database level. So we might think about how to make a secondary instance of the database. Regarding the host operating system, we may consider that the host OS need to be regularly patched, need to be monitored to ensure that we will not have a severe impact that could affect the host level. Remember, in cyber attacks, we can attack the front end, and by attacking the front end, we can take over the entire machine. And in also we can attack the host operating system, and it is the same. We will take over the whole operating system or whole data on this machine. So any of the elements that you have on the screen right now is the possible entry point for different cyber threats. So far we understood what is the objective of information security and security function. We also gain like a holistic understanding about how IT applications or how systems looks like and what are the various components of a single application and how to look to all of these components from security perspective. We evaluate each possible component against the confidentiality, integrity, and availability. So what could be the factors that could affect these three aspects? Or in other words, what are the threats that could affect our IT system? We have a lot of types of threats. These threats could be related to hardware or software failure, could be related to human error. It could not be an intentional error, but it could be related to human error in unintended way. We have also threats that could be caused by spam, viruses, and malicious attacks, which we will describe in detail. We could have threats on IT that could be related to natural disasters. If we have floods, volcanoes, earthquakes, all of this could impact IT infrastructure and in reality could impact how business can work in case of disaster. For example, most of emergency services, most of patient records are currently now stored on a system. So in case Hospital cannot reach this system, which include all data or all medical reports or past data about a particular patient. We could be in an issue or in a problem, so we need to consider the availability of system in case of disaster as well. Threats on IT could be related to insider threat, and the insider threat means someone who could be an employee or a contractor for a specific company, but he has a malicious intention in order to cause harm to this company because of revenge, because of gaining money, and so on. So, insider threat is one of the possible threats on IT infrastructure. Physical attacks, which target vulnerabilities or flaws in the physical perimeter or the perimeter security of a particular building. Existence of a vulnerability on system, on application, on the building physical layer could be also a threat to IT. Unaware users, or in other words, users that does not express a mature security awareness, which means someone who will wrote his own password and will leave it as a sticky note on his desktop. Such users could result in leaking a system password. This system could be a critical or a sensitive system. So if I have an unaware or uneducated user, this user can unintentionally leak data. And in this case, this could cause harm in our IT system. So the threats on IT is not only spam or viruses, but put in your head that all of these could be factors for causing threat and impact on IT system. So when we look to the key source of threats, we usually hear the term hackers. And hackers are very professional and skilled people. He or she can always find a way and a solution if he cannot access for a particular system. And from language perspective, hackers refer to someone who is smart, who is skilled. And after then, this term was tied or linked with people who have a competency and great knowledge in IT and in how to gain access to IT systems. In reality and in IT, we have three types of hackers. The first one is the white hat, and white hat is also known as ethical hacker. And the ethical hacker is someone who understands hacking techniques, and he uses this knowledge to help organizations to secure their own systems. So, assuming that I am an organization and I have a new application such as this one, and this application will be published online. Before this application going to be released to production, the company could contract with one of the white hacker people. And this one will come and do a kind of a security assessment for this application. So he will assess the front end, he will assess the back end, he will assess the database, he will check for possible vulnerabilities or possible entry points to this system. And then he will try to gain access. But of course, this activity will be authorized from the management because the goal at the end of the white hacker is to find the weak points, express or prove that this weak point can be used, and then inform the organization so their IT security team and their developing team can take action to close these issues. So this is what do we mean by the white hat hacker. White hat hacker is also known as the ethical hacker. The second type of hackers is the black hat, and the black hat is completely anonymous hacker. He cannot say that I am a black hat hacker. We usually in LinkedIn we can find a lot of people that are categorizing themselves as a white hat, and they provide their service and provide announcement for their capabilities, so organizations can reach them and make benefit from their skills. But black hat are people that are work in the dark. They aim to initiate real attacks on organization to cause harm. They distribute malware, ransomware in order to make benefits. And of course, they are illegal. Gray hat is someone between mix of this situation. If he found a vulnerability, for instance, he can choose either to report this vulnerability to the organization and receive reward for notification, or he can use this vulnerability and receive double reward by causing harm to this organization. So gray hat will usually have a mix between white hat and black hat, and of course they are also illegal because they will notify about the vulnerability only if they know that they will gain more by notifying organization about this vulnerability. But if they know that by notifying organization about a particular vulnerability, they will not earn a lot of money, they may look for another solution, such as selling this information about vulnerability to black hat people. So black hat people can use this vulnerability to cause harm. Clear? So we have other categorization for hackers. We have also a category of hackers called script kiddie. We have also state-sponsored hackers. We also have the hacktivist. We also have insider threats and the crackers or hackers. So script kiddie are people with limited experience in hacking, and they cannot write malwares by themselves. Just to make it clear to you, when we hear the term virus, virus is a kind of malware. And what do we mean by malware? Malware is a short name for malicious software. So they removed the issues and soft, so they concatenated the malware. So malware is an expression that indicates any malicious software in general. And virus is a kind of malware. So malware is the big term, while the virus is only like a type of malware. So what do you, or from your experience, what do you think the virus is? You are great. That's great. This is a correct answer. And especially the part that is related to virus is a program. So virus is essentially a program, but instead of a program that can help user to use the computer in a smooth way, the virus is a computer that work on, against the interest of the computer user. So virus is a program. And we have a lot of viruses that are available online to be downloaded and can be customized by some degree of customization, and then it can be sent to users. So script kiddies are kind of people who look to or who search for pre-created viruses or pre-created security tools, and they use these tools in order to check if it work or not. So they download exploits, they download malicious codes, and they try to use it against organizations in an unstructured way. So as the name implies, they are kids. And why they are kids? Because they download scripts as it is, whether these scripts can be virus, can be security tool. Of course, they could make precautions to make sure they will not be harmed by these tools. So they use it on special machines such as virtual machines. And the virtual machines is something such as the one that I'm opening here on my screen. Can you see my screen right now? Yeah, this application is called the Vmware Workstation, and this application allow you, if you are studying about Linux system, but you are running Windows, how could you install Linux on your Windows machine? you install this application first, and then you deploy or create a new virtual machine. This new virtual machine is simply a Windows inside your Windows system. So this is like an application installed on my device, and on this application I can install Linux system in case I am studying Linux and I need to play with a Linux system. I can install Linux on top of this virtual machine or on top of VMware application. If I need to play with Windows, I can install another Windows 10 machine. So whenever I want to try a new thing or play with the registry key and see what this registry key can do or the change of this registry key can do on my device, instead of testing it on my original PC, I can test it on this virtual machine or this virtual workstation. So script kiddies can download the malicious software and try to execute it on like a virtual machine to keep their own machine secured. Okay, and what happens inside the virtual machine will stay inside the virtual machines. So if I have a virus on this virtual machine, this virus will not impact the external or the host device. My PC or my actual laptop is called here host device because it is the device that hosts this virtual machine. And in VMware Workstation, we have an interesting feature that make isolation between the virtual machine and the host device. So I can test security tools in a safe manner and without impacting my own security or impacting my own machine. For example, guest isolation, can you see here? So I can enable guest isolation, and by disabling drag and drop and copy and paste, I can totally isolate this guest machine from my own host system. But in my case, I enable the drag and drop and the copy and paste because it allows the life to go easier with me. For example, if I have like an application on my original system and I need to copy this data to this machine, I can simply copy from my Windows and then paste it on the virtual machine. So that's what do I mean with the isolation. But in case I am enabling the guest isolation, when I do a copy should not work. So as you can see here, I can do like a copy and paste, but in order to achieve more security, I can disable such feature. Anyway, script kiddie. If in case you are not familiar with VMware or VirtualBox, I suggest to have a look to it because it can give you capability or possibility to test a lot of techniques and a lot of things that is not only related to security but also for system administration. You can build a whole IT infrastructure on this machine. For example, and just for example, my device is somehow freezed. This device was freezed. In virtual machines, does anybody, if you have like studied or was looking to study, let's say networking, Cisco devices, firewalls, or something like this? Anybody at all? Does anybody of you know what is router, what is switch, what is a firewall, or and this sort of stuff? Yeah. So in this particular video, I'm explaining how using virtual machines you can create like whole IT infrastructure or emulated infrastructure that include routers, switches, firewalls. So as you can see here, I installed a virtual machine, and on this virtual machine, I created a virtual switch and a virtual core switch that allow me, if I am studying something such as network security or network administration, to play with this simulated machine and do a kind of virtual lab. And in this virtual lab, I can place Windows devices, servers. So on like a laptop with 16 gigabyte of memory, for example, you can have a whole IT infrastructure that includes servers, clients, switches, Windows machines, and play with all of it in case you are studying a certificate such as Microsoft or Linux or network, even CCNA or something like this. So virtual machines are a very useful tool, and I suggest you to consider to study or read about how to use it. Okay. So script kiddie in general, people who are downloading malicious codes and they play with it and they check if it works or not. But when it comes to writing their own virus by themselves, they don't have the capability to do such thing. That's why they are kiddie. And their attacks are usually does not target a specific industry. They are trying only to attack whatever. They read about a technique to attack systems, so they will try to apply this technique even with their family members. So they are kids at the end. State sponsored, and as the name imply, it is hacker groups that are sponsored by states. And we can see the status of state-sponsored attack in modern warfare. Before a physical attack to be done, we can have an attack to power utility, nuclear planets, by attacking their cybersecurity infrastructure to cause harm or cause outage. We have a lot of state-sponsored examples, but it is not the scope to discuss it right now. Hacktivists are different kind of attack, and hacktivist is attack groups that are promoting or that are supporting a cause or supporting a human right, for example. So they may make attack to brutal government companies or government related companies to support or to make their voice reach a wider audience. Insider threat is someone inside the organization and he has a malicious intention. Could be disgruntled employee, someone who is not satisfied about the situation in the organization, so he can participate in a cyber attack or avail the way to external actors or external hackers to access the network. One of the examples of insider threat is by time our security controls are become more rigid, which means we implement firewalls, we implement antivirus, we implement a lot of security techniques, and these security techniques make it harder for hackers to attack our organizations. So hacking groups or hackers in general are promoting and making advertisement on the hacking forums and hacking websites that asking for support or help from anybody inside a particular organizations that work in financial sector, oil and gas, something like this, but not from medical institutions and so on. And they ask or give an offer that if you helped us to gain access to your organization network, we will pay you a huge sum of money. And also we will give you a commission about whatever we earn from the company that you helped us to access it. Can you imagine this? This is called as affiliate attacks. Affiliate attacks means hackers looks for some people with motive inside big name organizations, and they ask them to just place a specific USB drive in any of the organization devices, for example, or open a specific attachment in a specific mail. Make any, in other term, deliver the malware by any means to the organizations that they are working for. And in exchange for that, the hacking group or the hackers who will deliver the ransomware and encrypt all the organization devices will pay a money for this insider threat. And also they can pay a commission for any ransom that paid by the organization that was impacted. This is another evolving term in cybersecurity called affiliate attacks. Affiliate attacks means attacks that are sponsored by someone who is insider to the organization, who is trusted to the organization. Crackers and hackers are the same. They are the people who have the capability to attack the system and gain access to the system. And we can find the hackers working in individual form, and they can be working in groups. If you can recall, there was a group back to 2011, 2012 called Anonymous. It was a hacking group. Did you hear the term Anonymous hacking group before? Yeah, they are a kind of hacktivists, and they are a group of hackers that are working in an organized way to achieve objective or achieve a goal. So hackers can work individually and also can work in group. So here we are going to discuss some of the essential terms. So simply, I believe we discussed what is a threat. Threat is any event with potential adversary impact on computer system. Risk is the possibility that threat can happen, and asset is something with economical value to the organization, and this asset participate in revenue generation, which means if I have a building, the building could be an asset. If I have a copyright or a trade secret, this could be an asset, although this is not a tangible or something that I can touch. It is not a physical asset, but it is at the end can be used in creating revenue. And for any asset owned by the organization, we can find a vulnerability that is related to this asset. For example, if I have a building, the inexistence of a security fence surrounding this building could be a vulnerability. If I have a system and this system does not have a proper batch management process that is done in continuous and inconsistent manner, this could be a vulnerability. And in case of the existence of this vulnerability, that and in case we have a threat that could, for example, make use of this vulnerability. For example, if I have a virus that target this specific vulnerability, so this virus in this case will be the threat, and the vulnerability will be the way that this virus will gain access or cause impact to the asset. So to understand the relation between all of this, we have the threat actor, which could be the cracker, state-sponsored, insider threat, or script kiddie, who use exploits or use viruses or use threats. And by using these threats, he will create an attack. And the goal of this attack is to exploit a vulnerability. Remember, vulnerability is a term related to asset. So if I have a building without a security controls, in this case, this could be a vulnerable building. If I have a software without batching, this could be a vulnerability in software itself. And by making this attack, the goal is to cause impact to this asset. So at the end, by successfully attacking a certain vulnerability, you will cause an exploitation for a vulnerability on asset, and at the end, you will cause an impact. Could you give me an example for what are the possible impacts that can be caused by such attack? Because the term impact is very general term, but what could be the possible impacts on system after successful attack? Theft, that's include physical threats and logical as well, right? So what kind of theft that could happen to digital asset? Steal people digital money accounts, leaking their private data or sensitive data such as their emails, their passwords, and then make this data available to be sold online. This is a possible option also. And these two type of impacts are affecting the confidentiality aspect only. What are the different kinds of impacts that could affect integrity and availability? So always put the concept of CIA in front of your eyes. When you are evaluating various threats, look at these threats from the perspective which threat affect confidentiality, which threat affect integrity, which threat affect availability, as well as when you assess the impact itself. Okay? Okay, so what could be the possible impact on the integrity? I'm just making sure all are following or keep following with us. Yeah, that's right. Attacking a bank database and reset the debt of customers, for example, increasing the debt of particular customer. So whenever we have a data destruction or data tampering or data modification, this is a possible way for playing with integrity. What about availability? That's right. So availability is making system unusable. Okay. So as you can see, vulnerability is a weakness in the system, and we will have a lot of, and we will use the term vulnerability a lot during this class. So vulnerability in general is a weakness or a flaw in system that can leave the system open to be attacked. We have a lot of types of vulnerability. Vulnerability could be a flaw in the system, and the composition of this vulnerability, a flaw in the system. Attacker can access to this system, and a way that hacker can reach this system. So you can have a vulnerability inside a building, for example, that the safe is not logged for something like this. But here you have a vulnerability in this building. So this is the flaw. But this building, on the other hand, is secured with another wall or another perimeter defense. So the second factor here, which is accessing of attacker to this flow, does not exist. So this makes the vulnerability is not used or cannot be used. So whenever we think about vulnerability, we need to think about the real existence of this vulnerability. Does the hacker or attacker can reach this vulnerability? And do we have capable hackers to access this vulnerability? Vulnerability is not only a technical term, it can be hardware issue, software, network, human, physical, or organization. Can you give me an example for a vulnerability that is related to human? So user awareness, using or having a user that is not aware, it is an example for human related vulnerability. Can you give me also an example for organizational vulnerability? And I really need interaction from all people who are joining the class, just to make sure we will take the best. Don't be hesitated to answer, even if you are not sure about your answer, because it will help us to explain why your answer is not the good one, or it is, in fact, it is a good one. So I appreciate if you are all can participate. So can somebody give me example for organizational vulnerability, or how do you or what do you think about organizational vulnerability? Does it make sense to you? Okay, let me give you an example for organizational vulnerability. Okay, organizational vulnerability, for example, is to have someone work in the IT operation, fine, who is responsible for batching the systems and ensuring the secure configurations is done in a proper way. Okay? At the same time, this one will work as an auditor and will go to his own secured system and make an audit to the system to ensure that proper security configurations done in a proper way. Is that a good practice? It is not a good practice. Again, I have an IT analyst, who is responsible to make sure systems are configured in a secure way. Okay? But at the same time, this one also responsible to detect or make an audit to ensure that the IT analyst process in securing systems is done in a proper way, to report to the management in case this process is not done efficient. Is that a good practice? Why? No. That's right. That's right. You can miss things and could be not objective in your decision. The person cannot be the inputter and authorizer at the same time. The one who approves the budget should not be the one who spends the budget. The one who develops the code should not be the same one who reviews the security of this code. Because in case of any of this happens, we could have the concept of, let me write it on the screen. We could have the situation of conflict of interest, if you are familiar with this term. Conflict of interest could happen if the one who does the security is the one who review the work of security people done properly or not, because the one should not audit his own work, because he will not be objective. So this is an example for organizational vulnerability that cause the quality assurance process to be inefficient, because we have the same one who implements the security control is the same one who audits this configured security controls. Make sense? This is an example for organizational vulnerability. So in this case, we need to implement a control such as separation of duties. Are we familiar with the concept of separation of duties? Why do we need separation of duties? Why do we have to do so? Sorry? Yeah, to ensure, for example, certain functions cannot be done by same one. This function, for example, the one who inputs the data to system, different than the one who review it for sanity. For example, I could be the one who is inputting payroll information on the system. But if there will be no one to review this data after me, I can input whatever I want. I can give my friend a higher pay rate or a higher raise. So there should be someone who inputs the data on system and other one who reviews this data for sanity. Okay? So excuse me just 1 minute, I will come back, okay? Continue. So as we mentioned, Vulnerability is not only a technical term, we need to think about a lot of aspects here. And of course, during our class, we will discuss a lot about technical and non-technical vulnerabilities as well. So when we talk about technical vulnerabilities, we find that each vulnerability have a kind of scoring. And this scoring help us to determine what could be the possible impact of a certain vulnerability. One of these scoring methods is a criteria or a parameter called Common Vulnerability Scoring System, or CVSS. And the CVSS is a kind of assessment that, based on it, we can define if a certain vulnerability related to a system is high or medium or low. What is the key differentiation between this, or what are the, let's say, the measures or the criteria that, based on this, we can define a vulnerability as a high? Is that the vulnerability can be easy exploited, and it can be exploited from remote users, which means if this vulnerability, for example, is related to a website, anyone can reach this website from his country, wherever he live at. He would be able to exploit it, and there is a kind of way to exploit this vulnerability. For vulnerability that is categorized as medium, it is a vulnerability that is not remotely exploitable. We cannot exploit it from remote. We need like a local access, and the technique or the way to exploit this vulnerability is somehow harder. For a low vulnerability, that means this vulnerability cannot be immediately exploited. For vulnerability categorized as high, we can find it score between 7 to 10. And of course, each vulnerability will also have a kind of information about which factor of CIA does it impact. Can you give me like a brief overview about what is the CIA? Again, I'm just re-asking you to ensure everything is good. Yeah, and when assess a particular vulnerability, we check what does this vulnerability affect in the first place. Does it have, or does it has an effect? Does it have? I believe this is the right way to say it. Does it have an effect of confidentiality only, or does it affect only availability? For some kind of vulnerability, once we exploit it, we only make system irresponsive or does not respond to further requests. So this kind of vulnerability, for example, could lead to system unavailability. So it affect or impact only the availability. For other vulnerability, it can impact the confidentiality. So can somebody of you give me a practical example for a vulnerability that was known in IT, and he personally participated in patching of such a vulnerability? I know most of all of you are from the IT support, so you are dealing with day-to-day issues of end users, and of course you could be participated in security patching or something like this. So does anybody of you know a particular vulnerability happened recently, or we don't have this knowledge yet? We heard about, we were aware about, and we participated in patching for it. We somehow received a notification from security department. Yeah, yeah. So why? And of course, we did a kind of patching after the ransomware attack, right? Okay. So to make it clear, ransomware is a kind of virus that encrypt data on user's desktop. The ransomware will not be able to reach your systems unless you have a door opened that allowed this ransomware to reach your network. So vulnerability is like the doorway that allow different malicious codes to enter your network. So in fact, to be impacted by this ransomware, you could have a vulnerability in place. And this vulnerability was known by the threat actor, the one who delivered this vulnerability to you. Vulnerability could be delivered due to phishing email, and this is a vulnerability on the human factor. Could be delivered because of unpatched system, and this is related to technical factor, and all of this sort of stuff. So in order to be a proactive in cybersecurity, and you need to keep information about what are the recent vulnerabilities that are on the stage. We are now on Monday, 13th of June. Tomorrow is the second Tuesday in June, I believe. It is the second Tuesday. And in the second Tuesday of every month, we have what is called Microsoft Patch Tuesday. Microsoft Patch Tuesday, Microsoft select like the second patch of every month to release the security updates related to Microsoft products. Not only Microsoft, but also we have organizations such as Adobe, such as Oracle. All of these organizations select to release their security patches and security updates in next or in the second Tuesday of every month, which will be tomorrow. And expect by the end of this day or by tomorrow a lot of news about Microsoft recent patched vulnerabilities. In security patches, or patches in general, we have two reasons for releasing patches. The first reason is to maybe close a security vulnerability in place. Second reason could be to introduce a new feature or a new capability. But for like 90% of patches that is being released every month, most of patches have security objective to close some of vulnerabilities that are in place. So Patch Tuesday is usually the second Tuesday of every month, and Microsoft in Patch Tuesday release what are the new patches that has been released and what are the vulnerabilities that were already in place. By the way, for some kind of vulnerability, they may exist, but we are not aware about it. But Microsoft know about the existence of this vulnerability. That's why when they release a patch for it, they announce to the public audience that we are aware that we have a vulnerability, and please take this patch or take this software in order to close it or install it in your system, and by installing it, you will close this vulnerability. But we have some kind of vulnerability that Microsoft might not know about it. And in this case, this is known as a zero-day vulnerability. Zero-day vulnerability means a vulnerability that could not be known by Microsoft, and as a result, we don't have a patch or a security update that can close this vulnerability. So this kind of vulnerability could be exploitable, and we could not have a proper control or a proper security control against it until Microsoft or the vendor that is managing this product or this software will release a patch to address it. Clear? So in order to stay updated with what are the recent vulnerability and how to rank this vulnerability, we have an interesting website that is called Cve Trends, and it is managed by a security service provider called CrowdStrike. CrowdStrike is one of famous endpoint protection and antivirus vendors, so how for many years. And in Cve Trends website, they are categorizing what are the well-known vulnerabilities during the time we are speaking now. For example, the most known or most used vulnerability now, right now, is categorized as CVE 2022-26134. But this vulnerability, as it is still new because it released in 2022 or announced this year, this vulnerability is still does not have a scoring based on the CVSS, which we were talking about. This vulnerability, for example, is still under assessment to understand how it is known. And how ranking here work by checking Twitter, checking news, checking how many people are searching for this name of CVE, and then it can give you like tweets about what this vulnerability is about. So from the perspective, or as I can read here, this vulnerability exists in a software called Atlassian. Atlassian is a software that manage a product or vendor that create a product called Jira. Do you are familiar with Jira software? Yeah, Jira is like a software management or a version control system that is used by developers. Okay, so in Jira Cloud version, they have a kind, or I believe in on-prem version of Jira, they have like a vulnerability in Jira, and this vulnerability allow unauthenticated users to create or conduct a remote code execution attack. So if we are in charge of information security in our organization, we can open the link that is talking about this specific vulnerability and start to read what is the effect of this vulnerability. Okay, this vulnerability exists, in example, in software version X. So I will check if I use this affected version in my place. If I use it, I should inform the IT security team to do the risk assessment and to do the patching. As I mentioned earlier, you got a ransomware attack. So how ransomware attack happened or reached your organization? Because you may have a vulnerability in software such as Jira. And by the existence of this vulnerability, the ransomware hackers or threat actors can use this vulnerability to deliver ransomware attack to your organization. Can you relate vulnerability in Jira with ransomware attack? Could you relate what is the relation between both of these together? It's hard to be guessed, right? What could be the impact of a vulnerability on Jira in relation to ransomware attacks that affect my users? Could you give a relation here between these two different incidents or different terms? Yeah, they get hackers will manage to access the Jira software first because we have a vulnerability here in Jira. Okay? As a result, for attacking the Jira software, we can send the instruction to the Jira server. And here I'm not specifically talking about Jira itself. I'm talking about any vulnerable product, any vulnerable server that could be published online, reachable from public users, and has a vulnerability. Okay? You are keeping up with me? So the hacker can exploit this vulnerability, and by exploit this vulnerability, he instructs the server to initiate a command from the server command line interface. This command simply requests a malicious or the ransomware source code from another online file share server or online server that hosts this ransomware. Okay? So usually, yeah, yeah, right, yeah, repository that hosts the ransomware code downloaded to Jira. And if we don't have a segmentation situation inside the network. I believe we are familiar with the concept of VLANs, right? Virtual Local Area Networks. In VLANs, we place servers in a zone. We place public servers or servers that are published online in what is called DMZ. Is that correct? And so on. The reason why for this, that in case Jira got infected, it will not be able to reach whole of the network. But if Jira can access the whole of the network, if the ransomware reaches the Jira server, he can use this server as a base to conduct the attack on the rest of the network and distribute the malware on the rest of network devices. If the attack managed, or if this exploit was impacting servers such as Microsoft Exchange server, which may be the main email service in many organizations that are still working on-prem, the Exchange server will be reachable by all of the users inside the organization. So this would make the situation more worse. And even VLANs will not be able to control such attack. If the attack was impacting file share server, this could be also has a more negative impact because all users in the organizations will be able to reach the server as well. So I can share with you this link in case you need to read more about this. And by the way, back again to this website, you will find another type of vulnerabilities. And as you can see, this one is categorized as CVSS score of what? 9.8. The maximum score of the CVSS score is 10. So by having a vulnerability ranked as 9.8, that means this vulnerability is very easy to be exploited. Its impact on confidentiality, integrity, availability is very high. And also it can be exploited from anybody can reach this system. And this vulnerability impacting, I believe we have a lot of Chinese tweets in this vulnerability, but this vulnerability, I cannot get what is the product that this vulnerability is impacted with. But in case I need to know more, I can simply go to this URL, for example, which is published by the National Vulnerability Database, which is managed by NIST. And the NIST is like an organization, federal organization that is concerned about cybersecurity. And then I can go to the details about the link of this vulnerability. And as you can see here, we have a link here, and this link is marked as what? And that exploit is a way to take benefit or make use of this vulnerability. So exploit is a software code that is written using a specific programming language. Could be Python, could be Ruby. All of these are a programming language. And by using this exploit, if I know a website that is impacted by this vulnerability, I can take this exploit and try to test it on this website. We heard about the term white hat hacker or ethical hacker, right? What does the ethical hacker do in reality? He starts in scanning your own network. Of course, after gaining your consent and gaining your agreement to do so, because ethical hacking is permitted action. So he starts in scanning, and then he discovers that you have a system that is impacted by this particular CVE. Then he will try to look for a code or exploit to impact or exploit this specific vulnerability. And by the way, we have a lot of ways to search for exploits. One of these ways, for example, is to use a website called ExploitsDB. And ExploitsDB is like a search engine for what are the current vulnerable softwares and what is the exploit code that can help us in exploiting this vulnerable software. Okay? But of course, not every vulnerability on the web, we can find an exploit code available for it. Because for some type of vulnerabilities, we can find their exploits are sold or are sold on the deep web with huge amount of money. Could reach few thousand dollars or $1,000 in reality. Okay, so penetration tester or ethical hacker or white hat hacker will bring this exploit code and will try to exploit your system. And if he managed to exploit your system by this exploit, he will just take a screenshot to prove that he was able to exploit your system, and will send you a report include how he attacked or she attacked your system and what was the steps and what is the solution to mitigate against this attack by instructing you to go to this URL and download this patch and apply it. Okay? Okay, although this vulnerability is released in 2020, why it is still appearing in the trending CVEs right now? It should be released from 2 years ago. So why it is still available online here? Or appear as a trend? What do we mean by trend is that a lot of people are talking about it right now. Why this could happen? That's correct and that's right. In case of ransomware, and especially back to 2017, I believe, we have a huge ransomware attack called Wannacry. Wannacry was a massive ransomware attack that impacted a huge organizations. One of these organizations, by the way, was Mersec. And Mersec was impacted by a few days out of service, which caused like 240 million US dollar as a losses due to the system outage for just a few days. And the reason why for Mersec attack is Microsoft released a security patch for Exchange Server. If you are familiar with Exchange Server, it is okay. If not, just let me know to explain it. By the way, Exchange Server, although the patch was released on March, the system administrators didn't patch their system until May. And in the May, hackers got enough time to understand and study this vulnerability and develop exploit that can attack this vulnerability. And they used this exploit to attack this vulnerability, send a remote code execution, allowed the impacted server to request the ransomware from external website, downloaded it inside the affected network, and then distributed the ransomware across all devices in the network. So we still have a lot of vulnerabilities that, although we have patches for it, but a lot of people still didn't consider it at all. Clear? Okay, so I hope you are enjoying, and information that we are discussing is clear enough and simple enough, and you are all understanding it. And let's continue. So in our next section, we will discuss in some greater level of details different kinds of cyber threats. I believe we discussed what do we mean by vulnerability, and vulnerability in general is the way that will avail or make it possible for threat actor to deliver different kind of threats, different kind of malware to my system. So the first type of cyber threats is the malware. And I believe, as we discussed in the beginning of this class, that malware is a short name for a malicious software. And by concatenating the mal and ware, we have the new term, which is the malware. And in fact, we have a lot of types of malware. The most common type of malware is the virus. And the key feature about virus is that virus is a program that when it executes, it can replicate itself, modify other program computers, inserting itself inside the code, and the ultimate goal for the virus is to cause harm to your computer. The virus can do a kind of spying on your own data, do a kind of downloading a malicious code after being installed on your system, tracking your activity, could be responsible on leaking data, such as a virus that has a sole purpose to check for sensitive data on your laptop, or on your company network, such as credit card numbers if are stored in an encrypted form, data about customers, trade secrets, and business documents, and then grab all of this data and then upload it to a certain destination. This is an example for what virus can do, because at the end it is a program and we have the ability to modify the program and make it work in the way that we want to do. The second type of malware is the Trojan horse or backdoor. Trojan horse, as the name implies, it got its name from the Trojan horse, which was one of the Greek myths, which was related to a city called Troy. And in order to capture this city, the attacking army creating a statue that present a horse, and this horse was like a holy creature in this city, and they inside this horse they placed the soldiers, and once the people of Troy received this reward or make this Trojan enter their city, this the attacking army or a team or a legion from the Greek army get outside from this Trojan horse and started to ruin the city and attack the city. So Trojan horse work in the same concept. It is a virus that could look in a legitimate way, but in reality it has a malicious purpose. For example, we are all know about cracks, which are tools that can be used to activate software in illegal way. We can use cracks to activate games, activate Windows system, activate applications. Are we all familiar with what do we mean by crack, software crack? Okay, in order to use Microsoft Office, for example, you need to purchase a license from Microsoft. But in some situations, people may not want to spend the money and they need to use a software without paying for it. So they may go to the internet and download a software that make this software available to be used without paying in return of using it. That's illegal. And the kind of software that can be used to activate a software or application such as Microsoft Word and be used without paying for it is called crack. Make sense right now? So why someone could create a crack that allow you to use product in a free way only for charity? Of course not. Most of crack softwares or crack tools are usually a Trojan horses. They come to you in a form that they will provide you with a specific service to activate Office, for example. But on other hand, it comes also with a malicious software injected inside it. And this malicious software will cause harm to your system. So yes, it will activate the Office product, but at the same time, it will use or it can introduce a ransomware to your device, can take control on your device to be participated on a denial of service attack on a different website or something like this. Clear about Trojan horse? Okay, one term that I mentioned in the description of Trojan horse is that Trojan horse can simply activate the service for you. So it did the action that you wanted to download this Trojan horse for. You don't know if it is a Trojan horse from the beginning. Yes, you are not sure if this is a Trojan horse, but at the end you requested for a crack to activate the Windows and it did the task. But in the background, it did another task, like injecting a virus to your system. One of the reasons for using a virus or using backdoor by this way is to allow the hacker to control your device, to use your device as one of the army, consider it like this, to conduct denial of service attack or distributed denial of service attack. Look, the virus can have intention to harm your device, true. But in most situations, virus does not want to harm you yourself or does not want to harm your device itself. In reality, Hackers or crackers or state-sponsored threat actors aim to infect as much devices over the internet as possible. Let's say billions of devices across the globe to create a botnet army. And botnet army is a huge number of compromised devices that could be compromised due to a crack that users of these devices installed it on their devices by their own willing. And these botnet or these controlled devices, which in other word called also a zombie army, will be used to initiate distributed denial of service attack. So hacker infect these devices by a virus, but this virus don't want to cause harm to the infected device itself. It only need to take control on this device, to use this device afterward in initiating a wider attack against a different target. Could be a governmental website, a huge bank website, a website that hackers need to conduct an attack on to cause unavailability of this system. Make sense to you? Okay. What do we mean by DOS attack or denial of service? As name implies, denial of service means the system will become out or not available. How to make system unavailable? Okay, the question is, what do we mean by denial of service? We have the answer that system will be not available, right? How to make the system unavailable? Give me. That's right. So here we have a very interesting term, which is excessive numbers of users. So what does the excessive number of users target? Just think about it. I will just be here in a minute, okay? Think about it, try to discuss it, and let's continue after that. So I'm back again. So yes, please continue. That's right. Mhm. And we target, or we know that this front end has a parameter such as maximum number of sessions, for example. So when the sessions reach 100,000, for example, the application will stop receiving additional requests. So by sending 100,000 or million requests to this website, for example, we will cause the session to be completely utilized. And in this case, we will cause the server to be out of service, right? What is another way to make denial of service? Any website in general is simply a server, a physical machine that is located in a data center, and it is connected to the internet using an internet connection. That's right. This internet connection could be 100 megabit, could be 1 gigabit, could be 100 gigabit. So one of the way to conduct those attack or denial of service is to or send a lot of requests that utilize or make this 100 gigabit or 1 gigabit or 100 megabit, whatever the speed or the bandwidth of this link is, cause it to utilize the full bandwidth. And in this case, anybody or any user will try to open this website, we will not find adequate or enough bandwidth to use it or to serve the needed service. So in reality, we will have a lot of techniques to create the denial of service. But in denial of service only, when we see this term, that will mean I have a single threat actor who will send a million requests to a single website. As a result for this, the session management on this server will be filled, or if the maximum limit is 100 sessions, these 100 sessions will be utilized by a single user. That's why we could have a device called a firewall, and this device, which is firewall, can detect those attacks. He will see like we have a 100 request from a single IP address or a single user. That's look incorrect. Every user should send at maximum 2 requests, maximum. But if I found a single user is sending 100 requests, this could be look suspicious. Okay? That's why threat actors try to control as much devices as they can. So instead of initiating denial of service attack from a single device using 100 requests, they can simply send a command or send an instruction to the controlled devices to initiate distributed denial of service attack, which will essentially every part in this zombie army or in this botnet or robot network will send a single request. In this case, if I have a firewall to inspect this traffic, it will see nothing is going bad or nothing is wrong. I have a single request from single device. So I will accept this request, and that will cause the distributed denial of service attack. Okay? One other reasons for deploying a botnet is not only the ransomware attack, by the way, but also if you are all familiar with the blockchain or crypto mining, right? What do we mean by crypto mining, or what do we mean by the process of crypto mining? That's right. Yeah, that's right. That's right. So crypto mining is using your PC resources, mainly GPU processor, but mainly the graphical process unit. And by using it, we try to solve algorithm problems, cache hashes to participate in the blockchain network. So hackers may not need to pay for the resource usage, but at the same time, they need to generate money from blockchain mining and generate cryptocurrency and so on. So they may create a Trojan, and this Trojan will inject on billions of devices across the globe a piece of code. And this piece of code will utilize the infected device resources to participate in the crypto mining process. This type of virus is called cryptojacking. Cryptojacking is another way or another type of malware that make use of your computer resources while you are not aware about that your resources is being used in creating crypto currency. Hackers, of course, or the one who created this cryptojacking software will take the benefit from your resources while you are not aware about that your device is participating in cryptocurrency usage. Okay? So this is also another type of virus or another type of something that can be injected by the Trojan horse or backdoor. Backdoor also can help hackers to gain access to the system whenever needed, which means you can download a crack, but this crack will not install a virus on your system, but instead it will leave the door open to the hacker in order to gain access to your system. Open your webcam, listen to what you are saying on the mic, and all of this stuff. Keylogger is another type of malware that can be also introduced to your system by a backdoor or a Trojan. And the keylogger is a type of a surveillance that record all keystrokes that you are writing on the keyboard. And whatever data you are typing on your keyboard, such as passwords, credit card numbers, and even your chat messages between you and your friends, the keylogger virus will be able to capture it and send it to the hacker device. Spyware is another type of malware, and it is also can be categorized as a keylogger. In fact, keylogger can be one of the features of the spyware. Spyware can be able to intercept your camera streaming, can be able to open your camera, open your mic, record the keystrokes, steal passwords, and other valuable data from your device. Ransomware is another type of malware, and this malware make your or do a kind of locking down of all your systems. And in order to unlock these files, you will need to pay a ransom to restore this data back. However, it is not confirmed that when you pay the ransom, you will restore your data back. In reality, when you pay the ransom, you could be a good victim, or in these cases, you will appear like someone who is willing to pay money to gain his information. So you can be subject to another type of attacks or blackmailing after then by the data that you just decrypted or encrypted by the hacker, because you will not have a guarantee that hacker, when he export or encrypt the data, he will not take a copy from this data, or he will provide a real key to decrypt the data. So ransomware's solution is not to pay the ransom, but to take proactive measures from the beginning by taking regular backup, and this backup should not be online backup, which means the backup media should not be a USB drive that is always attached to your own PC or your own device. The backup media should be disconnected and connected only when you need to restore or backup your data, by giving user awareness, by doing a background check on your employees, by having a controls such as disable USB access for end users to ensure nobody will bring a non-USB drive and attach it to your device or your organization device. We have also Rootkit, and Rootkit is a virus that cloaks itself by replacing system files that can reveal its presence. And Rootkit means that, for example, you download an operating system from a known website, let's say a cracked operating system, and in this operating system, the virus is already in place, which means virus come as part of the system. And rootkit is very hard to be detected and very hard to be removed, because in reality, when you install an operating system, all of this location includes the Windows system files, such as the DLLs, System32 components, Windows files that are essential to make Windows works. And on top of this Windows, you start installing your application such as Word, Excel, PowerPoint, and the antivirus agent. The antivirus agent has the ability to inspect and scan all applications in this layer, as well as any data will be placed on top of these layers. But in the case of Rootkit already in the layer of OS itself. So antivirus solution does not have the capability to check for system files itself to ensure it is okay. And in the system files, we will find the rootkit exists. That's why rootkit is very hard to be detected. So in order to detect rootkit, we can detect rootkit by the, for example, suspectable connections that made by this system to the internet. Can you get my point here? Okay, we are now understand what does we mean by the rootkit, right? Or what does rootkit mean? Rootkit is a kind of virus, but it is in the system layer. So antivirus solutions that are installed on a specific website, a specific server, will not have the capability to inspect the system layer. So what do you think, or how we can detect the existence of a rootkit on one of our systems? Okay, we cannot check or we cannot detect it by the host-based antivirus, right? Because antivirus will not be able to check the system layer. But this rootkit could have a malicious intention, such as he will go and will try to open the internet to download a malicious code or a malicious virus, or make a connection with the hacker server to check if there is any commands or any instructions to do. Is that correct? Yeah, IBS, IDS firewalls to detect the presence of this malware or to detect if we have a rootkit in our network. Okay, so we have also another type of malware which is worm, and worm is replicating itself, and it is replicating itself from computer to another. To give you an example for a worm, when we had a ransomware attack in the organization, we will find that all devices are encrypted one by one or one after one, right? This is an example for the worm. So ransomware code, which logs the files, attach itself to a worm code. This worm code has the capability to replicate itself to a lot of copies and distribute itself to other computers remotely. Okay, and as worm are automatically replicating itself, we will get a high chance to infect as many devices as we can. So isolation may not be an option in case we have a worm attack, because worm has the capability to auto attach itself or to auto send itself to other devices inside the same network. So essentially in a Wannacry attack, for example, we had the Windows Exchange server impacted or infected by ransomware that delivered from the internet. And then the worm on Exchange server will start to create a lot of copies for itself, and then will start to scan the entire network and send this worm to all devices inside the network. Then each device got infected will do the same. Will create a replica from this worm, including the ransomware code, and then will scan the network that it was at, and then send this replica to other devices inside the same network. Until we reach a certain point that IT security team will be aware about this attack. So they can simply create a firewall policy that restricts different VLANs from communicating with each other. But until we make this isolation, the spread of the ransomware will take a lot of devices along the way, because we in worm attacks we have a high speed in replication and a high speed in duplicating the ransomware code. Cool. Yeah. Look, to make it more comprehensive details, in reality and in attacks, when we study virus, worm, Trojan, all of this in essentially is just terms, right? But in real attacks, we may find a ransomware that has a criteria or has properties from a worm. We don't find a worm itself alone and ransomware itself alone. Ransomware, by function, is a program that encrypt what? Files only. But to make it spread quickly, we may introduce to the code that do the encryption the capability to replicate itself. So we may find the ransomware and worm are essentially the same type of virus. Virus at the end is a program that do a malicious intention that could be encryption, for example. So we are just discussing the general term, but in reality, from my perspective, all of these are viruses, because virus at the end is a malicious software that has a programmed instructions. But virus does not necessarily has the objective to encrypt data. the ransomware do, but ransomware is a virus. Can you understand the relation? I know it's kind, but in reality, we don't see ransomware alone, worm alone. We can see a worm that includes function of ransomware or the vice versa. Adware, in another hand, when you deploy or install a free software, you can get like a warning message that your computer is at risk. Purchase this antivirus or something like this. So Adware is like advertising software that is installed on your device without your consent or without your awareness, and it can monitor your activity, advertise products to you, and you need to remove it from your device because it does that in a spamming way. Fine. So let's make sure we understand what is the difference. What is the type of malware that can replicate itself using network vulnerabilities? Auto-replicating itself to distribute more and more. That's right, worm is the right answer. Allow someone to access your resources remotely. Making the door open for the hacker to go backdoor or Trojan. Attach to system files. Once it infects your device, it will attach itself to your system files. Just attach. Virus. It can be detected by behavioral changes on a system. The Windows system should work in a way, but we mentioned or monitored that there is a suspicious activities that is happened on the system or suspicious communications that are being initiated from this system from time to time. G, Rootkit, that's right. So are we all keeping up in this information? Is there anything is not clear? Okay. So what about the malware that generate ads on a spam way or in a spammy way on system? Yeah. So that's right. The adware is what does this. Require you to pay for a fee to restore your data back or unlock your data. What type of malware that has the capability of encrypting the data and require you to pay a ransom to restore this data back? Yeah, ransomware is the answer. Monitor the computer activity, such as keystrokes, what I am writing on the screen, take screenshots from my device, checking what are the running processes, record my webcam, and send it to hacker server or a centralized server that collects the data. Correct. So that is the spyware. So how to protect ourselves against spyware and malware and all of this stuff? First, implementing user awareness program. The first, or when we look to any security program in the organization, we can find a lot of levels to do the control. We have like technical requirements, physical requirements, users or awareness requirements, organizational requirements, and so on. So technical requirements can be antivirus. Physical requirements can be by disable USB access to the server, for example, keep servers in isolated and secure locations so nobody can access to this location and steal the hard drive or inject or place a malicious software that come on CD or floppy disk or something like this. We need to keep users aware about security controls and why protection against anti-malware or protection against viruses is important and what could be the impact of a malware when it reaches our environment. And also regarding organizational control, we need to ensure we have policies, procedures, disciplinary action in case someone violated the policy. So all of this could be the chain of how to implement a security program. The weakest link in this chain is the user aspect. Users are often looked at the most weakest link in the security chain. That's why user awareness is very important. We need to make users aware about what are the viruses and all of this sort of stuff. We need to control users' permission. The least we give user privilege, the most we can get an assurance that if the device of these users got infected, we will not ruin the whole of data. Which means if I have a laptop and this laptop I have a login user, this user is downloading a malware or a crack from the internet. As this user does not have administrator or does not have administrator privilege on this device, this user will not be able to install this patch or install this crack. That's correct? But if this user has administrator activity, in this case, he could install this crack and could introduce a high risk to my organization. So by controlling user permission, I could have a proper control here, which can help us against malware protection. Updating antivirus and anti-spyware, and in some cases we can find the single endpoint control or the antivirus software has the capability of anti-spyware as well. Do regular scanning for the system by doing a weekly basis scan, by scanning new media before we can execute files from this media to ensure no virus on this media. What do we mean by media, by the way, is something such as USB drive, external drive, and CD-ROM or CD or DVD drive. And by the way, you should not allow your users to access any external media unless authorized and unless permitted. You should have a controls such as group policy to control who can access external media. You need to install and have a firewall in your environment. You need to monitor network activity, and we mentioned why monitoring network activity can be a good option because it can help us detecting the rootkit presence, for example, or spyware. We need to verify file integrity. And why do we need to verify file integrity? Because we mentioned earlier, virus attach itself to system files. So by attaching virus to a system file, that will change the file. And we can evaluate if file got changed or not by verifying file integrity. So can anybody here tells me more about what do we mean by verify file integrity? Okay, it is the same way, but the process here in review not performed by someone, but it is in fact performed by a tool. Let me give you an example. We have, as per the PCI DSS requirements, for example, we have a requirement to have a file integrity monitoring tool in the organization, or FIM solution. I will write it on the screen just to make it clear to you. It is called File Integrity Monitoring, or in other words, FIM. What does the FIM do? Assuming that here we are talking about a file or talking about a system file. So this file, which include the keyword A, or include, just excuse me. So again, this file, which has the word, for example, A, written on this file, is a system file. And by default, system files should not be changed. Fine. So what the FIM tool do in reality is FIM tool do a periodic scanning on all system files to generate and record what is the hash of this file. The hash is something like this. So hash is like a random value that created based on a specific algorithm to take or record the signature of a specific file. This signature should not be changed unless someone maliciously or authorizedly changed data inside this file. So just recall the signature of the file that includes the keyword A and with FD, right? So on weekly basis, the FIM tool or the file integrity monitoring tool is doing this scan. It scan or it check all system files in the system 32 directory, for example, and generate hash values for each one of these files and record it in a database. So in the next week, the FIM tool will do the scan once again, and it will generate the hash once again, but all of this is an automated way, and we'll see the hash is still end with FD. Of course, it evaluates the full length of the hash. Okay, so it will see the hash value is still the same, so that means the file is not tampered or not changed, correct? So in the next week, virus introduced to the network, so it opened the system files, and we are talking here about the code program DLLs, and let's assume it add a single space inside this file, and after then we saved this file. The next time when the file integrity monitoring will run, will calculate the hash, and it will detect that the hash value changed from FD at the end to become 5A. That will indicate that there is a kind of a change happened to a system file that should not be changed. And by going back for the reason of this change, we will find that there was no security update issued by the vendor during the past week. So that change is not caused by a security update or a patch. This could be an indicator that something wrong happened. That's why verifying file integrity is important. And by the way, hashing is one of the ways to achieve you remember the CIA? Confidentiality, integrity, availability? Hashing, it can be used to achieve the integrity part by ensuring system files are clean, not tampered, not changed unless authorized, by calculating hash values from time to time and evaluate it. So verification of file integrity, hardening the system by removing not necessarily services and remove it, perform intrusion tests like contracting with one from the ethical hacking team or penetration tester or white hat, which we mentioned, and try to penetrate my system to check if my system is well secured against the malware. Because remember, at the end, malware can be delivered through email, through existence of a specific vulnerability. So the hacker can get the exploit to instruct the system to download a malware. You remember the relation between vulnerability and malware and all of this stuff? Yeah, in systems also we create like a baseline image or a golden image. So I believe when we install a new or a Windows to a new client, or in case we are using virtual desktop environment, for example, we have like a Windows image that was configured properly, has the required software, and whenever anybody need to reinstall the system, we does not install the system from the beginning. We deploy this baseline image, which include all required security configurations by the company. We can use software such as System Center Configuration Manager if we are dealing with Microsoft, for example, to deploy the golden image. Implementing physical security, restricting access to physical or USB drive, or creating a lock or installing a lock on the workstation to ensure nobody will be able to deassemble and steal the hard drive or add a piece of memory inside the motherboard. Establishing policies that promote the need for security awareness and give users warning to tell them that you should not install unapproved software or use cracks or use torrent websites. Scan any communication that is incoming to the device For example, when we were mentioning that malicious actor can scan a system and found it vulnerable, so he will send like an attack. And if I am doing a scanning for this traffic, I could realize that this is an attack, so I can block it. One of the devices that can be used to secure incoming communications could be the firewall, and also could be the intrusion prevention system or the IPS. Fine. So I believe we are about to conclude our day today, but before ending, we need to discuss some questions. So let's see this question and try to give me your possible answer. Yeah, it should be one of five. Yeah. So which one? One and five. So worm replicate through file system, but in reality, worm is not replicating through file system. Worm replicates through network related process. What is replicated through file system is the virus, which is attaching itself to file system. While the worm or network worm, by the way, worm is known as network worm. So the worm, it is replicating itself through multiple devices. For five, it does not require human intervention. Once worm reach the system, it will automatically replicate itself. But for virus, the situation is different. I believe I missed this point while explanation. In virus, the virus is only impacting the device who downloaded the software. And after then, the virus will try to attach itself to any file on this device. When I send one of these affected files to another one through the email, I will send this email with attachment, and inside this attachment, the virus could be existed. Yeah, it should be two only, mainly, and two and four, and yes, two and four, and I believe I missed to mark this one. So that's right. So I believe we can end here today or stop here as we are today. Okay. So tomorrow we, as you know, the information is a lot. So tomorrow we will continue in our day two topics, day one topics, which are mainly security controls, policy risk management, and network overview. And this will could complement the next or the tomorrow topics, which are related to cryptography and security architecture. So see you tomorrow, and I hope you are enjoyed, and I hope the information was clear. Do not hesitate to ask if you have any other question. I believe we still have like 3 minutes. So does anybody have any question? So far till now, this was the agenda for day 1 and 2 and 3. And so far, we covered only the security foundation part and great part from the security threats. We still have a lot of topics to discuss, a lot of labs to do, so let's go ahead. So yesterday we discussed what are the different types of malware. It is a kind of cyber threat. We discussed what is the virus, malware, rootkit, Trojan horse, and all of this stuff. Today we are continuing in description or discussing cyber threat, but now we will talk about the attacks. So from your perspective and based on the knowledge that we gained during our last class, what is the difference between the malware and the attack? Can someone give me an explanation for this? So in fact, attacks rely on the existence of malware. Take, for instance, when we were discussing the denial of service attack. Can somebody give me like a refreshment about what was the denial of service attack? That's right. That's right. And how we instructed our this, or how we created this botnet by distributing a virus. So malware is a way to prepare for an attack. When I talk about a ransomware attack is an attack, but it relies on the background on a virus that do this sort of encryption for the files and data and so on. Okay? So the non-of-service attack is type of attacks. We discussed what is a DOS and what is a DDoS. We also has another type of attack which is called the buffer overflow attack. And in buffer overflow attack, this is a kind of attack that target vulnerable application. And the goal of this attack is either make this application non-responsive, does not respond to user requests, or take control over this machine. Does anybody, if you heard before about the term buffer overflow? Okay, so in short, we have in any operating system, we have operating system and we have a memory or random access memory RAM, right? So consider the RAM is something like this, and you have like blocks or spaces in the RAM. Some of it are reserved to the applications that are running on the interface or on this operating system, and some of these applications or some of these spaces in the RAM is reserved to system itself. So for any application that is running or can access the space of the system the space in the RAM that is specified for system itself, this application will have a high privilege. The goal of buffer overflow attack is that the hacker will flood the application with too many requests and too many data. The application will try to write this data in its space inside the part or a single portion of the RAM. But due to application misconfiguration or due to a vulnerability in the system, the data that are out of the limits of the application will not be stopped if this space of memory got filled, but it will be overflowed to other parts in memory, including some parts that are related to system itself. By doing so, the hacker will not only be able to read and access the data of the application reside on the RAM, but also the data in the system itself reside in the part of the memory that is specified for system applications. I know it's a quite bit complicated scenario to discuss, but buffer overflow attack target the exploits or target the vulnerability in operating system, and it especially rely on taking advantage for program that is waiting for user input. And because we don't have what is called the boundary check, which is something that we configure or program in our application that is related to memory management, the hacker can do this kind of attack, which can lead at the end to an attack called escalation of privilege or privilege escalation, or the DOS attack as well by making the system non-responsive. So buffer overflow is an attack that is related to random access memory. Okay. We have another interesting application. Sure, go ahead. You want to add something? Okay. So we have another attack which is quite bit famous, which is the man in the middle attack. And the man in the middle attack is, as the name implies, it is a kind of attack that we have two parties that are communicating with each others, and they are transferring and receiving and sending the data by this way. But we will have someone with special tools and equipment can intercept this traffic, and instead of the normal traffic is going this way and the reply is coming back from this way, the man in the middle attack will cause the traffic to go to the hacker. The hacker can intercept this traffic and modify it if needed, and then send it to the target system. And when the target system reply, instead of sending the reply back to the target or the original source, the attack or the data will be sent to the hacker. hacker can intercept it and send it back to the original source. Could you tell me how hacker can do something like this? How he can modify the flow of the traffic in the network? Of course, if you have knowledge about what is the man-in-the-middle attack and how it would be done. In case you don't, we already have a lab for man-in-the-middle attack, but I'm just trying to check your knowledge before I go further. Right? Okay, so the keyword here is that we have insecure infrastructure or we use insecure protocol in communication, which makes the data in clear text form, which means anybody captures this data will be able to read the content. That's the right answer. But how to redirect? You mentioned we use insecure network and the hacker redirects. So I'm asking here about the part of redirection. How hacker can be able to redirect the traffic from one machine to other machine. When we come back or when we go back by our memory and start to think about the networking basics, we discussed in networking, in even in the class or other type of courses, there is a protocol called the Address Resolution Protocol or ARP protocol. Can anybody give me information about what is the ARP? So when we yeah. Yeah, it has a lot of function or a very important function with the IP address. In any network, we usually find two computers, for example. Each one has an IP address. To cut it short, what do we mean by IP address? What is your definition for IP address? It is an address at the end. It tells me who is communicating with me, for example, to understand how to reply back to him or her, right? Yeah, so IP address is just an address that define who are the members of a specific network to help devices to reach each others using unique address, which is the IP address. But all of the devices, in case we have this first one, which is has IP address of 1, and second device has IP address of 2. Is there anything that I am illustrating is not clear to all of you, or we are keeping up? Okay, so how these two devices will be connected? What is the device that will be the intermediate device between these two PCs or these two computers? Okay, but assuming that we are in the same network, okay, we usually has like a switch, and this switch is what connected the devices with each others. If we are talking about a LAN, in this case, we are talking about a switch that connected devices with each others, right? Okay, so can the switch do routing? If I had a switch between two devices, can the switch route the traffic? Or we have an old information that say that switches are work in layer 2, so switches cannot understand IP address, but it can understand the MAC addresses. Can we remember such information? Okay, in case you don't know, no problem. We had like a concept in IT or in network communication in general called the OSI model, which is consisted from 7 layers. Each layer is responsible for a specific objective, and OSI layer is related to IP, related to network communication. So, assuming that you are on your own device and you are trying to do like a browsing or browsing something on the internet. So, you usually deal with Google Chrome application, opening a YouTube website, anything of this sort. So, you are essentially here dealing with the application layer or a layer 7 application. Make sense? So the data that you are seeing on the layer 7 application, and remember, this is like a conceptual model that helps you how to understand how network communication looks like and how network communication works. So as a normal user, you are dealing with layer 7, which is the application layer. You see the data in human readable format. We know that computer understands the data in binary format, 0 and 1. Is that correct? So how we are normal user can deal with the data written in 0 and 1? Because we have an application layer, and this application layer makes the data formatted in a way that we can understand. But when you send the data in your browser, and in order to make this data pass through the cable, it needs to be translated to 0 and 1. So this would be the role of another layer called the presentation layer. The goal of presentation layer is to encrypt and decrypt the data, convert the text or image to binary data or binary format. And after then, session layer or presentation layer moves the traffic to what is called a session layer. The goal of session layer is very simple. Assuming that you have like a browser like this, okay? And in this browser, you have multiple tabs. So in first tab here, I will open LinkedIn. And in second tab here, I will open, for example, Facebook. So what will make the updates or messages that I send to Facebook to refresh the page come back in this tab and don't come back in the tab that is related to LinkedIn website. This could be one of the responsibilities of the session layer. Session layer make like session management to identify who requested the traffic and track back the response to make this traffic appear again on the same tab. This is like an easy explanation for what the session layer is. Clear? Okay, after then, the traffic which has been converted to binary format will move to a layer called a transport layer. What do we understand from the word transport? What do we mean by transport in general English, by the way? That's right. Consider it like a container, and this container will have the data stacked inside it. So we have a lot of types, a lot of types of data that can we share over internet, including images, videos, and so on, right? So what is the size of video that you usually deal with when you record a video using your camera for 5 minutes? How long this video can be if we are doing like high definition video resolution? It could exceed 100 megabyte, I believe, right? Something around this. Okay. So can we send the 100 megabyte in a single message, or we need to separate it? The logic says that we should separate these files, and the separation has a lot of objectives. First, because of the IP packet or the container cannot absorb more than 100 and 1500 bytes. This is one of the reasons. Second, the more I can segregate or segment the data and cut it into pieces, if there were a kind of network interruption, I can request I can request the one who send the data to me. Sorry, the transport header can absorb maximum of 1,500 bytes of data, and that's like 1/1000 from the 100 megabit, I believe. Can you get this? Another reason for that I wanted to segment or separate the data to parts, that in case some interruption in network happened during the transferring this data, I could lose a small portion of data, which could be couple of this size, which can allow me after receiving all data to check if I received all data in complete form or not. If not, I will request to resend the data again, or send the small portion that I lost, not the total 100 megabytes. That's right, because in transport we have what is called the TCP protocol and UDP protocol, if you are familiar with these two terms. Essentially, TCP and UDP are the transport layer protocols that are responsible in segmenting or cutting the data to pieces and marking each piece of data, so the other side which will receive the data will check if it received the full size or the full content of the data or not. We are talking about the process of sending data. Are you keeping up with me till now? Okay, so then we move to the next important step, which is I need to send the data from my device to Google device or Google or YouTube. How can I reach Google or YouTube or any website that I want to reach? How could I reach it? I should know what is the address, right? IP address. That's right. So in this case, I need the IP address because in network layer, I simulate as I am sending a postal email. So I need to add my source address and I need to add the destination address that I want to reach. Okay. So in network layer, we can find protocols such as IP, IPv6 are working in this layer. Got it? And after then, the data will be moved to the data link layer. And data link layer means that data will be exited from the interface and it will go to a switch. Unfortunately, the switch cannot read this message. So it will not be able to identify who is sending the data and who is receiving this data because he cannot understand IP address at all. He does not have the capability to check the message that is being sent from source to another destination and read this data to check what is the IP address of this data. Make sense? So that's mean for whatever data can be go to the data link layer, the IP header will be useless because the IP header is not understandable by the switch. So assuming that I have a switch and I have like 3 devices connected to this switch. Okay, so I have device 1 and 2 and 3. So if we are sending data from 1 to 2 and we encapsulating this data inside a packet include source IP address of 1 and destination IP address of 2, when the switch receives this packet, he will not understand what are you sending me. I cannot read the source or destination. So based on what, I will forward the traffic to this one and I will not send it to this one. Based on what? As I cannot understand what do we mean by IP packet. Can you get my point here? Sure. If in communication, each line is sending data to the next line automatically. Okay, again, we are talking about this graph, or we are talking about the relation between network and data link layer? Okay, on my little diagram, I'm here asking you a simple question. I have three devices on the same switch. And assuming that device number one is trying to communicate with device number two. So how to tell the switch that I need to reach number two only, and please do not send the data to number three? Yeah, but why? But till now we didn't discuss what is the MAC address. The device is sending IP packet that includes source IP address and destination IP address only. And the switch does not have the capability to read such information. That's why we have another message when we send the data between devices that are on the same switch. This message is called the frame. And in the frame, we have another source IP address or source address and another destination address. But this time, this source and destination address are called the MAC addresses. And the MAC addresses is what can be read by the switch. So to make it more clear, in network communication, we start by sending the data. This data is being encapsulated inside TCP or UDP header, like the container. And then we attach to this TCP header IP packet include source IP address and destination IP address. But unfortunately, as we are connected through a switch, the switch will not be able to read this particular header. So we add another supporting header called the frame, and this frame include another source address, which is MAC address of the source, and destination address, which is MAC address of the destination. And then we send this data to the switch. The switch will use the source MAC address and destination MAC address to understand you want to talk with whom. So it will find that in the MAC address, the source MAC is my own MAC, right? And destination MAC address is the destination MAC address of device number two. In this case, when the switch receives this data, it will send this data only to number two, not number three. Make sense? For all of you, does it make sense? Okay, what could be impacted if the data that intended to be sent from 1 to 2 reached device number 3 as well? Yeah, and what aspect of CIA that could be impacted here? Confidentiality. So we have here interesting question, which is how device number 1 can know the MAC address of device number 2 in order to add the MAC address in the message or in this new message. How can device number 2 can know the MAC address of device number 1? IP address can be easy to be remembered, and end user can know the IP address without no problem. When we talk about a certain server, we only need to know what is the IP address of the server. We don't memorize the MAC address of the server, right? The printer and so on. So how can devices get the MAC address of each others in easy way to allow communication to done as I mentioned? This is the role of a protocol called Address Resolution Protocol, or ARP protocol. So whenever device number 1 need to communicate to device number 2, he will do all of this activity until it reaches to layer 2. In layer 2, he understands that he need to take the data, these data, which include all of the above data, and insert it in a new message called the layer 2 frame. Okay? But the data of layer 2 frame is not complete. I know only my own MAC address as a sender. I need to know the destination MAC address of the one who will receive this traffic. Okay? So in this case, the sender device will send an ARP message. This ARP message simply asks, whoever have IP address 2, please respond to me by your own MAC address so I can send the data to you. This is the foundation of what is ARP. ARP is a protocol, and what do we mean by a protocol is a series of messages that are programmed in a specific way to accomplish a specific task. Okay? So in ARP, the sender device will send like a message to the whole network, asking the network and say, whoever has IP address or whoever has the IP address of 2, please respond to me by your MAC address because I want to send you a data. So when the device who have the requested IP address found or receives this message, it will reply by his own MAC address. Then the sender device will complete the frame and will send the data to switch. The switch will find the destination MAC address and will say, yes, I know how I can connect you with the required MAC address. Go to this port and you will reach the end device at the end. More clear? I want to make sure that all of other attendants are understanding it as well, because understanding OSI model is really a must-to-have skill for anybody who works in IT in general, not only security, by the way. Okay, so after creating the data link layer or creating frame, the data is moved to physical layer. And in physical layer, we send the data over the physical cable, whether it was wireless or wired cable or fiber optics cable. So in each layer, we can find set of protocols that are used in this layer. For example, when we talk about DNS, HTTP, SSH, all of it are application layer applications. When we hear the term TCP or UDP, all of this is a transport header application. When we hear the term network IP4, IP version 6, it is layer 3. When we talk about ARP or MAC address, we are talking about layer 2. And even for network devices, we found that cables are called the layer 1 equipment, while switches are called the layer 2 devices. Routers, firewalls are called layer 3 devices. So you may hear the term of layer 3 device, layer 2. Now you understand what do we mean by layers. So layer 2 is another term to describe data link layers that can only understand the MAC address and they make the forwarding decision based on the frame. What do I mean by forwarding decision? Forwarding the traffic from source to destination. The switch rely on the MAC address, source, and destination to make the forwarding decision. While the router is layer 3 because it makes the forwarding decision based on IP address, either version 4 or version 6. Fine? So when the other device receives the traffic, it will do the opposite. So it will receive the traffic from data link, it will remove the packet header, will open the message, will reconstruct the segments or data, then it will send it to session layer. Session layer will understand that this application is coming to my web browser, so it will transfer or convert the binary data to another readable data, and then this data will appear in like human readable format on the application layer. Okay. Okay, so again, what is the purpose of the ARP protocol? Yeah, excellent. And this is the excellent explanation. ARP is protocol that help in mapping MAC address to IP address. Okay, in automatic way. Do you would like to see how ARP messages could looks like? Yeah. Okay. So we have an application called Wireshark, and this application is used by network people, but uh, anybody should understand how to deal with Wireshark because it is very useful application. Because it can allow you to do a high level of troubleshooting or high detailed troubleshooting for network traffic. So what you are currently seeing now on the screen is all packets or all messages that either leave or enter my own machine. Okay, so what you are see here right now is source. We mean here source IP address. Destination, these columns. It means that it is the destination addresses that I am trying to reach. Protocol, here I am using UDP as you can see. Length, which indicates the length or the size of the message. You will not find a message that exceeds the 1500 bytes of data. Destination ports, which means which port that I am trying to reach. Remember yesterday when I was talking about port 443 and 445, and I was telling you that maybe not you, but maybe the other group. However, ports are something that differentiate what are the applications that I'm trying to deal with. For example, if I'm talking about web browsing usually use port 443. So whenever I use Wireshark and write a filter such as this one, TCP dot port, and you are not requested to memorize any of this. I'm just explaining to you what Wireshark is. So I will write TCP port double equal. The device, my device is hanging somehow. I don't know why. So TCP dot port double equal, not double equal, equal 443. So when I do something like this, it will show me the traffic or the packets that I sent or received from a website. Why? Because I did a filtration based on TCP port 443. So it will show me only the traffic that was related to opening a website or when I go to website, so the traffic will be from my own machine, for example, to the website machine. So, or the website port. So here I was trying to open a website hosted on this IP address, and the traffic sourced from this port on my device to port 443 on this website. Can you get it? So Wireshark also can help me to identify ARP messages that my device is sending or receiving. So I will write here ARP and I will hit enter. Here will be, or here it can appear all ARP messages that my device sent or received since I started the capture using Wireshark. So all what you have now here on the screen is the ARP messages that my device sent or received. So for example, can you read this part here? Yeah, it is simply this way. But in info section in Wireshark, they try to translate you what is the objective. Who has X, tell Y. Okay? But in case you need to see how it looks like in reality, it will looks like this. First, we have Ethernet frame. And this Ethernet frame includes source MAC and destination MAC address. And inside this frame, we have the actual ARP message. which say that I am MAC address of 85 or 58. I have the IP address of 254. I want to know to reach target IP address 105, but the target MAC address is not known or unknown. So whenever please you receive this message, the one who has this IP address, reply to me. You will find the next message is identical, but this time instead of all zeros MAC address, you will find the MAC address written in the screen or written in the field. And the info about this message is who has the second message is a reply for indicating IP address 105 is at this MAC address. The PC or the device that asked for the MAC address, when it receives this message, it will start in generating actual data. Let me give you an example. For me or in my device, I will try to do a ping. Of course, all of us know what the ping is, right? Ping is a network testing tool, a utility that I can do a ping and write like, I will try to write an IP address that is not existing in my home network. So I will try to ping 192.168.1.60 and then I click enter. As you can see here, my device will start to send ARP messages requesting whoever has IP address of 60, please reply to me. But as you can see, as there is no one has this IP address in this network, there will be no reply to this specific message. And as a result, I will get ping failed or destination host unreachable. Okay. So assuming now I am pinging to another IP address, so but I just need to do like r-a to check what are the different machines inside my network. I'm not sure. In reality, I'm not sure who is in my network right now from devices, smart devices, and so on. So I cannot memorize a specific IP address. However, the ARP message, the request should be answered before I can send the data back. So why all of this huge introduction and why we need to understand the ARP? Because in man-in-the-middle attack, the redirection utilize a vulnerability in ARP protocol. In man-in-the-middle attack, we will have two parties in the connection or on the network trying to communicate with each other normally. When this one asks for the MAC address of the second one will reply with its own MAC address. No problem. And I will understand that in order to reach this site, I need to send the data to this specific MAC address. But I will have a malicious actor in my network. And in order to make man-in-the-middle attack, you need to have a physical access to the victim network, by the way. So this malicious actor will use a tool that we are going to see just after a couple of minutes. And this tool will tell you that whoever asks for the IP address of X, the MAC address of X is on my device, not on X device. Whoever is asking about the MAC address of Y, the MAC address of Y is on my device, not on Y device. So what happened here is we got a manipulation with the ARP data or ARP information inside this network. So from the perspective of the switch that is mediating between these two devices, whenever someone asks him to reach X, he will find a new information tells that in order to reach X, go through this port. And in order to reach Y, go through this port as well. The only one from these three parts who know who is actually Y and who is actually X is the hacker only. He is receiving the data that are transferred between X and Y. He can open Wireshark on his own device. And in case these data are transferred in clear text form, he will be able to read this data and capture or extract good information from it. You got this? So as you understand now, ARP protocol provide mapping, and the man-in-the-middle attack, one of the techniques that can make it works is to play with the ARP information. And that's what we are going to see right now. And what could be the impact of ARB of man in the middle? Actually, a lot. We can affect the confidentiality, of course, because data will be received by someone who is not authorized to receive it, right? Second one, for the impact of our man in the middle, is integrity related issue, because we will have to in other words, we will have to, or the hackers that can receive the data could play with this data and modify any part in this data. Like when I was telling you yesterday an example for someone who can be able to, let's say, capture the data of financial transaction, and after then he can modify the sender or the destination account and send the data to another one. We can also affect the availability, because if the hacker or if the one who intercepted the communication does not respond back by this communication or forwarded the traffic between these two parties will not be able to communicate or reach each other. So man-in-the-middle attack actually is one of the attacks that affect all aspects of the CIA. But remember, in order to make man-in-the-middle attack worse, man-in-the-middle attack need to have users with the or victim or the hacker and targets are together inside the same network. So that's why we could have in our business requirements to separate guest network or meeting room network from the staff network, for example. We have a requirement to have all inactive ports logged or placed in unused VLAN, or any device that should access our network should be subject to a certain checks to ensure that this device has Windows system joined to our domain and have the recent antivirus version updated. Is that correct? So we have a lot of techniques to prevent against man-in-the-middle attack, but it's still a widely used attack. So let's try how man-in-the-middle attack in reality works. If you can remember yesterday, I was discussing with you what do we mean by the virtual machines and how we can use VMware Workstation, for example, to create virtual labs and practice on these labs to study and to understand how actual attacks or actual cyber attacks can be conducted. And one of the examples of the attacks that we are trying to discuss now is man-in-the-middle attack. So our lab includes the following. On my workstation machine or on my virtual machine, I have 3 machines which are 3 different operating systems. The first one is a Windows machine, Windows 10 as you can see, and this machine is for or simulating a user inside the network. Normal user that is trying to deal or do his job inside the organization. The second machine is a web server, and it is like a machine that has like an application. It is based on Linux, but when I log into this machine and check the IP address of this machine, I will find that the IP address is 192.168.127.128. So from Windows 10 machine, I will open my browser here to make sure that Windows 10 machine is able to open the web browser. So remember, I'm just describing to you how the infrastructure that we are working on looks like. So from Windows 10 machine, I will try to open 192.168.127. I believe last IP address was 1128. Then I will hit enter. So as you can see here, this device or this PC is able to reach a web application. This application could be a financial application, business application, whatever. But at the end, this user that are on Windows 10 machine, which can be this machine, is able to reach the website hosted on the other machine inside the same network. Now we will have a third factor in our network, which is the hacker. The hacker is using a special Linux system called the Kali Linux, And this Linux can be downloaded from the internet and include a lot of tools that can help you in studying security and doing cyber attacks by yourself for learning purpose. So if your laptop has good gears, or you have a desktop that has that have enough quality or enough quantity of RAM, you can download Workstation. It is a licensed product, by the way, so you need to purchase a license. However, you can find free-to-use applications such Oracle VirtualBox, which will give you the same capability, by the way, and you can start to build your own lab. So on Kali machine, we may use Kali machine. And as I mentioned, Kali machine also should have network connectivity with these two devices inside the same network. So we tested that host A can reach with host B, right? Both of them can communicate with each other, right? Because I tried from the Windows 10 machine to open web application hosted on this machine, and it opened with me. Am I correct? I need to ensure that Kali machine is also able to reach both the web server and the Windows 7 machine, because the most important aspect is to ensure that devices can reach each other. So, don't know what is happening on my device. 127, 128. So I can reach the web server because the ping is working. And the most important thing, I need to know the IP address of this machine as well. So I will open the CMD. And I will write ipconfig command. So the IP address is 155. So I will also try to, if I can reach 155, and it will work. So the next is, when we look to the Windows 10 machine, if we hit the command arp-a, we will find that Windows 10 machine can see the web server. MAC address end with what? Can you record this MAC address or last 4 digits? 7370. Which means from layer 2 perspective, the MAC address mapped to this IP address should end with these values. What we are going to do next is, using our Kali machine, we will run a tool called ethercap-g, and this tool is specialized in making a man-in-the-middle attack. So I will start my tool, and in order to start this tool, I need to give admin privilege. And by the way, if you are not familiar with what I'm writing on the screen, this is not a magic. In reality, man-in-the-middle attack scenarios is very easy to be conducted. Anyone can conduct a man-in-the-middle attack in case he had enough time. I can give you resources, give you walkthrough guide, and you will do it by yourself in matter of hours. First time, but second time you can make it in minutes. So don't assume that what I'm doing here is hard, but in reality, it may be a new thing to you. That's why it is not maybe looks complicated. However, the most important aspect in what I am discussing is not how to do the attack by yourself, but to understand what was the reason of attack to happen from the first place. If you understood what is the ARP, what is the OSI model, what is the relation between IP and MAC address, you are in a good stage. But I'm just here trying to express to you how significant this attack could be. Okay? So I will start my ethercap tool. And now I will do a scanning for the network. And after the scan, I found that I had this list of users or IP address inside the same network. All of these hosts are virtualized hosts on my laptop. So it seems like I have a lab that I can play with and test whatever I want. I need to do the man-in-the-middle attack between the Windows 10 machine, which ends with 155, and the Linux machine, which is the web server 128. So I will add it to target 1 and add the second host to target number 2. And then I will start clicking here to do ARP poisoning. And ARP poisoning will make the poison or spoofing of ARP information for Windows 10 machine and Metasploit. Now, when I check the ARP information on Windows machine, I will find that IP address or MAC address of web server is no more linked with this value. It is now linked with this value, which is actually the MAC address of the Kali Linux machine. If I opened a new tab and wrote here fconfig, I will find that the MAC address of the Kali machine is ending by 55. Can you see this? So from the perspective of these two devices inside the network, I am now host A, no host B exists on this device, and host B, no host A exists only on this device. To make sure host B understands the same, from the Kali or the server Linux machine, I will write the command arb, and it will load arb information. So I can see right now that arb information of 155 is linked by MAC address end by 9855. So it is essentially the same. So from Kali machine, I can simply open a new tab. And do you remember Wireshark, which I used on my own machine to show you the ARB messages? I will run it also from Kali machine. So I will make a sudo Wireshark. I will insert the password. And when the Wireshark got started, I will request to start the sniffing or start the traffic capturing. And after then, I will go to the Windows 10 machine and I will try to open the web browser and try to open the web server. So as you can see, Wireshark started to capture many traffic. However, I will go to Windows 10 machine. I will open the browser. I will refresh the page. The browser will be refreshed, and then I will enter the word admin, and the password is test capital in capital form, and then I will click enter. Then I will go to the Kali Linux machine and I will do a filter that call IP address. I need to capture only or filter on data that was between 126, 129, 128, 192, 168, 127, 155, and in case I need to capture the data that was between these two devices only, IP address 192.127.128. Then I will click enter. As you can see here, all traffic that should be between 128 and 155 is now visible from the Kali Linux machine. I can simply click on any one of these messages and select follow TCP stream. And after then, I can search inside this stream for the word username. So I will find that there is a username mentioned multiple times. And at the end of the text, I will find that there was a username that was requested by the customer or requested from the system user. And after then, the system users entered the username and they entered the password, and which was test. And this data can be visible, and the hacker can capture it using Wireshark. Clear? So how to mitigate from Wireshark? In fact, a lot. Network security team, not from Wireshark, sorry. How to mitigate against man-in-the-middle based on ARP poisoning? We have a lot of techniques which we will discuss, but network security team is the team that is concerned to deploy security controls that can protect against such attacks by implementing port security, by implementing network access control server. A lot of techniques actually is being used nowadays in the organizations to limit the possibility for successful attack such as this one. So here I'm describing the concept of man-in-the-middle attack. In case you need to take like a screenshot, I'm describing step by step. So first, I try to access B on port 80 to ensure they can reach each other. I here classify that switch can understand the MAC address only. We will do ARP spoofing, and A will know that MAC at C and the B MAC will be at C. Hacker need to make a special configuration. I am specifying some other additional configuration that are not illustrated in the lab. However, the goal of this lab is not to teach you how to do man-in-the-middle again. We are just trying to understand how significant the impact can be of the middle attack and cyber attacks in general. So man in the middle attack is not only based on ARP spoofing, but it can be also based on IP spoofing or in DNS spoofing, which means I do not need to have a physical access always to the network to do man in the middle attack. But all of us know what is the DNS, right? What is the DNS? Yeah, it is like a way that we can use in order to, let's say, in order to map or translate username or IP address to, let's say, host address, such as I cannot remember the IP address of Google, but I can remember and memorize the host name of Google. So whenever I write google.com, my device will go and ask a server called the DNS server, and DNS server will tell me that what is the IP address related to the host name of Google. Then I can communicate with this IP address. Remember, based on our understanding into OSI model, in IP packet, we enter source IP and destination IP, not source IP and destination host name. So at the end, I need to translate the host name to an IP address. And the directory that can help me in do such a translation will be something or a server in the network called DNS server. Clear? So hackers can simply manipulate the DNS records by either attacking the DNS server, and instead of writing the google.com or Gmail is mapped with a specific IP, they could map this IP address to another malicious IP address. So you, from your website or from your perspective, you will think that you are contacting the real Google site. But in reality, and due to that DNS server was compromised and it replied to you with an invalid IP address or a manipulated IP address, you will be contacting a different Google website or a different website that looks like your banking website, but in fact, it is not. And such attack can also help in making another scenario of the man in the middle attack, but this time based on playing of what? DNS. Got it? So that's why security of DNS is very important as well. When we talk about hardening antivirus, making security, hardening of devices, all of this stuff, when we talk about security, the people of IT infrastructure who are responsible about managing the DNS server need to be aware about such attacks to understand what could be the different security controls that can be implemented from their side. And by the way, not always the changes are done on the DNS server. We all know about what the host file is, right? On Windows system. Host file. Anybody? Host file. Can anybody recall what does it mean? Okay, so simply host file should be located in your C drive in your system 32. I believe in Windows I have a lot of data on C, so inside the system 32, and then you will go to the, I believe, etc or drivers, However, we can Google where the host file is, but it is in drivers, etc. And then we will find a file called the host file. We will open it using Notepad++, for example. So in host file, it will looks like this, and you can open the host file. And for example, I am able, so I cannot edit this file, by the way. So I need to open CMD as administrator and open the Notepad+. And then from Notepad+, I need to open the location of the host file. So I believe it will be in C again, Windows 32, System 30, Windows 32, System 32, driver, and then etc, and then host file. I need to select all file. So this what looks host file looks like. So I can simply go here and write that 127.0.0.1 is equal to www.facebook.com. Before saving this host file from my own device, I am able to open Facebook with no problem or with no issue. But now, when I go and save this host file to my device and go again and try to open Facebook another time, of course, I need to do kind of flushing for DNS records. So to remove the old mapping of Facebook. But I will try to do something, which is I will try to open a new private browser from Firefox. So I opened another web browser, and I will try to open Facebook from this browser. I believe I need to do a flush for DNS records, but I'm not sure if I do so, that could result in disconnection. So in order to flush DNS, ipconfig flush DNS. I'm not sure if I did this command, it will result in disconnection of Zoom. I'm not sure about this, but I will try to do this. In case we got disconnected, they will come back again. So now I did a flush for DNS records. So now I will try to open Facebook once again. It is opening, it's still opening. So I don't know what could be the reason. But what I'm trying to illustrate here is, or what I'm trying to express here is that host file provide, like, let's say, a way to input, like, translate information between name and IP address without asking the DNS server. Can you get my point here? Yeah, I believe so. I believe that's why it didn't work it. So just second, please, just second. minutes break. I believe we can take our first break now. I can retest this scenario again. Fine. Okay, so see you after 15 minutes. We were discussing the concept of different kind of spoofing or the man-in-the-middle attack in general, and the overall outcome that I need to conclude here is we cannot only do the ARP spoofing or man-in-the-middle based on ARP spoofing, but also we can use IP spoofing and we can DNS spoofing. And DNS spoofing can be happened through an attack called DNS poisoning. And the DNS poisoning attack, the malware or the hacker may be able to compromise a DNS server or modify the user host file. And after modifying the user host file, he can go to this file and start to modifying or making like a fake record for a certain website. So assuming now I need to block my PC to access Facebook, for example, so I would update my host file to include value of invalid IP address or localhost IP address mapped to this host name. So I will try to save this file. I'm not sure if it's going to be saved as a normal file or not. So I will select this file and then I will click save. It is a read only, so I believe the problem here is that I need to open the Notepad++ as administrator. So I will open CMD once again. I will open CMD, right click and select run as administrator. And I will select Notepad application, and then I will select open. And then I will add this record, then I will save the file. So anyway, I will try to, let's say, modify this file name and add number 1. I will do a continue. And I will change this file name to, instead of being text, it will be like host only. So this is another way for modifying host file in case it deny or does not accept me to add data. And at the end, when I open this file once again, I will find that I have in this file a record for facebook.com. So I will try to do a flush DNS once again to clear DNS information that my device has learned about Facebook, for example. Then I will open my browser once again and will try to open Facebook website. It is opening, and I really don't know why it doesn't work. So maybe I want to test it on a virtual machine, or maybe I had something wrong in my host file. I'm not sure about this. But at the end, the threat actor may be able to manipulate the host file, and instead of mapping to the banking website, he may use your host file or use a special malware, and this malware may have the possibility to modify the host file. I will try to ping on Facebook. As you can see here now, when I do ping on Facebook, it is mapped to this IP address. Can you see this? Which is the IP address that I added to my host file. However, I'm still, when I try to open Facebook from my browser, to be particularly www.facebook.com. Now it is not working. As you can see, when I try to open Facebook this time, it will tell me that there is an issue in website or in this website. It might be due a certificate issue, but at the end, now the host file update has been changed and nobody on this device would be able to reach Facebook because I modified the host file. So host file provides the same function of the DNS in regard to mapping host name to IP address, but it will be a significant to the local machine only. Also, regarding spoofing based on the IP address, could you give me an example for how I can do man in the middle based on IP spoofing? It is one of the easiest techniques, by the way, to do man in the middle based on IP spoofing. So, to explain it, in each network, we have clients. Is that correct? Users to this network, right? And we have a switch. And we have internet service that we need to reach. What is connecting users to the internet? Gateway, router, right? So as a hacker, I can attach myself to this switch. I can create a virtual DHCP server on my laptop, and this DHCP server will distribute wrong IP addressing information. So part of the IP information that clients of the network receive it from the actual network router, they receive value indicating what is the default gateway. In case they need to reach any service over the internet, they will need to communicate with what? With the gateway. Correct? By having hacker who run his own DHCP server on the machine or on Kali Linux machine, he will distribute new schema of IP addresses, including wrong default gateway. This default gateway will not be the actual gateway for the network, but could be the IP address of the hacker himself or herself. As a result, and without doing man-in-the-middle attack based on ARP cache poisoning, the information or all parts inside the network that need to go to the internet know that the gateway is at the hacker machine, not on the actual router. The only one on the network that know what is the actual gateway is the hacker himself. So whenever he receives traffic from users inside the network, he can inspect it first, extract valuable information, and then it will forward back the data to the actual gateway so users can access the internet. Clear? Yeah. Back maybe to 15 years ago or something like this, we got an application called Netcut. I don't know if you are familiar with Netcut or not. Okay, in my situation, back to 2005, the speed of internet was like 256 kilobit per second, which is very low speed. It is like, right now, it is like maybe 1 on 10 of my current speed. I have like 25 megabit per second speed right now. So to share this speed on multiple hosts inside the network, such as my device, my brother, my sister, and all of this stuff, it was very hard to deal with this low amount of bandwidth. So we were installing a malicious software called Netcut, and this Netcut use the ARP poisoning and deceive or spoof the ARP information for gateway to all users inside the network. As a result, nobody from the network will be able to reach the network gateway, but only the one who run the Netcut on his device will know the actual IP MAC address of the gateway. So only the one who use the Netcut will be able to reach the gateway, but other users will have no access to the internet. That's why the application called the Netcut. It was an application that allow you to cut the internet out from all users inside the network, but not for spoofing their data or spamming or something like this, but only to take the speed of the internet all for yourself. And again, it was relying on the idea of the ARP and how to manipulate the ARP. Clear? So here I'm just giving you like a quick introduction about what is the Wireshark and how we can use Wireshark. I believe I discussed with you what does all of these elements mean. However, you are not required to understand a lot about this tool. But if you would like to get more information about it, you may see a lot of tutorials that are discussing how Wireshark work and how to do packet analysis using Wireshark. And if you can remember when I was discussing with you the elements of OSI model, I said application, I said session or transport session, then transport, then IP header, then layer 2 header, right? So that is the layer 2, that is the layer 3, that is the layer 4, and actually this is the data, which is the upper layer, which include data, application, and session and the presentation layer as well. So you can, even from Wireshark output, you can analyze each layer of the OSI model, which can help you in gain more understanding about how man in the middle or how OSI model really work. Okay. So how to protect against the man in the middle attack using managed switches. Switches such as Cisco, such as HP, all of these switches have a capability called ARP inspection. And the ARP inspection is a kind of control that help or prevent ARP spoofing from occurring. So whenever someone in the network send a message claiming that in case you need to reach A, come to my device, and in case you need to reach B, come to my device as well, the switch, if it has the capability of ARP inspection, he will prevent such attack because he will understand that this device, for example, has IP address of 192.168.1.1. So in case anybody in the network asked for an ARP information about IP address 1.2, this device should not respond to this request. The switch will be intelligent enough and has additional layer of protection to make it understand the IP address. So it is like an advanced switch, but at the end it is still a switch. But when you apply this feature or activate it, the switch will inspect what is your IP address. So why do you respond to the ARP request for a different IP address? You are probably making a man in the middle attack or trying to spoof the ARP. So the request will be rejected. Also, regarding when I was discussing with you that man in the middle or spoofing can be done based on IP, right? Such when someone gave a device that act as a DHCP server and start to distribute wrong data, fake gateway IP address. You remember this? So some of switches also has controls to detect if someone is trying to distribute IP addresses in an unauthorized way. So we have also some controls that it's called the network access control that do kind of security check to devices, such as Cisco ICE. Aruba has a kind of network security control that do a posture assessment, which means before gaining access to the network, the user or the device need to be checked if it is joined to the company domain, does it have antivirus updated, and all of this stuff. End user awareness for the users to encourage them to not use public internet in cafes or airports whenever possible. And if you were subject to man in the middle attack and the traffic between the website and the user was encrypted from the first place, no one will be able to read this data. For example, if we take the example of our lab, which was based on this scenario, which include like Windows 10 machine that was trying to communicate with a web server. The connection between the Windows 10 machine and the web server was based on HTTP protocol. You remember when I was discussing difference between HTTP and HTTPS? So the connection actually between this client and this website was based on HTTP protocol. That's why when I used the Wireshark on my Kali Linux machine, I was able to read the actual data that was being transferred between this client and this server. But if I am using secure protocol, I will not be able to read this data. So avoid to use any HTTP whenever possible. Use HTTPS instead. Avoid using SSL version 3, replace or use TLS. And even TLS versions include TLS 1 and 2, which are bad. And currently we have 1.2 and 1.3, which are good. Telnet is another kind of protocol that can be used to manage Linux system. And are you familiar with what is Telnet and what is SSH? Okay, so to give an example here, this is a Linux system, right? How can I manage a server that is running using Linux system? How can I manage it? By logging to the server itself and attach a keyboard and the screen, right? But this is a good option for management, or I should have a kind of utility that allow me to do a remote management while I am staying at the office instead of going to data center. So is it a good option? No, because it is better to have a utility, a tool, such as, for example, tools such as this one, POTI, which allow me to enter the IP address of the server that I need to connect to. Of course, if I have a network connection to it, and then I click enter, then I will get a warning message. I will click yes, and then it will ask me to do like login. So I will enter the username and password. And of course, this tool is tool used by system administrators, and we use it to access our servers to manage it remotely. So as you can see here now, I am from my own device using a terminal that allow me to log into the Linux system and manage it. This application is based on a protocol called Telnet. So Telnet protocol is a protocol that allow you to remotely manage terminals or command line interface system. When you manage router or switch, you can use a tool such as POTI. And you can select when you are doing the connection to either use protocol such as secure socket shell or to use protocol called Telnet. And both of these protocols will do the same task. It will allow you to remotely manage your Linux system. But what is the difference between both of them? The difference is essentially Telnet is a clear text protocol, which means any data that you will send to the server. Now I'm using Telnet, and I will open Wireshark. In Telnet is a clear text protocol, which means it is not encrypted protocol. So any data that you will send to the server using the Telnet protocol will be captured or can be inspected, or can be, in other term, can be captured by users or by hackers and so on. Yeah, Telnet is still an option. I am just trying to check which, because I have a lot of interfaces on my device. So I'm just trying to show you that what happens when I use protocol such as Telnet. So now I am capturing the traffic using Wireshark. and I will initiate a telnet connection to the Linux machine. So the option exists because we may have some applications or system that are not compatible with the SSH yet. Okay, so the option is in place as long as you are taking measures to ensure that connection between you and the device using telnet will be secure. Okay, but in some cases and in some Cisco devices, telnet could be the default management protocol. And you need, as part of the hardening of the system, to disable weak protocol and enable a protocol such as SSH. Got it? So anyway, here on this terminal, I will try to log in using telnet. Then in Wireshark, I could filter on the application called telnet. By the way, telnet as an application, it uses TCP port equal 23. That's why it is beneficial to understand what are the different type of ports. Because I can in Wireshark either write the word telnet or write the word TCP port equal 23. Essentially, both will give me the same result because at the end, I will be able to detect or filter on the traffic of telnet protocol. So now if I did like follow for TCP stream, I will see like what was happening during this session in clear text format because I am using protocol of what? Telnet. I can see the username and I also can see the password. Fine. Unlike using SSH. In SSH, we already has like SSH session in place, so I can filter on SSH. And when I do follow TCP stream the same way that I did with Telnet, I will find unreadable data as you can see here. Because the traffic is what? Is encrypted. Fine. We could also have another protocol called the FTP, and it is related to file transfer. So it is a clear text protocol, while the secure one of it is the secure file transfer protocol. We can also hear about the term SMTP, which is related to email configuration. But this is clear text, and the secure one is the SMTP secure. But although SMTP is not secure, but we found a lot of Exchange implementations are based on SMTP, not SMTPS. That could be related to backward compatibility with the email client, software issue, unaware from administrators themselves, no security requirements has been introduced or has been considered during the design and the implementation, all of this stuff. In wireless as well, or in wireless communication, we may hear about WBA, WBS, or WEB, or WBA2. When you configure a wireless network, you usually find one of these words exist, and you can select which security protocol or which encryption mechanism that you can use. Now we should use only WBA2 because WEB, WBS, and WBA1 are all crackable tools or crackable algorithms. If your Wi-Fi network is based on WEB, your Wi-Fi network can be cracked in less than few hours. If your wireless network is based on WBS, your Wi-Fi network can be cracked in seconds. I'm not kidding here. That's why in Windows 10, for example, and in modern network and telephones such as iPhones, Android, and so on, we will find that the support for web and WBS is already removed. While WBA is more secure, however, it is subject to be attacked and subject to be cracked as well. And currently, the most secure Wi-Fi type is WBA2. Okay? And of course, everything of all of this is subject to change by the time, which means now we consider TLS 1.2 is good. However, maybe next year, TLS 1.2 will be proved as a weak protocol and we should use TLS 1.3 only. So part of security objectives is to keep up with such data to understand what is recent or what is new practices or good practices that should be followed. Fine. So we have also some kind of cyber attacks, but these type of attacks could be related to websites such as cross-site scripting and SQL injection. And we will have two labs that describing how SQL injection and cross-site scripting works. But I believe this could be in tomorrow or in the fourth day when we will start discussing web application attacks. So we will have some interesting labs in these two parts. So leave it to tomorrow or next day. So we'll keep it. But I believe yesterday we got like a quick introduction about what is the SQL injection. It is an attack that targeting SQL database that allow hacker to exfiltrate data from databases. And for cross-site scripting, I can use it to steal the cookie file from the browser. Can you remember this part? Yes? Yeah. So we will do a lab for cross-site scripting and for SQL injection to see how significant such these attacks can be happen. Okay. So cyber attacks in general start by a phase called the discovery or reconnaissance. And during the discovery, we try to understand the footprint of a particular system. And then we start to prepare our malware or exploit. And then we search or look for a way to deliver this exploit to the target system. And then we exploit the system. By exploiting the system, we will install our malware, backdoor, spyware, and after then we can command and control this device remotely and do whatever what we need to do with this device by asking or instructing this device to participate in denial of service attack or exfiltrate data from the hacked system. So what you are currently see here on the screen is like the cycle of the full attack, how actual cyber attacks can start and what are the different stages or the different phases of actual cyber attack. Any cyber attack should start with a phase called recon phase. And in recon phase, we are discovering the target system to check if this system has a Windows system, Linux, what are kind of software or applications that are running on this system. And we then check if one of these applications has a vulnerability. Yesterday, we saw how to get information about vulnerability. We, I believe, opened a website called Exploit Database or Exploit DB, and I showed you in Exploit DB that you can download the malware or exploit code that can exploit a specific vulnerability. Okay, so let's see together an example for a full attack cycle. We will start by scanning a device. After then, we will check what is the current systems or operating applications that are running on this device, how to get the exploit, how to deliver this exploit, and how exploit work, and what you are expecting to see after exploit went to successful. So in our lab, we will use the same machines that we were talking with or that we were dealing with during our man in the middle attack. But before starting our lab, I will just go to the Kali machine and I will disable the spoofing or will disable the man in the middle attack to ensure that ARB information will be stored correctly. So I will run ARB here, ARB command, to see how this device know about the rest of the network. Of course, he doesn't know anything about Kali machine right now. So assuming that I am a hacker inside a network and I need to start or do a kind of penetration to penetrate this web server or this web application. So the first phase, as I mentioned, would be to do a scan. So hackers first will start to scan the network, to scan against what are the current application or systems that are inside the network. So I can run a command called nmap, and the nmap is a Linux tool, Linux-based tool that can do a scan for the network. to identify what are the running devices on this network. So instead of doing a ping to every IP address, we can do or use the Nmap tool. And by doing or using Nmap tool, the Nmap will start doing a kind of a scan to identify how many devices that we have inside our network. So we will leave it working for a couple of seconds and we will see the result. So usually Nmap scan can take some times depending on the resources, the network resources, and so on. But at the end of this scan, we are expecting to have a result such as I have like 3 or 4 live devices on this machine or in this network, and these devices are IP address 1 and 2 and 3. I will try to run the scan from another tab. So here in map scan finished, and as you can see, now we got the result. So we use the in-map scan without any switch or without any option to make the scan fastest as possible. And the result of this scan indicates that we have a device called 192.168.127.1. We have another device that is called 192.168.127.2. We have a third device that is end with 128. And this device looks interesting because we have a lot of services that are opened and running on this server. To make it clear to you, on this device we have port 21 is open, port 22, port 23, 25, 53, 80, 445 or 445, which means this device is working as a file share server. It can also work as HTTP server, a DNS server, SMTP server, Telnet SSH, and FTP, which means there are a lot of applications that are running and available to be accessed from outside this device, and this could give us opportunity to find a vulnerability in any one of these devices. So based on this scan, I identified how much devices that I have inside this network and what is the possible device that could be acting as a server inside this network. And in this case, this device will be this IP address. So I can do more in-depth in-map scan, but this time this scan will target this IP address only. So as you can see here on the other in-map scan, I will doing a kind of advanced scan that do a kind of enumeration to detect what is the running application on the devices or on servers inside this network. So when I did this scan on 192.168.127 and 128, I discovered that I have port 21 open, and this port has an application called VSFTPD version 2.3.4. Let me know if there is something not clear till now, or the process is not clear. So what I am currently in is first I do a general scan to identify the host exists in the network. The goal is to do a kind of footprinting, understand which one of these systems could be a potential server that I might be interested as a hacker to spend the time in trying to penetrate it. So based on the number of open ports, I could identify that this server may be a web server. maybe a database server. So when I penetrate it, I may cause a greater impact because I may exfiltrate sensitive data. So I can take this IP address after a while and do another scan, but this time this scan will be more advanced, and it will be a scan that is targeting to detect what are the running services and what are the applications that could be available to view, or in other words can be reached on this server. So this scan happened in the first tab, but instead of making this scan for a particular server only, I made it to all hosts inside the network as well. That's why the first scan took much time. So the advanced scan on this IP address show me that we have on port 21 service running called VSFTPD version 2.3.4. So I may take the name of this service and open the website that we discussed yesterday, which is called ExploitDB. And in ExploitDB, I could search for an exploit, and in search option, I could search for this name of application. As I can see right now, we have an exploit to this software version, and it helps us to create a backdoor or gain access to any server that is running this specific version. In order to use this backdoor, I need to download this exploit and move it to my Linux machine, and then run this exploit using Ruby tool, and after then I can use this exploit to exploit the machine. But instead of downloading and copying this data to Linux machine and all of this stuff, all what you have to do is using a framework called Metasploit. And the Metasploit is like an automation tool that help you to run or conduct attacks and automate the exploitation of system vulnerability. So when you open the Metasploit console by command msf console, you will leave few minutes for it in order to load. And after it is being loaded, instead of going to GitHub and search for the exploit, I will search for the software name on this utility itself. So I will do a kind of search for the same software name. So Metasploit will tell me that if it has like exploits for this particular software, which I can after then select to use it, and then I will define the IP address that have this or that has this version of software installed, and then I will launch the attack. So Metasploit essentially help you in the weaponization process and delivery process, as well as in exploit process. It helps you by giving you the payload required. Of course, if this application has like a signature or payload on Metasploit, it helps you to deliver this application or this payload, and it helps you as well to exploit this vulnerability. So back again to our lab, Metasploit is now running. So I will do a search for the application that was called VSFTPD. So I will write search VSFTPD and then enter. It will reply that I already have an exploit for Unix system for application called the VSFTPD 234 backdoor. I will copy this value and I will write use, then I will paste the name of the exploit. Now I will be redirected to the properties of this exploit. So I need to set some parameters first by doing the command set, and it will ask me to set the R host. And what do we mean by R host is the target IP address. So I will set the R host to be the IP address of the machine which we detected this running service on it. So I will write the set R host 192.168.127.128. Then I will write exploit and will click enter. What is happening right now is that my Linux Kali machine is delivering this exploit, and it already exploit this vulnerability, and now I have a command shell session opened, which means if I took this IP address and from my Kali machine, I tried to wrote SSH, and then I wrote this IP address, or let's say telnet. Then I pasted this IP address, and then I wrote the port, which is mentioned after. Then I will have an access to this server. To prove to you that I have access to this server, I will try to create a new file that's called Ahmed June 2022. When I go back to the Metasploit machine, which I had exploited, and when I do a command such as ls, so it seems that it doesn't work. So anyway, from this machine, I will write dir. So I have a lot of data, so I will write here. As you can see here, when I wrote the command dir, I found that there is a text or a folder called Ahmed is here, tech vortex, VM Linux. If I made another file such as make dir Ahmed June 2022, then I came back to the original server and made dir, I will find the directories that I created are here now on this server. So that's a proof that through Kali Metasploit, I was able to exploit this server and gain access to this server. Moreover, I can shut down this server by sending this command from Kali Linux, and as a result, the system itself will start to be powered down. Okay? So this is an explanation about how threat actors can scan a system to find a vulnerability. Of course, we have a lot of tools that can help us in detecting the system vulnerability, such as vulnerability assessment tools. Tools such as Nessus is like a vulnerability assessment tool that help you in more comprehensive check to check if your system has a kind of software vulnerabilities as well. In addition, of course, to Metasploit, in addition to Nmap, and all of this stuff. I hope that's clear so far. So here we have like a description for what we have conducted so far. So first we scan the network to identify juicy targets, which may have a lot of sensitive information or interesting information. We make a deeper level of scanning to identify running services. We identify possible vulnerabilities, and we search for exploit to trigger this vulnerability, and then we exploit and gain access. We check the privilege that we have so far, and we can after then do whatever we want on this target. Okay? Okay. That's about security controls. Security controls is the way to achieving the security and to achieve the or preserve confidentiality, integrity, and availability. And as we mentioned, controls can come in many forms, not only technical, but could be also physical. And the control cost need to be justified and need to be relevant to the assets that we are trying to protect. So security controls can avoid, can detect, and can minimize security risk to an asset. And the security controls can be something technical and non-technical, and we can classify security controls to many types. There are some types of security controls that can be used before the attack from being happened, such as controls such as security cameras, monitoring system. These type of controls are used to detect the attack. That's why it is categorized as controls that can be used before the attack. We have controls that can be used during the attack, such as the detective control as well. It can detect the attack while it is happening, and also it can prevent or limit the attack itself, which in this case could be a preventive. Controls also can be corrective or used after the attack, and the goal of corrective control is to limit the damage or recover, such as restoring backup after being subject to a ransomware attack. In this case, backup and recovery could be categorized as a corrective control. So controls are not only a technical, it can be also something related to administrative control, such as policies, procedures, can be also something physical. So in this slide, we will discuss what is the difference between policy, standard, procedures, and guideline. So could you give me an example, or what is your view for what do we mean by policy or standard? Policy document that we use in our organization or in our business? So policy is targeting the people to make them aware about their duty. Is that what we are trying to explain? Yeah, so that's right. Policy gave information about what is the preferred action or what is the good action. Standard provides a way for how to achieve this action. For example, in our policy, we could have a requirement that tells everyone should have a strong password. And this password should be changed in regular interval, every 90 days, every 30 days, whatever, right? But the statement inside the policy is too generic, which means we said we need a strong password, but we didn't provide the criteria of how strong password should look like. We said we need to change the password on regular interval. However, we didn't provide information about what do we mean by regular. Do you mean every month, every week, every year? So policy provide like a high level intention. It tells why we need to have a good security to achieve our objective. It identify what is required. But standard provide a way for to how to achieve what is required. So standard will is another document, and in some situations we can find the policy and the standard as the same document, but standard at the end will define to you what do we mean by strong password. Password should not be least or less than 8 characters, should include capital and small and special characters, numbers as well, should be changed every 90 days. You should have multi-factor authentication already in place. So standards are a tool that provide how to achieve policy requirements. On other hand, we have another document called the procedures. And procedures is like a detailed step-by-step guide for how to make a certain task, such as you has a policy that say password should be strong. You has a standard or you have a standard that tells you what is the required parameter in password that make it strong. For procedures, I create like a document guide to users instructing them for how to change their password in a step-by-step form. Okay? So why do may need to separate policy document and the standard document? And this is a strategic question. Why do we need to keep both of these documents isolated or different documents? Policy by its nature is a document that are not frequently changed. So every year I should review the policy, of course, to ensure that policy requirements are still relevant to my business requirements. Okay, but every year the type of secure protocols or type of required security standards may change. So I do only want every year to review the policy and reapprove it from management, but I don't need to edit inside the policy document. So that's why I create the standard document, and in the standard document I provide the required standard as it is from technical perspective. So policy could not be changed for 3 or 5 years, example, because it will include a generic term that will be relevant all the time, like policy should be strong. That's enough. But the standard could be reviewed every 6 months, every year, could be updated every year to map the technology challenges or the new security requirements. That's why we may differentiate or separate the policy and the standard document. Because if you got the standard inside the policy, your policy document will be subject to frequent change every year. Because if you can remember when I was differentiating between secure and insecure protocols, I said that everything is subject to change. Correct? So here is like what we talked about the policy and standards. So policy in general define overall responsibility and support. It should be approved by management, should be simple and easy to be understood. It should to have like a long-term statement such as policy must be strong, but we don't define what are the criteria that we can assess and measure based on it. Standard, on other hand, is a mid-level document and it is usually supported and created by information security department or security department because in most cases standards include security requirements. So standard tells you what are the criteria that we can based on it measure if the password is strong or not. So it can include some low-level details and it can be changed whenever a new need happens. Procedures, on other hand, is a low level and it is a detailed step-by-step guide and it explains to you how to do something in a manner that is consistent and a manner that help you in doing this task without any issue. Guidelines, on other hand, is another type of document, but guidelines is unlike standard procedures and policy. It is not a mandatory document. Remember, policy specify the top management requirements. Why do we need to do this? To keep our environment secure, so you should have a strong password. Compliance with the policy is mandatory. You should comply with the policy, right? What about the standard? Should I comply with the standard? Sure, because standard provide instructions about how to comply with the policy, but from quantifiable measure, what you should have in place. What about the procedures? Should I comply with procedure? Yeah, sure. But what about guidelines? Guidelines is only the optional document. For example, I could create a strong password that comply with the requirements. I have capital and small, I have characters, and I have special characters. So this password could be A capital, PC, at from 1 to 9. Doesn't this policy comply with the standard? Or doesn't this password comply with the standard? It have all the requirements, but it is somehow easy to be guessed by anyone. So guidelines can provide extra guidance for how to achieve the standard in a good way. So we can find like in security awareness a guideline that tells you that your password need to be easy to be remembered by you, but hard to be guessed by anybody else. So you will not need to write it on the text, on the note, and leave it in the office or store it in a safe, for example. And the guidelines also as a term include other criteria as well. We may have like a guidelines for how to configure our Windows systems in a secure way, such as guideline documents or benchmark document called the CIS guidelines. Are you familiar with CIS guidelines, by the way? Okay, so CIS guidelines is like a hardening documents maintained by Center of Internet Storm. I believe this is the correct name because I miss the definitions a lot nowadays. So CIS standard, we will look for this website and we will have CIS benchmark, Center of Internet Security, not Storm. I don't know where. So CIS benchmark provide like hardening documents for many types of operating system. And what do we mean by hardening, if you can recall this term from yesterday class? Hardening is something such as removing default accounts, removing default settings, removing unused or unneeded services, right? So part of the hardening for the system, for example, is if you found the SSH is enabled, that's okay. But if you found the telnet, please disable it, right? So hardening document can be downloaded from that could provide to you like a guideline for how to do system hardening for any type of operating system. You can download it from CIS. For example, if you are using Windows 10, you could have like a hardening document for Windows 10, but it is in Tune, which is related to Microsoft Azure, Microsoft Office. If you install SQL, SharePoint, web browser like Edge, desktop, you could have like a benchmark for how to configure this benchmark or configure your desktop in a secure way. So usually when you download this bookmark, I will try just to write some data in order to download this document and show you how it looks like. So I will write just my personal details. So I filled my data and then I will submit get the benchmark. And then they told me that you will get the message from us on your inbox. So I will just wait to receive this file. But at the end, I should have like access to the document that I was trying to download. Just making sure if I received it or not. They also have an interesting option. If you, in case you are using cloud, you can download pre-hardened image. For example, if you are using Microsoft Azure Cloud Platform or Oracle Cloud and you need to install Windows or Linux, you can go to Azure Marketplace and you can download like a pre-hardened or a software image for Windows, for example, and it already include all required hardening configurations as per as their guide. So I didn't receive the guide yet, but at the end, the guide would include all required configurations, all the changes needed in the registry key in order to make your system or make your device secure and comply with the security requirements. Okay. Okay, so I can send you this link so you can have a look to it. Maybe you will be maybe more lucky and able to download this hardened guide, and it may act as like a source that based on it you could create a baseline for security requirements in your client's operating system, for example. So here is just like an explanation for what is the relation between policy, standard, and control. Policy and the standard are like the governance and management tools such as constitution and law, while controls is the way to enforce these controls. So policies and the standards are at the end the type of controls, but without the existence of technical controls, we will not be able to achieve the policy requirements from technical perspective, or in other words, from a technical way to make it enforced and applied. Controls can be classified to preventive, detective, and corrective. And preventive control is a control or a type of security control that can prevent the bad activity, while detective control is a type of control that can detect, such as the logging, such as the security cameras. It helps us to detect the intrusion. So in that case, it could be categorized as a detective control. Corrective control is the type of control that can help us to restore back the system, such as backup and recovery. This is an example for the corrective control. So security controls in action, we remember all of this chart earlier, right? We saw it yesterday. So we have the threat actor who is using threats to create an attack, and this attack aims to exploit a vulnerability on an asset. And by successful exploitation, we could cause an impact that could be related to confidentiality, integrity, and availability. Do we remember this part? So how security controls can work here? Security controls can be deterrent controls, which means controls that if the hacker saw it or know about its existence, he might think twice before conducting this attack. This might not be relevant from IT perspective, but let's take an example of physical security and security camera. If the thief found that the building is secured by security guards and different layers of security, he will be less motivated to do this attack. That's why we may call some types of controls are deterrent controls. From technical perspective, we may find warning banner or login banner is a kind of deterrent control. Login banner is something like this. When you log into a server or an application, you may find like a message or warning message that tells you that this system is protected and monitored, and access should be only for authorized individual. And if you don't have the permission to access the system, please log out of the system. This is what we call as a login banner or login message. And login message can act as a deterrent control, because if the hacker found that there is a clear instruction that if you don't have the authority to access the system, you need to log off, he might think to leave the system, by the way. But I'm not talking about hacker specifically, but I'm talking about user who may gain unauthorized access to the system in a wrong way. So he needs to be notified that in case he is not authorized, please shut down the system or quit from this session. Another type of control is the detective control, and we mentioned all before detective controls can be used to detect the attack. Detective control has another function, which is to trigger or notify the preventive control. From technical perspective, I cannot illustrate it right now, but I could discuss it from the physical security perspective as well. Like smoke detector. What is the smoke detector? Right. And what is the goal of a smoke detector? Only to detect the smoke? So it can also trigger the response by notifying the preventive team or automating the file suppression mechanism. So detective controls can detect and also can trigger the response. So preventive control can come and protect this vulnerability or reduce the impact or prevent the impact by suppressing the source of the fire, for example. In case attack was successful or the fire took some of the assets or something like this, we should have the corrective control that could limit this impact. Corrective control can be something such as disaster recovery plan, which will allow us to restore our business back but from a different facility. Could be backup and restore to restore the lost data and all of this stuff. Okay? So this is the relation between different kind of security controls in terms of how attack is happening. Some controls can be used before the attack. Some controls can be used during the attack. Some controls can be used to prevent or limit the damage of the attack. and some controls can be used to restore the system back after the attack or keep the business running. We have also some other controls such as segregation of duty, such as least privilege, such as HR background check. And the least privilege can help us if we can remember when we were talking about how to secure against malware, that malware can be secured by anti-malware, by security awareness, and also by limiting the user privilege. So if the user was able to download a malware, he will not be able to activate it in case it requires a kind of installation. So least privilege could be also a type of control, but this control is somehow not related to technical, but it is maybe an organizational or HR or administrative control. So let's have some question related to the part of the controls. Then we can go to another break. Yeah, preventive control, no, not B, because preventive control is not less expensive. In reality, preventive control are controls that can help you in reducing the impact or preventing the intrusion. It can prevent the attack. C. Preventive control stop unwanted event from occurring, while detective control only records them. So detective controls can only tell you that there is an intrusion, while preventive control can actually tell you that there is an intrusion, and also it can stop this intrusion, such as antivirus software. It is a preventive control. That's right. This is another description or another synonym to the corrective control. So let's discuss some of the examples that could control against specific threat. Cross-site scripting or injection attacks in the web. How or what is the type of security control that can secure our environment against web application attacks? We have a lot of examples such as firewall, we have WAF, web application firewall, we have anti-DDoS gateway or anti-DDoS solution, we have antivirus, we have IPS, we have security awareness. All of this may be a types of security controls. Which of it could secure against the cross-site scripting? That's right, web application firewall. And the difference between firewall and web application firewall is if we can recall the OSI model. As I mentioned earlier, OSI model is very important concept in security and understanding how things work. Normal firewall can usually reach or read up to this layer. So it can block or deny based on destination port. So you may set a firewall policy that deny anybody to communicate using port 23, which is related to telnet, with a specific server. But web application firewall is able to inspect up to the application header. So it can detect if someone is trying to inject a malicious code or a malicious script in the web request or not, and prevent this. So WAF can understand up to layer 7. We have firewalls, by the way, that can understand up to layer 7, which are called next generation firewalls. But WAF is the one that is specialized to counter the web attacks, such as cross-site scripting, for example. Okay? Exploitation of system vulnerability. we can use intrusion prevention system. Intrusion prevention system is a system or a hardware or a software tool that monitor the existing vulnerability and check if there is someone is trying to exploit it. In our design, when we were talking about a website that we were scanning using our Kali machine, if we have here in between, we got like IPS device, which can be, by the way, part of the firewall. We usually have the IPS module activated on firewall. So the inspection done this way. Traffic enter firewall, go to IPS checking, then exit from the firewall. So IPS is such a feature that can be found on firewall nowadays. So if we got an IPS exist, IPS could be able to detect that there is someone trying to exploit the VSFTPD application based on certain parameters in the request. So IPS can block this action and protect against the exploitation. Okay? Phishing. How can we protect against the phishing emails? User awareness can be a protection measure against the phishing email. This is like administrative control, but also we can have anti-spam gateway, which is a kind of firewall, but is specialized in detecting spam messages and block it. Okay? Ransomware. That's right. The only available option that may be a cost effective is having backup available. We have another technique to counter ransomware, which is called the sandbox technology or sandbox device. Have you heard about sandbox before? And what is the goal of sandbox? Because the definition of sandbox changes from someone to someone else. So sandbox in developing means a system that we can test our code on it to ensure that our code is working or not. That from the application developing perspective. Fine? But in cybersecurity, we have a tools or a hardware called the sandbox. And in this sandbox, we have some virtual machines. What do I mean by virtual machine? A machine such as what we have here that we were playing with. Fine. Each of this machine has a different operating system, such as one has Windows 7, one has Windows 10, one has Mac operating system, and we may find another one which run Windows 10 and have Office version 2010. And other one, Windows 10, has Windows Office version 12,016, and all of this stuff. And this sandbox device is connected with the devices or the antivirus server. So whenever any user download a suspicious or a new file from the internet, this file will be denied from execution. It cannot be opened by the user until the user send it in automatic way to the antivirus server, and the antivirus server send it to the sandbox device. The sandbox will run this file on all of these systems together and check what could be the difference between before running this application or this file on these systems and after running this application, this file. The result will be something like this. This file, when it executed, it tried to access restricted system area, or tried to modify something in the registry, or tried to make external communication with suspicious IP address to download a malware. Okay? And this report will be reported back to antivirus, and based on that, antivirus will instruct the device that downloaded this file to block this file and not open it and remove it, as well as updating the rest of the network that in case anybody saw this file, do not consider it as a virus. We have in our antivirus or in our antivirus solutions right now, for me, I'm using an antivirus that is based on Fortinet technology. And this antivirus has like an option. And this option for the antivirus. So this is the antivirus. I can see here an option. So here I have an option in my antivirus to link it with a sandbox server. I will show you this option. So simply, if I have subscription from Fortinet, I can link my antivirus with IP address of a sandbox system. And in case my device saw a suspicious or unknown file, it will send this file to the sandbox, and I can ask my device to wait until I get the result from sandbox before allowing it to be executed. Okay? Sandbox is very costly solution. That's why it is not always a cost effective, and it costs organization a lot of money, but it can help in detecting ransomware attacks, because it tests the file before it be on a sandbox machines or test machines before users will be allowed to open this file. However, threat actors and people who are developing ransomwares are creating ways to detect if they are being tested in a sandbox or not. For example, malware or ransomware code include like parameters that check for the existence of USB connected devices, for example. So if I am working on a real device, I should have in the device manager information about connected USB mouse or connected USB keyboard, right? This will not be the case in the sandbox virtual machines, because at the end they are virtual. So ransomware, when it will not found that there is a USB device connected, that will mean it is being inspected. So it will stop execution and it will do nothing malicious. So it will be allowed to be executed on real device. And as a result, what would happen here? Yeah. So there are controls, but not also effective. And as a malicious actor develop the ransomware to work in a smart way, the people who develop the sandbox solutions are working the same. They also try to counter these techniques in identification of the sandbox system. Okay. Malware, how to detect it? I believe antivirus. DOS attack, firewall, right? Correct? What about DDoS attack? Okay, the answer is quite hard. A few days ago, I read like a news about that F5, which is a security service manufacturer, creating or launching DDoS scrubbing centers in Sydney and Melbourne. So they are creating like a huge data center with a huge bandwidth capacity and bandwidth requirements, and they install devices on the service provider locations. And whenever these devices sense that we have a traffic that could be potentially participating in DDoS attack, These devices will forward this traffic to other location, and then this traffic will be discarded. And only traffic that is not participating in DDoS attack will be allowed to move or reach the website. Complicated, yes? Yeah, so just to make it more clear to you, the concept of anti-DDoS protection is we, for example, utilize a service such as Cloudflare, DDoS protection. For some websites, when you try to open this website, for example, I'm not recalling a particular website, but I will look for Cloudflare DDoS protection message. You might be browsing the internet and then you got this message. Have you encountered this message before? Some websites utilize anti-DDoS protection from a company called Cloudflare. When you open this website, you first are not redirected to the website. You first will be redirected to a data center related to the provider or the one who providing the anti-DDoS protection. This one have a kind of capability that detect the nature of your request. Is it a random request or requesting a specific resource at this website? Is your IP address is considered a clean IP or has been reported that it is a source of cyber attacks? What is the agent type of your web browser? Is it based on Windows, Linux, or is it based on a smart TV on a Chromecast device? Do you remember yesterday when I told you that DDoS attacks are not only sourced from computers, but also from smart home devices? So any device that is asking to reach a certain website, he send a request header, HTTP header. In this HTTP header, it includes the user agent information. User agent information is something like this. In the request itself, I declare what is the type of my browser or type of my web browser. So the Cloudflare or similar techniques that work as anti-DDoS protection or provide the anti-DDoS capability will look for such parameters, for example. To detect who is requesting this resource, is he looks like a good one or a bad one? Is he a normal computer device or is he like, let's say, a web browser or a smart device that could be infected and trying to make like a DDoS attack and all of this information. So that's why you may encounter this message. This message is like allowing some time for the anti-DDoS prevention to check and ensure you are a good traffic, not a bad traffic. Okay? And after confirming that you are a good one, you will be redirected to the real what? Website. You will be asked to go to this one. Okay, we informed that you are clean. You can proceed to the website that you had requested. But what if this traffic was part of DDoS attack? This application or this website will forward this traffic to, as you read in the news, scrapping website. What do we mean by scrapping in English? Yeah, it is like a data center that's ready to receive a lot of amount of the traffic, a huge quantity of traffic, but we will not do anything by this traffic. We will discard it. So we just send it to a high performance site with a high bandwidth speed for nothing but to absorb this attack, while keeping the targeted server is already safe and the DDoS traffic is not reaching it. Fine. So this is like the information that just I show you. What is anti-DDoS? What is user agent? An example for anti-DDoS protection by a company called the Cloudflare. Of course, we have a lot of anti-DDoS protection mechanism or vendors, but anti-DDoS solutions is very costly as well because it requires a lot of techniques and a lot of hardware to absorb such attacks. And no one can host anti-DDoS protection mechanism in his own data center because anti-DDoS can utilize the bandwidth, right? So we need to put the anti-DDoS protection tools outside or before reaching our own network. It can be placed at the service provider side, not in our side. Fine? Okay. So the next part that we are going to discuss is about risk management. So, risk management is like a structured steps that help us to make management for the risk that could affect one of the assets. We start by risk identification. So we start to list our assets or our system components, and then we start to discuss what are the different threats that could impact each one of these components that happen during risk identification. And if you are not aware about different types of ransomware, malware, viruses, and different types of cyber attack, you will not be able to do proper risk identification. That's why it was very important to start with basics and teach you what is vulnerability and how hackers can take benefit of such vulnerability and exploit it. After doing risk identification, you start by doing a risk analysis. And in risk analysis, you start by evaluating what could be the impact of this particular attack. How much could we lose during or due to such risk if it happened? If I have a flood, a fire, a cyber attack, what could be the damage on my reputation? What could be the damage due to the stop of the system? How much would I lose? And after then, you evaluate this amount of losses to a predefined level called the risk acceptable level or acceptable level of risk or the risk appetite. So usually every business come with or any process come with a certain risk, but this risk could be acceptable until it reach a specific threshold. Once the risk exceeds the accepted threshold, this risk will be considered as an acceptable risk. And as a result, we should decide how to treat this risk. We can treat this risk by either implement a security control to prevent or mitigate this risk. We can treat this risk by simply accepting it, so we are free to lose 100 US dollar in case system was out. We are cool about that. So we can accept such risk, or we can avoid this risk by terminate the process that create or that bring this risk to our organization. Example for a process that could create a risk on our organization or that can, by its introduction, can affect our business in a bad way is, for example, internet service. I could decide to open internet connection and control the internet connection to all my employees. But this could give or bring or introduce a risk such as users will browse unethical websites, they could introduce malware, and so on. So we evaluate, do we really need to open internet connection to all employees regardless of their position? If the answer is yes, so we will need to think about the risks that could happen during opening internet connection in uncontrolled manner, and we need to check about possible mitigation tools that we can use to filter the internet connection and prevent the malware that could come through this internet connection. And if the answer is no, this is not essential for business. So in this case, we can avoid this process by closing the internet on all employees, because at the end, the goal or this process does not comply with business requirements, or there is no strategic need to keep it up and running, and as it presents a lot of risk. The other option for risk treatment is to transfer, like outsourcing. If I have a risky activity that should be done by my employee. So in this case, I could transfer or outsource this activity to someone who is competent and has and have enough experience to do this activity 1 and 2 and 3 times without having the same level of risk. Okay. And for any risk that we either accept, avoid, or transfer, risk should be monitored on ongoing basis. Because for some type of risk, we may decide to accept it. Okay, the risk may make me lost like $100. So this is acceptable level of risk. But maybe, and by the time, this risk could be related to my website, and I was a normal store or normal business that does not use internet in the marketing and contacting with customers. But by the time I will rely on the internet more and more. So if my website was down right now, I may lose only $100, which is acceptable level. But what after 1 year or 2 years? Maybe I was in a process to adopt a digital transformation approach, and I will digitalize my operation, and I will count on the internet on my day-to-day activity. So in this case, the previously accepted risk after 1 year will not be accepted because the cost of this risk or the impact would exceed this value which were acceptable before. So in this case, it is very important to monitor the risk on ongoing basis to ensure that the previously accepted risk or the previous treatment decision is still relevant and still applicable to my business. So that's what we mean by the risk management process. We start by identifying assets, do assessment for the risk by identifying risks that could affect this asset in a bad way. We analyze this risk by identifying what could be the impact in terms of money or in terms of impact such high, medium, low. We evaluate if this level of risk is in the threshold that is accepted, and then we treat the risk. So I just give me 1 minute and I will come back, okay? So that's what do we mean by the process of risk management overall. And risk management is not only something related to IT. It is something also could be related to financial team, could be related to physical security. It could be related by a lot of, uh, let's say, could be related to a lot of functions. So in information security, we do the risk management from the perspective uh, of the information security risk. But when we talk about physical security or when we talk about somehow a risk that could be related to financial, could be related to something else, each department should has a process because this process will be responsible in managing the risk that affecting this specific business unit or business function. So I hope it's somehow clear, and let's go to the next or this scenario. So assuming that you have this example or this scenario, let's see if we have or if we can answer this one. Or let me think about what could be your analysis or your answer for this particular scenario. So try to read this and try to give me an answer. Okay, sorry. Yeah. So let's read this question together. So this could be the loss value every time a successful attempt will happen, right? And from our experience, we have theft incident to this warehouse how many times per year? So yeah, because we have already, it is successful already. Okay? Yeah. Okay, I may have a grammar mistake here, but I wrote this question by myself, by the way, so that's why it may be mistake in its grammar, but let me tell you what I do understand. You have a warehouse in rural area. Some valuable items are being lost every year. Multiple theft attempts has been reported. Some of it were successful. So I believe we need to add full stop here. Every time successful theft happens, around 30,000 equal dollar of goods is lost. And safety incidents happens around 8 times a year. So I got your option here. I got your what you are talking about. I need to have here a successful incident happens, which could be 3,000 multiplied by 8, which in this case the cost will be 240,000 US dollar, right? And we have an option, or we got like an offer to provide a security service that will cost us like 100,000 per year. So assuming that I have 8 successful attempt happen every year, so in this case the cost of the solution or control will exceed the value of loss. So in this case I will spare like 106,000 of goods by implementing this security solution somehow, in case theft happens once again. So in this case, I would accept the solution. But of course, if the total lost value every year was like 30,000, and at the end, I will don't have, in this case, the cost of the security control will exceed the value of the asset or what we are trying to protect at the first place. So to answer similar questions, and this is purely related to risk management, we have different terms in relation to risk management. We have what is called the single loss expectancy, and this is the value of what we can lose every time we can be subject to such incident. So expectancy. And we have also the ARO, which indicates the annual rate of occurrence. So to calculate what would be the annual loss expectancy, it will be the SLE multiplied by the ARO. It is purely a security basics, so you are not maybe required to memorize these answers, however, or this question or equations. However, it is somehow makes sense. So based on that, you can calculate how much you could lose in compared to a security control that be in place. So you can choose the control cost based on that. But unfortunately, not all type of risk can be quantified. For example, we cannot quantify what could be the impact of data leakage on my company reputation, or what could be the impact of leaking the trade secret on the continuity of my business or making revenue. Like I have like a trade secret for how to make some technology or something, and this got leaked to the public audience. So anybody can take these rights or can take this formula and start to do the same product and compete me in the market. So we cannot assess this in a money term. So that's why in risk assessment, there are some kind of risk that can be quantitatively analyzed using the equations that we just described, like loss in inventory, loss in hardware, And something like this could be tangible and can be quantified in terms of money. But some other elements or some other risk or some other impact cannot be, let's say, quantitatively analyzed or gathered. In this case, we need to approach in a qualitative risk assessment. Qualitative risk assessment does not use money to indicate the level or the impact of risk, but it could reflect or use a term such as low, medium, and high. So this, for example, could pose a high impact on my organization. This could pose low impact, and this could pose a medium impact. Okay. So this is an example for how risk assessment happens from IT perspective. We do risk assessment to identify what are the possible risks that could impact our system. So assuming that you are doing a web or risk assessment to your website or your web application. So in risk identification, you try to identify the predictable or let's say possible risk events, such as we could have could be subject to denial of service attack. This is an example for risk scenario. We try to assess what could be the cause of such thing because we have single point of failure, we have low bandwidth capacity, we have low server equipment capacity, and all of this stuff. Or our website is not designed to absorb too many requests. What could be the effect of something like the denial of service? It could lead to loss in availability, right? What is the probability for being subject to denial of service? It could be related to Black Friday offers. We are e-commerce website and we could be subject to multiple or huge quantity of transactions at the same or at specific durations during the year. So the probability will be medium, and the impact if that happened will be very high because we will lose availability, so we will lose a lot of transactions and a lot of revenue that could be possible if the system was up and running. Based on these two factors, we can try to measure how much our risk is. So assuming that this is like an axis, like a horizontal and vertical axis, this vertical axis is for probability. So if you have a medium risk, this could indicate the value of 5. Can you see it? And if you have very high impact, this could, as per the vertical axis or horizontal axis, could be indicate 9. So in this case, the level of this particular risk is 5 by 9, which result in what? 45. And this could be a high risk, and you need to decide or suggest how to respond. So you could suggest to move to a cloud service provider that provide internet infrastructure as a service, and who will be responsible to assess this and check the applicability of such solution would be the network team lead or the network management team. You try to assess all the risk could be related to your infrastructure. From your perspective, you can assess the risk that could be related to ransomware. What could happen if ransomware happens? The probability could be low or medium. Impact could be very high. So this is a very high risk. How to mitigate? We should purchase a sandbox, make a process for daily backup for end users' devices, ask users to upload their sensitive data to a file share drive, such as Z drive, which is a mapped network drive. And we as IT take a backup from this drive every day. So in case of ransomware attack happens, your valuable data or your business or sensitive documents will be backed up already. So that's how risk assessment works. Risk analysis, as I mentioned, can be qualitative, that's based on high, medium, and low. Can be semi-quantitative, which is like the way that we were discussing right now. This assessment method is called semi-quantitative because it is not quantitative purely because it does not generate the value in money, but it generates value in a quantitative form that can help you in representing it in a heat map or in a graph or in something like this, to make like a classification or sorting for the different level of risk. Because you might have a lot of type of risks that are categorized as high. But which one of these two kind of risk that is higher? The one that has that have value of 81. Quantitative is purely about representing the risk in amount of dollars or pounds and so on. So this is the different kinds of risk that we can accept. We can have a low impact risk with low probability. We can have a high impact risk but with low probability. We could have a high probability of risk but with high impact, and we can have high probability of risk but with low impact. And depend of every one of this type of risk, we can select the proper treatment method. So for the risk with low probability and low impact, we can choose to accept. For risk with low impact but with high probability, we could choose to mitigate, and so on. What do we mean by data lifecycle? Data lifecycle is the stages that data enter or be at it since its creation and until this data will not be anymore used by the organization. So in data lifecycle, we start by creation of data. And then after you create the data, you probably will store it on a hard drive, on a tape drive, on a DVD-ROM until you will need to use it. So you can store the data on hard drive, on a system, on a database, and then you will come to a certain situation that you will need to use this data. You can use this data by navigating in the application, so you will use this data. This data could include, for example, credit card numbers or sensitive data about customers. So are you entitled or are you authorized to see this data in clear text format or not? So during data at use, this is another state for the data. And during data in use, anyone who deal with the system that stores this data will be able to see this data in a clear text format, for example. After then you move to data sharing, and data sharing means that you will share this kind of data, whether it was a document, file, video, image, to another one. So you may share this data over the network. So how could you protect the data that you are sharing over a network or over the internet, for example? And after then, and once the data is no more used by your business, but due to legal requirement, some of the policy requirement, you will need to retain the data for a specific period. During this period, you are not actually using this data, but you are retaining it for legal purpose. For example, you are capturing CCTV records, or let's say video surveillance systems that record entry and exit for your building. You do not need the records of the last year, for example. But for legal purposes, you are required to retain this type of logs or this type of records for additional 1 year. So in this case, you may archive this data. So you need also to ensure that although this data is not important or no more needed by your organization, but you need to retain it for a legal purpose, you need to ensure you subject this data to adequate level of protection. And this adequate level of protection will ensure its confidentiality during the archiving stage. And once the data is no more used at all and you need to destroy it, you need to do kind of secure disposal for this data. Such, for example, if you want to make or destroy a document, you cannot simply cut this document or tear this document to pieces. You should use a document shredder device. And the difference between human tearing for a document or human destruction for a document and the shredder is that paper shredder, for example, is destroying the paper data in a way that cannot be restored after being destroyed by the paper shredder. Okay? So during data creation, you need to properly classify the data. So any new hire, any new employee that joins the organization should be subject to security training or security awareness training. In this security awareness training, we specify, or in other words, we notify this new user that if you are the one who is creating the data, you are creating a new record for a new customer. Usually, the data that customer gives to you in order to be onboarded to our service, this data is sensitive by its nature. So this data need to be properly handled and properly classified, because based on your classification while you are creating the data, the measures or the controls required to store, use, share the data will be affected by the classification level. When I classify something as a confidential, if anybody after then saw this type of data and saw the label that states that this data is a confidential data, then it will be treated by this level of protection. Okay, so during data creation, it is important to classify the created data from the first place with a proper level. When we store the data on a hard drive, this state of data is called data at rest. So data at rest refer to any data that are simply stored on something static, such as hard drive, DVD, tape drive, which is used for long-term backup or long-term data retention. And don't worry if you don't know what is a tape backup, I will show you what it is. So for data in store, we use encryption. And we use encryption to ensure that the data that stored are kept confidential. Nobody but the one who have the key for decrypting the data will be able to read this data in a clear text. Data in use refer to the state of the data that, for example, data is processed by an application. And I am as an application administrator, I can see anything inside this application. But if this data includes sensitive data such as credit card numbers, for example, I can apply a level of protection that do a kind of masking for this data while it is being processed by the database or the application. So even the application administrator will not be able to know for sure what does this data mean. So data in use is simply, or one of the examples of data in use, consider that you are like a credit card provider, and whenever the customer is using the credit card, he will receive a message that your card that has the following number has charged with amount of 10 US dollar, for example. If the telecom provider intercepted this message, if there is someone who was malicious or insider threat inside the telecom provider and would be able to read all SMS messages that are sent from the bank to the customer, he would be able to read the full 16 digit of the credit card number. Is that correct? Yeah, that's right. Because if the full 16 digits were not masked, like the last four digits, for example, are only appear from the message. So in this case, the data could lose its confidentiality. So data in use is the protection measures that we take for the data to ensure that during the usage of this data, the data will not lose its confidentiality. And one of the examples for data in use protection is the masking of credit card number in SMS when you receive a message from your bank that your card has been charged with a specific amount of money. Okay? In data sharing, we are concerned about sharing data, which in other term means moving data from someone to some other one. And we can use the internet for moving the data. We can use a protocol such as HTTP, for example. So how to secure data that we are moving using HTTP or Telnet or FTP protocol? I guess we discussed this point earlier by doing encryption, by using a secure version. So for data that in motion or that is transferred between someone and someone else or subject to another subject, we refer to this kind of data or this state of data as data in motion. And again, the security control that secure data in motion is the same control that could secure data at rest, which will be the data encryption. But of course, the type of encryption will differ, and that's what we are going to discuss a little bit later. When you archive the data, as we mentioned, you retain this data because you need to keep this data in your organization for a kind of legal requirement or a business requirement. So even you are archiving the data, you need to ensure that you will store this data in a way that does not compromise its confidentiality. So if you were applying encryption for any data labeled as confidential, you should also classify or label or protect the data that in archive with the same label, with the same protection measures that used during the store, which in other terms, the same level of encryption. Okay? Okay, so do we are familiar with what do we mean by tape drive? So simply, we are all aware about what the backup is, right? Backup is taking a copy from data. Where would we store the backup? Yeah, and that can be. Okay, and what is the type of this external drive? It is SSD or hard drive, which is solid state drive or hard disk drive. Is it something in this form or in this form? Something like this example or something like this, for example? Actually, this is the common types of hard drives that we know so far, right? But the problem in these hard drives is that you may find, for example, this hard drive has SATA interface, and this one could have SATA interface as well. This hard drive is based on magnetic components, for example. So the hardware components here could have a lifespan, like, for example, 20 years, for example. And after this 20 years, the data could be destructed automatically or be removed in another way or something like this. At the end, any technology has a validity duration. If we talk a backup right now and we wanted to restore this backup after 20 years, for example, we may not find an interface or a device that supports this type of interface that can copy data from SATA interface. I can give you an example. In the past 10 years ago, we have ID interface in hard drive. It was like an interface that you plug to your computer to copy data from your hard drive to your own laptop. So this called the IDE interface. Can you see how it looks like? We don't now have this type of interfaces anymore. So if somebody have data stored for a longer term, like 5 years, 10 years, 20 years on a hard drive that has only IDE interface exists, he will need either to find a converter that transfers IDE to SATA, or look for a drive or a computer that support capturing data from the IDE. Okay, so to come over this situation, we have solutions called tape storage. Tape storage is simply like a device, and this device is connected with your backup software. It may look like this, okay? When you and when you talk a backup, this backup is transferred to the tape storage, and this tape storage writes the backup to a tape drive such as the one that you are seeing now on the screen. This tape drive is essentially similar to video, old video, a video cassette, right? Video cassette drive. Yeah, and this kind of media is like universal. They consider it for long-term investment. We know, but the most important thing regarding tape drive is that by the time the data included on the tape drive cannot be normally distracted by itself. You could restore it by the same quality as long as you keep this tape drive at a good location with a good level of humidity and heat and temperature. Okay? And the most important aspect as well from the tape drive perspective is the cost of tape drive when we compare the cost for gigabyte per US dollar. When you compare, for example, the cost of tape drive, you may find the tape drive cost like 15 US dollar. For a tape drive, I'm just giving you like an example in cost. I don't know the cost for sure, but maybe you get like in exchange of 15 US dollar, you may get a tape drive that support like 5 terabyte of data. While in order to get the same size of data using either solid state drive or hard drive, you may be like 100 US dollar or maybe more than 100 US dollar. So tape drive is also economic in term of what is the cost of the tape or what is the cost per gigabyte or per terabyte in compare with other traditional drive methods. Okay. So when you store data on tape drive, you need to ensure that this data is also protected, encrypted, stored in an offsite place that is protected and secured in a good way. And the tape drive provide you the facility, as you mentioned earlier, to take this backup away and store it as an offsite facility. And any business should have this kind of backup media available already. So whenever the data reach its end of life cycle, we do not need this data anymore. We should do secure disposal to this data. And secure disposals mean we destroy the data in a way that cannot be restored after being destroyed. So as you can see here, this is the different stages or different life states of data across its life cycle. Why in the understanding these stages is important? Because do you remember when I was discussing the different components of the system, front end, back end, and host the system, and I was telling you that we as a security people will be concerned about securing the system in all or securing the system in securing all of these system components. That is the same in data lifecycle. I need to understand what is the different stages in data lifecycle and how to secure the data in each one of these stages and never miss any part of it. So another concept that we have is triple E, and I believe this is like a slide that placed here by mistake. So let's avoid this one for now because we will have a time to talk about triple A. But here, as we understood, most of the data states, such as data at rest and data in use, and even data in motion, we use encryption. And the answer will be encryption. We encrypt the data. But what could be the difference between storing data or encrypting data that are stored on a hard drive and encrypting the data that should be sent to other one? To be more specific in my question, we mentioned that we have two states for data. One is called the data at rest, and one is called the data at motion, right? What is the difference between data at rest and data in motion? That's right. And why do we need to use different encryption methods for data at rest and data in motion? Data at rest at the end is data written on my hard drive or written on my external hard drive. Okay? So whenever I need to restore my data back or read it once again, I will simply open my phone and write the password. And this could be like the key that the data was encrypted using it before. Okay? So data at rest, I do not need to access this data over a network. So I can simply enter the encryption key directly to the drive. So there will be no option or no possibility that someone could intercept me while I am writing the password and know what is the encryption key. So data at rest use a kind of encryption algorithm called the symmetric encryption algorithm. And the symmetric encryption algorithm means that we have a single key, and using this key, we can encrypt data and decrypt data. Clear? But this is not the case when I am dealing with remote data or data that I am sending to you or anybody else. When we talk about data in motion, I could encrypt the data before sending it to you. But how could you know the key that I used to encrypt this data? I cannot encrypt the key because at the end, you still need to read this key in a clear text format in order to be able to decrypt the data that I'm going to send it to you, right? Yeah, that's why in data in motion, we use a different kind of encryption that is called asymmetric encryption. And in asymmetric encryption, we use two keys instead of one. One will be called the public and the other one will be called the private. And we will describe in detail how how all of that work in a good way. So symmetric encryption provides two functions, confidentiality and integrity, while asymmetric encryption provides confidentiality, integrity, and non-repudiation. We may have heard about the term digital signature, right? What do you think about digital signature? What does this word indicate in a simple English form? What do we mean by digital signature or signature in general? That's right. That's right. In a human signature or physical signature, it is a proof that person did something or signed a specific document. In digital signature, we got a proof that you sent this data. Asymmetric encryption, as it used two kind of keys, and we will explain that one of them is called the public, and other one called the private. The public key, as the name of it implies, is a public key. It is general. Anybody could know it. I could know the public key of anybody of you. Why? Because when I want to send the data to anybody of you, I will get your public key and I will encrypt whatever data I need to send to you, and then I will send it to you encrypted using your public key. We have an interesting concept in the asymmetric encryption that whatever data that got encrypted using your public key can only be decrypted using your only private key. Okay? Clear or not clear? But yeah, go ahead, please. Yeah, that's right. In asymmetric encryption, if we are all participating in the same network, every one of us will declare its own public key to make anybody know what is the public key of myself. What is encrypted by my public key? If anybody took this public key and encrypted anything, this data will never be decrypted, but only with my private key, the device who owns the public key, which data got encrypted with. Let me give you an interesting example. We are all familiar with this, let's say, with this icon, right? What does this icon means? Yeah, and what is the element that make this icon appear? It is called digital certificate, owned by Google. What is the goal of digital certificate? To prove that I am Google, right? In fact, we also have another purpose for digital certificate. In digital certificate, Google announced to the whole of the world what it is public key. So whenever I need to send the data to Google, I will use the key that you are currently here see on the screen. I will apply a specific algorithm to encrypt the data and send it to Google. Anyone who could intercept this encrypted data, if he used the same key, he will not be able to decrypt this data. Only Google, who has the private key linked with this public key, will be able to decrypt this data. Fine? And As we understood now that anything is encrypted using the public key can only be decrypted using the private key of the same person, the opposite is correct. Anything that is going to be encrypted using my private key can only be decrypted using my public key. So digital signature is simply what? While I am sending you a message, I will talk like the hash of this message. Do we remember the hash, which we used to prove that file has not been changed since it was sent? Do we remember it? I believe no, right? Okay, I will give you a short like. Do you remember when we created a document and then we right click on this document and then we generated a hash for this document? And this hash looked like this? Yeah. What? Yeah, that's right. When I send the data to you and you need to gain assurance that this data was not tampered since it left my device until it reached your device. Assuming someone was able to decrypt the traffic. It is very unlikely situation, but it could happen by the time, of course. So you need to ensure that nobody tampered with the data. So while I am sending you a specific image or a specific file, I also create hash of this file. Fine? And then I will encrypt this hash using my private key, the private key of the sender. As we can recall what I said from few minutes ago, what could be encrypted using public key could only be decrypted using what? Private key. And what could be encrypted using private key can only be decrypted using the public key of the same one. So both are working to each others. So when you receive the data from me, you will decrypt the data that was encrypted using your public key, using your own private key, right? And you will get the data. The second is, okay, yeah. It is the same, and don't worry, we will explain it in like a flow chart like this. So we will explain it in detail. But I'm just making sure that basics are well understandable. We are now understood how I can preserve the confidentiality, how I can send you data and nobody can read this data but you. How? I will take your own public key, I will encrypt this data and I will send it to you. You, the only one who can decrypt what is encrypted using your own public key, right? How to prove that this data was not tampered? This is another or next step or another concept here. I will generate a hash for the data that I am going to send it to you. And then I will encrypt this hash, but this time not using your own public key. I will encrypt it using my own private key. Fine? I will send it to you. When you will be going to decrypt it, you will not use your own private key. You will use my or the sender public key, because we agreed that public can decrypt the private and opposite. So if the decryption works, that could be an assurance that this data has been encrypted using the sender private key, which is only known and can be used by the sender himself. And that could provide assurance that the one who sent the data is really the one who claimed to be. This is the concept of digital signature. Asymmetric encryption can help you achieve confidentiality, integrity, and non-repudiation or digital signature. while symmetric encryption does not. Symmetric encryption only help you to achieve confidentiality integrity. Somehow clear or not? So we have a couple of encryption types for symmetric encryption. You may hear about AES, which stand for Advanced Encryption Algorithm. If you are using Microsoft BitLocker is using Advanced Encryption Algorithm. We have also what is called the Data Encryption Standard and Triple Data Encryption Standard, and both of these two protocols of encryption are no more used because they are insecure. But we may find some old systems that still support this kind of encryption algorithm, such as you know about IPsec tunnel. When I say that I need to connect two branches with each others, so I create a tunnel over internet to connect my remote branches with each others. Anyway, no problem. But in practical, I can see many people are still using this protocol unless it is not so much secure. But due to hardware limitation or due to issues in hardware, they might still use some kind of encryption. And in some countries, third world country and developing country, they may be restricted from using something such as advanced encryption algorithm. They could only use something such as this or triple this. Okay, and this is also could have kind of political reasons. For example, the government has its own controls that can decrypt this kind of decryption methods, so it can read the data that is being transferred between parties inside this country. But if it allowed them to use this kind of encryption, it will be hard to break it. Okay. For the asymmetric encryption, we could have RSA, الجمال, elliptic curve. All of these are kind of asymmetric encryption algorithm. So let's see here how symmetric encryption works. Symmetric encryption, as we mentioned, we have two parties, or in fact, I'm not here discussing what is symmetric encryption, but I am giving you overview about what do we need as symmetric encryption. So here is a slide is titled with the challenge of symmetric key. So we have first clients that need to send the data to a website such as Google. So he will get the plain text of data and he will get his own cipher key or the encryption key. And then he will encrypt this data using the cipher key. So he will generate something called a cipher text. In other words, encrypted text. He will send this data to the destination, but the destination, when it will receive the data, it will receive encrypted text. And as it will try to decrypt, but there is no key, then the decryption will be failed. So the customer or the client should send the key over the network, and he should send the key in clear text form, which could make this data subject to be intercepted and captured using Wireshark. I believe yesterday we discussed what is the Wireshark as a packet sniffer, and we said Wireshark could be able to intercept the traffic that's sent between someone and someone else. Okay? Of course, somebody of you could tell me we could send the key over HTTPS, right? But at the end, HTTPS is relying on asymmetric encryption, because in order to create HTTPS tunnel or HTTPS connection, which will be end-to-end encrypted, we need at the establishment of the HTTPS tunnel or session to negotiate on a key. So at the end, HTTPS will require the asymmetric encryption as well. So there will be no option but sending a key over a network in a clear text form, which could ruin the security of this key, because the asymmetric key can be captured by something such as Wireshark. So anybody could be able to decrypt this traffic. Do we able to understand what is the challenge of using a symmetric key in moving the data between device to other device over the network now? Okay. So the situation in asymmetric encryption will be different. If we have two parties that are trying to communicate with each other over the asymmetric encryption algorithm, each side of the connection will have two keys. First one is the private and second one is the public. And as we agreed, public is public. It can be provided to anybody. Okay? But private should be kept private for the one who owns this key. Okay? How this communication of private key happens in reality? We remember the concept of ARP, the concept of when somebody try to talk to somebody, we need first to create the application, the presentation, the transport layer, the network layer, all of this work. But instead of sending data in the first message, we are telling the other side what is the accepted encryption algorithm that we could work with. So if the other side agreed to work with the same encryption algorithm, we will share the public key of each other with each side of the connection. And then we will use this public key to encrypt the data further on. Okay? So when the two sides start to communicate at the first time, you will first negotiate to exchange the public key. So by doing the negotiation, the first side will send the public key to the second side, which will start to encrypting data using the private key of the second side. We will generate the ciphertext and then we will send the ciphertext to the other side, which will use its own private key. And then this private key will be used to decrypt the data. And by doing so, the connection will work and we will preserve the confidentiality. Okay? So, in the internet, we rely on the asymmetric encryption algorithm, but using another form of communication called the PKI, or public key infrastructure. Public key infrastructure is the way that proves that whenever we open Google website, we got this message which indicates the connection is secure. But in some cases, we can find or receive message similar to this message. What could be the reason for seeing such a message when you open a website? Okay, maybe the encryption used by this website is a good and very high encryption that you use on day-to-day activity. So it is not related to missing encryption or weak encryption. By the time we wanted to add another capability in our browsers to identify if the website that I'm trying to open is really what it claims to be or not. For example, when we were discussing yesterday the concept of DNS poisoning, we said that intruder can send a malware that can modify host file. So instead of opening the real bank website, you will be redirected to a website controlled by the hacker, right? So we wanted like a mechanism that can validate if the site that I am trying to open is really the correct site or not. Is it really Google or something else? So to achieve this, we created, or the world of course created, a concept called public key infrastructure. The public key infrastructure is consisted of server or master server called a certificate authority. What do we mean by certificate authority? In language term, certificate authority. Someone who issue proof or certificate, right? So we have a lot of certificate authority across the globe that are trusted. And whenever you build a new website, you issue a request from your website, which is called certificate signing request. This request is moved to a server called registration authority. I don't know if you are familiar with the word or company called DigiCert, Komodo. Okay, DigiCert and Komodo are one of the well-known certificate authority on the web. Whenever you wanted to create a new website or a bank website or something like this, just let me try something. For example, I will try to open for example, I will try to open this website. So when I open this certificate and then open the connection is secure, certificate is valid, I will find that this certificate is issued to a website with this name, and it was issued by DigiCert Global G2 TLS. Who issued this certificate is the certificate authority. It kind of prove that if you got this certificate from a website, this is like a stamp from our side as a DigiCert, proving that this certificate was given to this website. So don't worry, you are dealing with the correct one. Fine? So the website administrator will issue a request to create a certificate for his website. The request will go to a company or a part from the certificate authority organization called the registration authority. They will ask you to send an email from your own domain or from your company domain to prove that you have access to the domain where the data is being sent from. Then they will validate this request, and if it is okay, they will send it to the certificate authority to create a certificate for the one who requested it. This happens only one time per year, for example. And then the certificate authority will send or will create the certificate and will send it to the website administrator. The website administrator after then can take this certificate and install it on his browser. So whenever anybody open the browser will receive this certificate, okay? And when you open the information of this certificate, as I mentioned, you will find who issued this certificate and most importantly, the serial number of this certificate. So each certificate will have a kind of serial number that define who generated it or the unique ID of this certificate. Also in this certificate, you will find that this certificate is valid from 6th of May and valid until 4th of August. So usually certificates has a validity period which could be like 30 days, for example, 90 days or 1 year. Okay? And after the expiration, this certificate should be renewed to make sure that this site is still under administration and under secure caution by security team. Whenever somebody come and try to open this website, and lastly and most importantly, after certificate authority provides this IP address provides this certificate to the website who requested it, it will give or update another server called a verification authority. Verification authority will have is some server that has a kind of table, and in this table it will mention that on 6th of May a certificate with the following serial number issued to a website called google.com, and will write this in its own database. So whenever someone tries to open this website, the website will respond with the certificate, which includes the public key and serial number and validity and the name of the issuer, right? So the user browser and in automatic way will check for who is the verification authority for the one or for the CA who issued this certificate. And the browser will in background ask this verification authority if this certificate is valid or not. If the verification authority proved that this certification is valid, the customer will accept this certificate and you will not see the error message that we just mentioned on the browser, which you call invalid certificate. And then the connection will work in a secure way. Okay? So in your Windows system, or if you are using Windows system, when you open the Microsoft Management Console, which you can run it using MMC, you will get the following message, I believe, or you will get the following interface. Allow me just to show it to you. You can create file and add, remove, snap in, and then select certificate. And this will show you what is the current certificate and certificate authorities trusted by Windows. So when you go to trusted root certificate authorities, you will find a list of all CA servers that Microsoft trusts the certificates that are signed by them. One of them, for example, is the DigiCert, which I was mentioning. One of them could be Global Sign. One of them could be Komodo. Microsoft also has its own certificate authority. Okay. So we have many applications for encryption, but as I mentioned, application encryption can be used to secure data and rest and secure data in motion as well. So we have a lot of usage and a lot of applications for encryption. For example, we can use the symmetric encryption, or in fact, it is used in the concept of BitLocker. We rely on advanced encryption standard. Some backup solutions also offer encryption mechanism to ensure data stored on tape drives are restored and secured. We also had a protocol called IPsec, and IPsec is an encryption protocol that is combined from symmetric and asymmetric algorithm together. It works in a special way that in the beginning of the communication, we use asymmetric encryption to exchange the key. And using this key, we encrypt the symmetric key. And across all of the session, we will use the symmetric key across all of this session. Okay, this might looks like complicated, right? Okay, to make you understand what I'm trying to discuss here. Look, the total length of symmetric encryption key could be 128. Fine. The least length of the asymmetric encryption key could reach 2048. From your perspective, which one of these key lengths could have a huge impact on the processing power of the device, which makes the decryption and encryption? Yeah, the asymmetric encryption, in fact, consume a lot of resources to make it work, because we use high or a very tall key to encrypt and decrypt the data. Fine? So that's why in some situations we got a combination between asymmetric and symmetric encryption, which means for data in motion, we will use the public key and private key only for the first time to send the data, and this data would be the encryption key that me and you will use across the rest of the session. You got it? So instead of sending data by using the asymmetric encryption, we are simply sending encryption key. But this time, this encryption key, if it got intercepted by Wireshark, it will not be able to be cracked. And this encryption key will be used to encrypt all the next traffic across this encrypted session, instead of every time sharing private key and sharing public key and go in this way. That could help us to save what? To save the resources on our devices, because we used the asymmetric encryption to exchange the symmetric key only in the beginning of the session. We kept the security of the key. And after then, across the session, we will be encrypting our traffic using the key of 128 only. And this key cannot be cracked because we transferred it or we shared it together in a secure way. Make sense to you? So IPsec is one of the protocols that can utilize the asymmetric and symmetric in the ways that I mentioned right now. We start first in building our tunnel based in asymmetric encryption, and then we use symmetric key to encrypt the rest of data. And I believe I mentioned that we have some sort of secure protocols that add a higher level or additional layer of encrypting the data. And this part is really not useful right now. If you understood the difference between symmetric and asymmetric, the concept of public and private key, it will be great for me. We have another type of ways that we could preserve the confidentiality of data, but this type could be used with malicious intentions, which is called the steganography. Steganography is a technique of hiding something inside other thing. Malicious actors use steganography to embed malware, for example, inside legitimate applications. Could you remember the concept of backdoor or Trojan Horse? In Trojan Horse, we have a legitimate app or application that looks like good application, but inside of it, it include malicious code. So steganography, when we try to apply it by ourselves, I will give you an example by hiding image inside one image, but this is a silly example, by the way. But the concept of steganography is hiding object inside object. Back to Cold War and all of these eras, we could have like what is called, I believe, disappearing ink or secret ink. And using secret ink, we can write secret messages. Yeah, so secret ink is a kind of steganography. It also complements the concept of covert channel. Covert channel is the term in security that means we can use a connection that looks like legitimate, and on this connection we can inject our malicious code. One of the examples of covert channel, we have a protocol called DNS or domain name service. Can anybody of you give me like an example for, or what is the DNS in reality? I know we asked about it before, but I'm trying to keep you engaged. So could we elaborate what do we mean by DNS or domain name service? That's right. When I try to open google.com, I do not know what is the IP address of google.com. So I ask a server called the DNS, and this server, I will ask him that, do you know where is or who has or who is google.com? He will respond by google.com is IP address 12345. We can test the DNS resolving to understand in reality how does it work by a command in our CMD called nslookup. When you write the command nslookup, and then you write the website of any or name of any website, you will go and ask your DNS server, and your DNS server will respond with the name. I believe I have an issue here in my DNS, so I will try to modify it or make it fixed. So I believe the settings is in my Wi-Fi. Anyway, it seems that my laptop is using all the DNS configuration. So I can do other thing, which is nslookup. Then I will specify the server to be 8.8.8.8. And in case you don't know, 8.8.8.8.8 is a very popular DNS server managed by Google. So when I write www.google.com, my device will go to Google website and or Google DNS server, and it will ask Google what is the IP address associated with this record. Just to make it clear to you, I will try in the same time to open Wireshark from my device. and I will filter by DNS messages only. So whenever I send a request here, I should get a message on Wireshark indicating that my device was trying to ask the DNS server about data. So if you can see here, you will find that my device is asking about a lot of queries. I was asking about Kaspersky, I was asking about Windows, I was asking about, let's say, if we go a little bit on top, I was asking about Google, and then the server responded with the IP address related to what? Google. Can you see it? So as the DNS service is one of the services that could require you to open connection from your local network to external DNS servers, hackers will know that you are by default allowing any DNS traffic going to port 53 to any destination on the internet to pass from your firewall. So they can use the same port to transfer or to communicate with their command and control servers. This is what do we mean by covert channel. By having a channel or a connection that is legitimate, and we may utilize the same connection to send our malicious codes or our communication with the command and control server. Could we remember what is the command and control server? CNC. It is the server that is controlling the botnet and various devices that are impacting or in other words, the sending controls to botnets in order to create attacks such as DDoS. Okay. So this was just like an explanation about what is steganography is, and just to see in reality how steganography works, I will just give you an example from our Kali Linux machine. So in our lab, we have this Kali Linux machine, and I will use this Kali Linux machine to hide an image inside another image. So how that can be done? Let's see. So I need to go to the desktop directory. Where am I? Yeah, the tool is fair. So this tool allows me to see images that I have on my device. Okay. So when I try to check what are the kind of images that I have on my desktop here, I have two images. I have image that is called the cover and the other one called secret. Can you see these two pictures? So the picture that is called the cover looks like this, while the picture that is called secret looks like this. So what I'm going to do right now is that I will embed this picture, which is called secret, inside the picture that is called fake. Before doing this, I will just do this command, which will give me like information about what is the size of each image. So the first image here is 198 kilobyte, while the second image here, which is called secret, is 8.3 kilobytes. So I will use a tool. I will use a tool on Linux called stick height, and I will first do a kind of embed operation. And this embed operation will request to embed the file called secret.jpg inside the covert file that called cover.jpg. Then I will hit enter. It will ask me to enter a password, and without this password, I will not be able to restore this file back. So I will enter the password of 123. I'll re-enter it. And now the covert operation or embedding the first image has been done in the second image. When I check the size of the file, the size, it looks like the same, by the way. When I open the file, when I open fe cover.jpg, I will see the original cover image with no change, but in reality, in this image, the other secret image is already embedded. Where this image is, it could appear or pieces of it in the free or in very small bits inside this image. So it might be here, but we cannot see it because it is embedded in the binary data of the file itself. So in order to export the data, you can use the same tool, but this time I could extract it using the extract option, and then I will specify the cover file, which includes the data, and then I will specify what is the file that I need. I will export the data inside secret reveal file, so JPEG. I will hit enter, but I believe this command is not complete. I need to add F here. It will ask me to enter the passphrase, and then it will tell me that I already exported the file called secret reveal as you requested. So when we check the secret reveal file, it will look like this. So we embedded a file inside another file, which in this case, a secret file inside a file that is called the covert file. And after then, we added a password. And then using this password and using the same tool, we was able to decrypt or export this file once again. So this is a concept of steganography, but again, steganography is not about hiding image. This is very funny example, but in reality, steganography can be used in using many techniques, such as checking what is the normal network connection or usual protocols that could be allowed through firewall, and use this protocol to transfer data or transfer malicious code. Hackers, by the way, are using a technique called DNS tunneling to allow them to deliver their malware to internal network, because they know that DNS is a service that could be opened and should be allowed from internal to outside network in order to do a kind of DNS resolving. Fine. So the next few slides is about basics about IT networking. I believe we discussed earlier what do we mean by OSI model and how traffic works since it leaves the machine or since it being processed by the application layer inside the system and until it reach to the other system or to the destination. So we are going to go through this few slides just to make sure that we are all on the same page. We are all have the same concept. So essentially, computer network is a group of devices that are connected together in order to exchange data. So the overall or the purpose of the network is to share data, sharing resources, which can help in reducing cost. Like when we differentiate between the USB printer and network printer, of course, network printer will be better because it will provide the service to multiple users at the same time, while USB printer is linked to a single device. Of course, I understand we can share the USB printer connected to one device, but at the end, we will use a network to share it as well. File sharing is another type of services that we could interconnect in a single network to do it. IPTV, online streaming, games, access to corporate services such as email, ERP system, HR management system. All of these are kind of purposes or services that you could gain if you accessed a network. So we have many types of network elements. First, we have what is called endpoint or client or user. Usually in each network, we will have two sides. The first one is the users that need to take the service, and the second side will be the service itself. So here we have endpoints, here we have server or the thing that provide a service. And in order to make users and servers connected with each other, we will need kind of network equipment. Something such as a switch, which will provide like a wired connection, or something such as wireless, which will provide a wireless connection. So in any network, we should have clients, we should have servers, and we should have network devices. And also we should have physical cables, and these physical cables could be called the media or medium. So this is the smallest, let's say, smallest portion from any network. This is the essential components of any network. We should have client servers and we should have network devices and the medium that allow users to communicate with the network devices and at the end with the rest of network equipment. We may heard about many types of networks. We may heard about the LAN, the CAN or MAN, the WAN or the PAN. So local area network is similar to the network that we are currently in. It is a local, so it is linked or in other words, it is limited to a certain location or a certain area, like office, like building, something like this. For campus area network, it is similar to the network that connects the traffic light and traffic cameras across the region or across the city with each other. So it is like a local area network, but it spans for a larger distance or a larger area, such as I mentioned, traffic cameras. They are all at the end connected by a network. So when they are capture a footage or capture a kind of warrant or something like this, it should communicate it to a central server to record this on the car that was imaged and violated the speed, for example. So this could be an example for campus or metropolitan area network. For wide area network, it is similar to network between countries and each others. If I have a branch in a city and branch in another city, then we have an example for a WAN. While personal area network refer to a network that could be between your personal device and each others. For example, I am using a Bluetooth headset and this Bluetooth headset is connected to my laptop. So it is a personal area network. It is a network for my own devices that are connected together, such as the connection between the smartwatch and the mobile phone. It is also an example of personal area network. Why do I explaining all of this to you? You may consider as part of your career objective to achieve a certification such as CCNA, Network Plus, A Plus, something like this. And in these kind of certifications, you will be asked about such information. So I'm just trying to elaborate it to you just to be ready whenever you encounter such a certification or pursue a similar or tackle a similar certification. So LAN, as I mentioned, is a network that is limited to a very limited area, such as a building or office, and it offers very high speed in communication. While WAN, on other hand, is connecting branches with each other. The two locations can be in a far location. There is no option to connect direct cable between both of them. So we need to go to internet service provider. And this internet service provider would provide me with a leased line service or a direct or a special connection that can allow me to connect my headquarters with the remote branches. This connection medium, by the way, could be something based on what is called MPLS technology, could be based on a microwave tower. Are we familiar with what do I mean by microwave? Yeah, because at the beginning of my career, I thought the microwave is the microwave that we are used at home to connect the branches to each other. So I'm not kidding, by the way, but I was still young. So microwave towers looks like this. It is something that looks like this. So microwave tower is essentially like an antenna, and we place an antenna on top of the first building and the other antenna on the top of the second building. But of course, we do not use these large towers. We could use like a small microwave antennas that could be like half a meter or 1 meter at max. So what forms the internet is exactly internet is a lot of WANs connected to each other. So the internet that we are knowing is uncontrolled network. It is formulated from multiple WANs that are connected with each other. So assuming that I created my first LAN in Egypt and then I created another LAN in Alexandria and another LAN in Cairo, all of them together are formulating a WAN. And then other country created another lands together, and by connecting these lands together, they created their country, such as UK, Finland, Egypt, Europe, anyway. And when we connected these two WANs together, we got the first element of the internet. And the situation replicated in all other countries across the globe. and they started to build the connections with each other, and that's what formulated or created the internet as we know right now. The countries are connected with each other using fiber cables, and these fiber cables are placed on the seafloor in oceans and seas, which link the world together and make the internet that we know so far. So in order to understand the network communication, we have a conceptual model, which I believe we discussed it yesterday, which is the OSI model. An OSI model, as I explained earlier, it is not a model that make you in reality understand or describe how actual communication happens in programming or from programming perspective. But it helps you if you are learning about network to understand the flow of data. But in reality, when someone will develop an application, he is not writing a code for presentation layer itself and session layer itself. He could writing an application that consider all of these layers together in the same lines of code, for example. So dividing the network communication to all of these models or all of these layers has a sole purpose, and this purpose is only to teach you how things is happening in the background. So at the end, it is a conceptual model. And as we can remember, OSI model is consisted from 7 layers. We start by physical, which indicate cables, data link, which indicate local area network layer, which indicate IP addressing and how devices can communicate with each other using IP address. Transport layer, which is about TCP, UDP, and segmenting the traffic to small pieces to allow this traffic to be transferred over the network. Session layer, which track connections and keep ports open. I gave you an example which was related to web browser and have multiple tabs, and when I open a website from the first tab, the request or the response will appear on a particular tab, not in the all tabs or other tabs than the one that should receive the traffic. Presentation layer, which is responsible for encoding data, decrypting or encrypting data, convert data to binary format, and vice versa. And lastly, application layer, which presented the data in a form that can be understood by the human. So in each layer, I believe we discussed this concept and how we send the data. And when you try to apply this concept in something such as public key negotiation, in fact, you will deal with your public key as application. So you need to convert it to binary data to send it over network, and then you will send it to the IP address or destination that you are trying to reach. And then this traffic will be encapsulated inside a layer 2 frame, which includes source MAC and destination MAC, and then you will include the data. I have a question here. As we need communication, or as we need the IP, as we can inside the local network, we can communicate using MAC addresses. Why do we need IP address? At the end, I told you that if we are two devices at the same network and we have a switch in between and we try to want to reach each other, we can use the source MAC and destination MAC, right? Why we still need to use IP address? Okay, it is a concept called the protocol stack. So application layer can only segment and encapsulate the data into a container called a transport header, which can be TCP and UDP. UDP and TCP by design can only be installed or can only be encapsulated inside a header called IP header, which is a network header. IP header cannot by itself go to the outside network or leave the network interface card or move on the cable. So it will need to be added inside a layer 2 header, which is called the frame that includes source MAC and destination MAC. So you cannot simply take the data and insert it inside the IP header without installing or putting it in a transport header form. You cannot take transport header and add it inside the layer 2 frame directly without encapsulating it in the IP header. We should follow this structure when we send the data. We cannot take the transport and avoid or ignore this header. Okay? And that's what we call protocol stack. It should be stacked together. So when we receive the data, the opposite is happening, and we start to recompile the data again and aggregate and group the data again. So how OSI model can help us in troubleshooting and understanding as well. In case you have two users in the network, and this user is complaining about system outage or he cannot reach the server. So based on your understanding to the OSI model, you understood that application layer is a thing, while network layer is another thing. So we maybe have the application that is installed, such as a website on a server, is stopped, but the IP address of the system is reachable. In this case, you could conclude that the problem is related to application, not related to the network equipment. Because as you can reach the network, as you can do ping command from this device to this device, that would mean that network is working as expected. You have IP reachability. Okay? But if you don't have, so the problem could be related to faulty cable, problem in network interface card, and so on. So understanding OSI model can help you to isolate where is the issue. Of course, this is not a general situation because you may have the ping access or already enabled between two devices, but assuming that this application is hosted on port 443, can anybody tell me port 443 is related to which application? HTTPS, right? So I may have a firewall that is improperly configured, and this firewall restricts access to this port. So although I am able to do ping connection, but at the same time, I cannot reach this port. So I can log into this device itself and try to open the application from it, from the local machine, if the application is hosted here. And what do I mean by application? I mean website, for example, not Office. Okay, just to make it clear to you. Office application word, I'm talking about application such as file sharing. So I would try from this machine to open the run command, and I would try to write this IP address 127.0.0.1, and then I hit enter. This IP address that you saw or that you just saw right now, when you try to open the same IP address on your device, you are essentially opening your own device, because this IP address is called the loopback address. And as the name indicates, it is a loopback. So when you request this IP address, you return back to yourself again. If you try it from your command line interface to do a ping to 127.0.0.1, you will get a reply. Essentially, you are not pinging or checking connection with someone outside your device. You are checking a connection with your own device. If your web server or if your own device is hosting HTTP service, which means you have like a website hosted on my website right now, if I used my browser and tried to open 127.0.0.1, I will essentially open the web server that is hosted on my website or hosted on my own machine. So if I did this, the website that should appear right now is a website that hosted on my own machine. So you can simply go to this machine and try to open the IP address 127.0.0 from the web browser. If the application responded, then the problem could be related to the network, related to a firewall, something like this. That's how understanding network communication or OSI model can help you to define where is the problem. Is it network related or system or application related? Fine. So there are a lot of types of network media. what you can see now on the screen is a type of network media that is called twisted pair cables. And the twisted pair cables are type of network cables that include 8 pairs inside it, and each 2 pairs are rolled out like this on each other. That's why it's called a twisted pair. And the reason why it looks like this, because every side or every one of these copper lines have like electrical bits passing through this line, which indicates there will be like a magnetic field surrounding each one of these wires. So by modifying or by rolling or twisting these pairs together, we are neutralizing the magnetic pair, like have negative and positive power. So by twisting them together in this way, we will ensure that they will not interfere or do a kind of interference to other parts in the wire. If we have a power source that is passing on each one of these lines, and if we don't have a kind of isolation between all of these lines, we could have an issue that data that passing through this wire could interfere or could do a kind of malfunction to the bits or to the electrical power that is passing through the other lines. So twisted pair cables are twisted just to neutralize the magnetic field of each line, and in order to do so, we provide a kind of isolation. And the difference between all of this kind of cables, as you can see, at the end, all of them are twisted pair, but some of them are unshielded, some of them are foiled but unshielded, some of them are unshielded but they are foiled, some of them are shielded and foiled, which means they have like this shield and they have like a foil that protect each pair of cable. Why that is important from your perspective? To understand that here we introduce what do we mean by twisted pair cable and what do we mean by electronic magnetic intervention. Electronic magnetic intervention can reveal what is the actual data that are passing through the link. Remember, at the end, the data that are traversing the network cable is represented in 0 and 1 format, binary, right? And if I could capture these 0 and 1s, I could derive a meaning for these 0 and 1s by doing a kind of translating for what this actual data means. For example, I have an application, or I could use any website, for example, and this website, for example, I could use it and write, I need to convert ASCII to binary. I'm dealing with Google by this way. I'm asking it question, by the way. So I can open a website like this one, and I can write any text I want. Then I will convert it. So that's actually what the binary value, or what is the formation of 0 and 1 that indicate this particular random text. So if I did a capturing and captured the 0 and 1s passing in a certain cable, I could translate this data back to a way that can be read by anyone. And that's what electronic magnetic intermission may mean. Electronic magnetic intermissions is like an indicators that could tell you what is the current state of data that is passing through the cable. Is it 0 or 1? And by utilizing this vulnerability in cables that use electrical power to transfer traffic, there was an operation called the EVBIL. It was during the Cold War. And during the Cold War, the United States discovered a naval base in far east of Russia. And this naval base was communicating with the central command using a cable that is on the seafloor. So one of the American submarines discovered this cable, and then they reported this vulnerability, or reported the existence of this cable, and then they crafted a special device that was placed on beside this cable. they send some submarine people who some divers who install this device, and they took from this device like cables, and they surrounded it using the cable, and this operation lasted for like 10 years. And during each let's say 6 months or each year, the United States were sending divers or marines to capture the tapes or the record tapes that was recording every bit that was transferred on this cable. You can imagine this? And based on this information, they understood what was the locations of the Soviet Union marine ships, what they are planning to do, and all of this stuff. All of this intelligence stuff helped the United States to counter the risk of turning the Cold War to a hot war, as we can see. So you can look for the operational EVBale, and the operational EVBale, the weakness that make it possible to intercept the traffic, that this kind of cable was transferring electrical signal, bits 0 and 1. So as this cable is not properly isolated or protected, any device can intercept or can read what is actually sent on this device. Fine? So the most secure type of device is or cable is called the fiber cable, because fiber cables, unlike the unshielded twisted pair or copper cables in general, and what do we mean by copper cable in general, guys, is the cables that utilize the copper core to transfer data. So copper cable can be something like this, like the one that we use for the satellite communication, like I believe access, I believe it's called access cable. This one could be copper cable. Can you see it? Because it have a single copper core, and could be also that twisted pair cable, which we just saw earlier, which is someone like this, for example. So fiber cables, unlike UTP or copper cables, does not utilize power or electricity to move or transfer data. They utilize a kind of light, or in other words, called photons. We have what is called electron, and the electron is used in power communication and transferring data in power or in electrical format. While fiber cables are more secure because they are not producing signal that could reveal what is inside or what is transmitted inside copper cable. So they are not subject to the risk of electronic magnetic intervention or interference, something like this. And fiber cables also has one of the benefits, which is it can go to a more far distance than UTP cables. UTP cables can be stretched for like 100 meters, for example, and every 100 meter we should have a device that is do a kind of amplification or making the signal more strong to allow it to go far for more 100 meter, and after 100 meter we repeat the same. But fiber cables can work for like 10 kilometers until it requires another device to amplify or make the speed or make the signal more strong. Fine. Okay. In network devices, we have a lot of types of network devices. We have switches, which is connecting local users inside the LAN with each others. We have routers, which is connecting WANs to each others. So the difference between router and switch, that in any local area network, we could have, or in any building, we could have multiple floors, right? Multiple offices. Maybe we can find a switch in each floor or in each office that connect users inside this building or inside this office. And at the end, all of these switches will be connected to each other as well. So anybody on this switch will be able to reach the one on the other switch as long as we are inside the same virtual local area network or VLAN. Okay? But in order to go to the internet, I will need a router. So for the single building, I can have a single router that could allow all of these users to go to the internet. So switches are used to connect users inside the same LAN, while routers allow these users to communicate with the other world or other VLANs. Okay. We also have the access point, and the access point is another network device that allows the users who do not have the option to connect themselves to the network using the UTP or copper cable or fiber cable to use a Wi-Fi signal to connect to the wired network. Fine. So we gain like an overview about OSI and basics of network and network cables and network devices. In OSI, we discussed the different kind of layers. What you could hear about a lot in this case could be when you hear about layer 2, which indicates that you are dealing in data link layer, which use MAC address in order to allow communication between devices inside the internal network. But although that inside internal network we need MAC address to communicate, that does not prevent or deny the need for having IP address as well, because we understood that it works as a stack. You should place something inside other things, so you cannot take the data and inside the layer 3 header or IP header. You should have layer 4 in between. And the same situation, you cannot send the layer 3 packet in the network without inserting it inside a frame, which is a layer 2 header. So layer 2 header is also another name for data link layer header, and it defines who is the MAC address that I want to try to communicate. MAC address is a kind of device addressing, and the MAC address differentiate who could be the vendor of a certain network device or a certain network port, and what is the serial number of this network interface card. We can find that MAC address can be, you can get the MAC address of your Windows device by writing the command of getMAC. So getMAC will show you the possible network interfaces that are on your device and what is the MAC address linked or assigned to each one of these interfaces. So we can see that the MAC address of these two network interfaces is similar in regard to the first three parts, because the first three parts in any MAC address define the organizational unique identifier or the name of the vendor that have this MAC address or created this network interface. We have many vendors that could be creating a network interface card, such as Intel, HP, Dell, Microsoft, Samsung. All of these are name of vendors that could be creating network devices or network interfaces, network ports. Even your mobile phone, it includes like a chipset, and this chipset is responsible for making you connected to the Wi-Fi. So it is a network interface, by the way. So this network interface should have a MAC address as well, because if it don't have a MAC address, you will not be allowed to communicate inside the local network. So by getting the MAC address of any device, you can get this MAC address and go to the internet and look for a tool that do a kind of MAC address check. So by using a tool such as this one, for example, you can type the MAC address that you got from a particular device, and then you can click search. It can tell you that who is the manufacturer who creates this MAC address, or what is the manufacturer who has this MAC address, or who can assign these first three parts to any network interface that he can create. So based on this, I can do a kind, for example, if I want to detect the man in the middle attack, which we described yesterday, based on the ARP information of the network, I can identify what is the different MAC addresses inside the network that I am currently at. And based on this, I can do a check for all of these MAC addresses to identify who is the manufacturer or who is the vendor that created this particular network interface card. And if I used to have Dell devices, Dell or HP devices in my network, in case I found another device that is related to Huawei, for example, this could be an issue, because it is not usually to have a device that was created by Huawei in my own internal network. Clear? So based on MAC address, you can identify who is the vendor that created this network interface card. And by the way, MAC address is consisted from two parts. The first part is defining the vendor, and second part is defining like the serial number of this particular network interface card. And the MAC address by default is a static address, which means if I took my own laptop and came to your own network and connected my device to your own network, the MAC address will be still the same because it is a burned-in address, which means he is configured or hard-coded in the network interface card itself. While the IP address is not the same. IP address is called a logical address. If I am staying at my home network, I could have an IP address from the range of my home network, like 192.168.1.1. But if I go to my office network could use different IP networks, such as 10.10.1.1. So depending on where I'm at, I will take a different address in case of IP address or layer 3 address. That's why layer 3 address is known as logical address, while MAC address is known as physical address. Fine? So when we look to how MAC addresses are written, we will find that MAC address is written in a very strange way, right? We can find that he is consisted of like 6 pieces. If every piece include like 2 characters, these characters could be something between 0 and 9 or A and F. Can someone tells me what this numbering system is? What is the numbering system that can use 0 to 9 and A to F only? Okay, what do we mean by numbering system? The way that we can represent the numbers. So we have a very famous numbering system that we use right now. Yeah, it is hexadecimal, right? We have what is called the decimal numbering. And decimal numbering means that we can use 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 10. And once we reach 10, we can remove the 0 and add 1. So it will become 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, and so on, right? This is known as decimal. But when I ask you to represent the value of 10 trillion in decimal way, it could be somehow hard because you will need to take care about writing 1, 10, and that's you need to add, I believe, 3 zeros, and then 3, and then 3, and then other 3, and that's, I believe, that's a billion. So I believe we need to add like this could be $10 trillion or 10 trillion as a value. So they need to figure a way to reduce the amount of spaces required to describe a certain number. So that's why they come with a different formats, such as the binary. In binary, we can refer to data by 0 and 1. But the problem is if I want to represent decimal value of 10 trillion in binary, it could create a larger value than the values that could be created using the decimal way. As a result, they wanted to develop a new numbering system that could reduce the amount of letters needed to represent a certain value. And this example or this numbering system could be the hexadecimal. Hexadecimal is a way in writing that allow you for these 2 characters to represent 16 bits of data, which means these 2 values can represent a number up to 65,536. So instead of writing this value in a decimal way, I can write these 2 values only, and it will indicate the same value that we are seeing now on the screen. How does it happen? Some equation somewhere in writing that make this value in hexadecimal equivalent to this value in decimal. To make it clear or to test it by yourself, you can open the calculator of your Windows. You can select the programmer mode, and you can write the value in hex of FF. And then check how much does it equal in decimal. I believe it is not FF. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. FF equal 250. No, not 65,000 and all of this stuff. Okay. So I believe F is what 4 Fs it is what equal to this number. So as you can see, if I selected to write in hexadecimal way and written like 4 Fs, that will result in decimal way like 65,535. So if I selected to write in decimal format and I wrote the value of 10 trillion, which is a lot of zeros, it can be written in hexadecimal format in this way, which could be easy to remember or could be easy to written. Okay? So by writing a MAC address, and of course we have billions of network devices across the globe, and each one should have a unique address that differentiates this address from other devices inside the same network. So by writing the MAC address in a binary way, we can take this value and check what could this value indicate. It could indicate a number such as 1 trillion, 1 trillion and 1, 1 trillion and 2. But instead of giving your device a hardware address that is 1 trillion and 1, which could not be easy to remember, like saying 1 trillion and 100 million and, we define this value in an hexadecimal way. And hexadecimal way is just another numbering system that allow you to write numbers in more efficient way. Clear? So how FF could be, or how FF could be 255? Would you like to know how? Yeah, but let me relate it to other thing. The base computer language is what? Or the base numbering system that can be understood by computer is what? Decimal or binary or hexadecimal? Which is 0 and 1. So for Windows, we have the smallest sizing unit called the byte, right? And we read before in classes and something like this that byte is equal 8-bit. So the smallest sizing unit or smallest unit or unit that indicates size in Windows or in computer in general is the bit. Fine? So, and the bit, how much bits can equal 1 byte? 8. So we have these 8 zeros, which could indicate a single byte. Fine? So I believe it is 8, right? It is 8 or 9, 8. Yeah. So each one of these bytes have a value to either be 1 or either be 0. And each one of these bits, if we counted it in this order, have a value differ according to the location where this bit is. For example, this 0 is equal 1. This E0 is equal 2 from decimal perspective. This 0 is equal 4. This 0 is equal 8. This one equals 16. This one equal 32. This one equal 64. And this one equal 128. These values here on top are fixed. In case I have in the binary system one placed in this area and one placed under this particular bit, the decimal value of all of this will be the total of 16 and 1. Why? Because I took the decimal value linked with the 1, but for the rest of values, it includes zeros, not 1. So when I saw a binary value such as this one, this would indicate the decimal value of 17. Let's try it together. We will open our calculator. And what I'm talking here is basics that could help you in anything other than cybersecurity as well. So let's try to write in binary. I will try to write, I believe, 000. This is binary. So I cannot write it here. So I can open my web browser and I can select a binary to decimal calculator. So I will open this application here and I will try to copy this data, which indicates the binary value, right? I assume that this value would equal to 17. So I need to remove the spaces. When I click convert, the value will be hot, 17. How it comes? Because each 0 from the 8 bits here is mapped to a particular value. It is always 1, 2, 4, 8, 16, 32, 64, 1 to 8. And if we added another colon, it will be, let me give you here another hint. Yeah, double. Yeah, double and double. And so we will go 256, 512, 1024, 2048. These numbers are fixed. If you can remember when I was discussing AES Advanced Encryption Standard, I told you that it used a key of 128, not 127. The memory space or the size of RAM could be 4 or 8 or 16 or 32. I cannot find a memory chip that is like 30 gigabyte only, right? So it is all linked to each other. And at the end, based on the location of a particular bit, and by mapping it to associated number, I can define what could be the value of this binary data. If I have a binary data that all are in this way, that would indicate a total value of 256. And as we are counting 0 in our equation, so in reality, that's why in IP addresses, for example, we can have the maximum IP address that I can assign is 255. In reality, if you try to count all of this, it will give you a result not 255. It will give you 256. So why I can only insert an IP address of 255? Because 0 is counted already. So we start counting from 0. So 0 until 255 will equal 256. Okay? So how come this value could be equal to F? It is again another numbering system, which is called hexadecimal. In hexadecimal, we convert the binary data to another way for writing, which is called hexadecimal. So hexadecimal can be written in this way. In hexadecimal, I will try to, where is the Excel sheet? I will try to translate this data to a hexadecimal way. So all of this data here, if I reach it like the value of 16, this could result in F, which means, look again with me. In hexadecimal, the maximum size of a single character is not 0 or 1. It could be from 0 to F, while 0 indicates the decimal number of 0. 1 is 1, 2 is 2, until we go and reach the number of 9. But starting from 9, we instead of writing 10, we will write A. Instead of writing 11, we will write B. 12, C. 13, D. 14, E, and 15, F. Fine? So if we try to add 1 on all of these sectors, we will find the value is at the end, the total value will be, I believe, 16, or as we agreed, it is 15. So that's why when I have all of these bits filled by F, the total value of its binary or its decimal value will be 16, which can be represented instead of writing 1111, we can only write F. Make sense? And what about the next 4 bits? The next 4 bits, although this value should be mapped to 1, but as the location comes as the 5th one, so it does not, this one here does not equal 1, and this one does not equal 2. It equals 16 and 32 respectively. So the total value of this should be F as well, because from binary perspective, it is also 16. But the location of the next 4 bits here will indicate another completely new value. I know it's kind of hard and may be kind of complicated, but this is what do we mean by numbering system. Why MAC address is written in this way. It is at the end will be mapped to a decimal value. But instead of writing the decimal value in a way that could be hard, we can write it in a way that could be easy using numbers and characters as well. IPv4 is one of the addresses that are written in the binary system, but instead of writing it in a binary like 1010 and so on, we write it in a way called the dotted decimal. Dotted decimal means each IP address is segregated to 4 parts. Each part is segregated by a dot. And between every dot and each others, we will have a decimal value. This decimal value cannot exceed the value of 255. Why? Because in each section here, we have maximum of 8 bits. And these 8 bits, when we try to evaluate what is the possible values of decimal values that could be related to it, it can be only 255. Do you remember from the last table? So that's why IP address is called 32-bit addressing system, while the MAC address is called 48-bit addressing system. What do we mean here is the total possibilities of MAC address across the globe could be 48 or 2. Where it could be 2 power 48. So why 2? Because we have 2 options, either 0 or 1. Why it is 48? Because MAC address has 48 bits. So each bit in the MAC address could accept either 0 or 1. That's make this is the total available IP MAC addresses that can be used. It is, I believe, like 281 trillion. Okay? If we apply the same concept from respective to IP address, the IP address is 32-bit, which means we have like 4 billion possible results of IP addresses. I can get this by telling you that 2 power 32. So which should provide more address space? MAC address. But MAC address is used for LAN, while IP address is used for internet. Fine? Okay? Okay, so that's make IPv4 address for your info is the depleting. I think it is the right word, depleting. The IPv4 is depleting because we have like 4 billion and we have increasing number of smartphones, smart devices, and devices that are connected to the internet. That's why they are developing, or we already have in place, IPv6. IPv6 is 128 numbering system, or 128-bit address system, which means we have like 2 power 128 available IPv6 address to be used. But by the time we are migrating from the IP address That's why we have techniques to make like a migration from IPv4 based system to IPv6. I bet all of us are still using IPv4 as the main IP addressing form. But by time, maybe after 20 years from now, 30 years from now, we can find that IPv6 address will be used and will be used in exchange of IPv4. So I believe we discussed what is the ARP protocol is. So ARP protocol help you to identify or do a kind of layer 2 to layer 3 address mapping. We agree with this. And we understood what is the relation between ARP and the man-in-the-middle attack. So ARP provide information about the IP address mapping in relation to particular MAC address. And if hacker tried or managed to spoof the ARP information, he will be able to do an attack such as the man-in-the-middle attack. Fine? Okay, we have here a question, which is, what is the network? I know it could be a basic question, but as we mentioned before, we're trying to think together and provide possible answers. That's right. And what is the criteria that based on it, I define that they are group of devices that share resources together. We should have like a borders, a boundary, a criteria that tells that we are all in the same network. I maybe have 5 devices that are together at the same room, but they might not be at the same network. Right? But I have the concept of VLAN, and in the concept of VLAN, I can logically separate devices connected to the same switch to different networks at the same time. So I can place a printer in a VLAN that take a certain IP address or a certain IP address from a certain range, and another devices that take IP address from a different range. So what do you think here? So in fact, network is group of devices that share same network ID, share the same IP address schema. For example, if I have IP address with IP address 10.1.1.1 and I have IP address 10.1.1.2, are they at the same network together? What if I told you 10.1.1.1 and 10.101.1? In fact, it could be yes and could be no, because I have a missing information here, which is what is the subnet mask? While we are configuring our computer devices, printers, and so on, if I am configuring it in a static way, I would be requested to enter both IP address and both subnet mask, right? So what is the subnet mask? Subnet mask is like a way that define what is the boundary of my network, who is considered part of my network and who is considered not part of my network. For example, at the end, we agreed this value is written with which numbering system? It is a binary, right? That's right. But what about this value exactly? It is at the end a decimal, but it can be translated back to a binary value. What could be the binary value of this 255? 8 ones. 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. Right? So, what we can do to answer my question, which is asking if 10.1.1.1 and 10.100.1.1 are in the same network or not, we should ask what is the subnet mask. So the subnet mask in this case, for example, is 10.55, 10.55, 10.55.0. So I will get the first IP address, which is 10.1.1.1, and I will get the second IP address. I will repeat this step here. I will just make it copy here. And I will set 10.100 and 1 and 1. And I will start in do a kind of analysis based on the IP addresses. I will do a process to convert this value back to the binary value and convert this value to its binary value. Can you get this? I know it is making complicated, but at the end, it is recorded, so we can refer back to this information. Okay? So how to convert this value to its binary value? We should write 128, right? 64, 32, 16, 8, 4, 2, 1, right? So 255 is equaling what? This part exactly. Is equaling 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. What about 10? Which area or which fields here that I should add 1 to make the total value of this 10? So I will add 1 and 1. And the rest will be what? The process that I'm currently doing right now is known as XOR. XOR operation. In XOR operation, 0 with anything will equal 0. 1 with 1 will equal 1. So by do the XOR operation, I will get here 0, 1, 0, 1, 0, 0, 0, 0. Is there any comment? Clear? So the value of XOR operation between these two values here will equal 10. We don't need to repeat this step once again for this octet and this octet, or this part and this part, because everything has, or any octet that has 255 will be as it is. Fine? But for the last one, we don't have 55. So we may need to do the XOR process for this particular value. So for MAC address of 0, what does it equal? Right? And for 1? And when we do XOR for this value, what could be the result? When we see 0, it will equal 0. When we see 1 and 0, will equal 0. When we see 1 and 1, will equal 1. What could be the total value? That's right. So the value that you are currently seeing now on the screen is process done by the first device, which is 10.1.1.1, to get his own network ID. He used what to get this? He used the MAC, the subnet mask configured for his device. Fine? The same operation will be done for the next device. So anything with 0, we do not need to repeat this long step once again. Anything with 0 will equal 1, will equal what? I know it will equal 0 because I will transfer this value to binary, and will transfer this value to binary, and will do a process called XOR. By the way, the XOR is a mathematical operation that has this sign. This is the sign of XOR operation. You may find it in the algorithms or something like this. It could be something like this, I believe. This is the symbol of XOR. Okay? So at the end, it will be 10, and here the value will be what? And here? Yeah, so the network ID of the second IP address is totally different than the network ID of the first IP address. Network ID is the value that is responsible to tell the host if the destination adds the same network or not. If the value of network ID between me and you is different, then both of us will need a router in between us to communicate. We will need to ask the gateway to communicate with each other. Fine? What if I told you that the subnet mask in our situation was not 255.255.255.0. It was 255.0.0.0. The situation now will differ. Because in this situation, the network ID here will be 0, 0, right? And here will be also. As a result, the network ID will be the same. So we cannot say someone in the same network with other one until we got what? The subnet mask, which based on it, we will go to the same network ID. So I hope that is clear for you and make you more understand or give you more understanding about what is the subnet mask and why IP addresses are written in this way. By the way, when the traffic goes to the default gateway, when the device itself found that he needs to communicate with someone that does not share with us the same network ID. So in this case, I should have a default gateway configured in my network settings. So I will go to this default gateway and will ask it to make me reach to this external subnet. Okay? So transport layer objective, as we mentioned earlier, something such as TCP protocol or UDP protocol are categorized as transport layer objectives. They help in segmenting the data to small pieces. They can help us to track the data and correct the error if found. For example, if I sent 100 million pieces of data, each one of it will be serialized with numbers. So if the receiving party missed or didn't receive this part, it can respond back to the sender to resend this part once again. Okay? And by the way, one of the protocols of TCP layer or transport layer is known as TCP. TCP is known as a connection-oriented protocol, and it used something called sequence number to record what he had sent. He used acknowledge way to ensure that the data delivered reaches the destination itself, and it can make more overhead over data. Remember when I was describing to you what is the layer 2 header? Could you please explain what is the layer 2 header? It is like the envelope, right? That I place the source MAC and destination MAC. Right? What is the layer 3 header or the IP header? It is another envelope that I can place inside it source IP address and destination IP address. What is the layer 4 header? It is yeah. I can add inside it source port and destination port address. But in fact, and in case in TCP, I need to add sequence number. So another overhead will be added here. I need to add a way to make the other one who receives the data inform me either he received the data or not, such as acknowledge. So in TCP, for example, we have something called the flags, and these flags design or define if we received the data or not. Shall we continue or shall we stop the communication? Am I ready to receive data from you or not? So TCP connection is known as three-way handshake communication because in TCP, whenever a side sends a certain data, the other side should respond by acknowledging the receipt of this data and then the sender or the client will respond with ACK. So for whatever data we are sharing with each others, I send you data, you respond that you received the data, and then I respond back and tells you that I know you knew that or you responded that you received the data. That's called the three-way handshake in TCP. And that's of course cause a network overload, because for any image that I send you, I should send you first and then you respond to me to confirm, and I send you back to say you I confirm that you sent me a confirm. Could you imagine? But as a result for this, we can ensure more reliable delivery for data. We will ensure that data reached you correctly. But this type of protocol or transport header may be good in data, images, videos, photos, and so on. But what about voice over IP or real-time data, which does not have the option to resend what had been sent before? For example, in Zoom meetings or something like this, when I encounter network connectivity error, what I am currently saying will be lost because it is a connectionless. There will be no meaning that your Zoom application will send it to my application to resend what I just said few minutes or few seconds ago. So UDP is another transport header protocol, but it can be used only for data that does not require reliability, such as voice data. But it exists because I cannot add data inside IP packet directly. I should have kind of layer 4 header, which in this case could be what? The user datagram protocol, which can be used for data such as voice over IP. It makes less overhead because it does not require to send ACK, then ACK again, or does not require to have source port, destination port. In fact, it requires only to add source port and destination port alone. Okay, but it does not need to add acknowledgement, flags, and all of this stuff. So this could be less overhead. Assuming that you are sending me 1,500 of data, this data is not purely data, by the way. This should consider also the size of IP header and the size of transport header and the raw data inside all of these headers. So this size is not the data. It considers the layer 3 header and the layer 4 header as well. So TCP use more space while UDP does not. So in UDP message, I can send like 1,400 raw data, while in TCP, I can only send 1,300 of data, or 1,300 if we can say it in this way. Clear? Of course, there are a lot of information about both TCP and UDP, but that will do for the scope of our class. I believe we discussed this concept, which is the difference between secure and insecure protocols. So our next part is also like a foundational part, and it discusses the idea or the basics about IT infrastructure. A part of our training, we should have like a basic foundation or introduction to what do we mean by cloud service, what is the different service offering of the cloud, what is the database, and so on. So we got like an introduction about networks, and also now we are going to get introduction about infrastructure. So what do we mean by infrastructure is not only network, but also we refer to servers that could be used for the day-to-day activity. So we have different kind of servers. I believe we discussed what do we mean by the term front end. We discussed what do we mean by back end. So front end and the back end are related to web applications. And for any web application, we have like front end interface that serve the end users of this application and allows them to deal with this application, while back end is responsible for the business logic, for example, or making the application works. Like When I try to access a YouTube video, I deal with YouTube from the front end, and then my request to go to the back end. The back end is responsible in making this search operation, and then after getting my video, it will ask for this video from database, and then the video will come from database and will appear on my front end. We have also the print server, which is a server that is responsible in management of printing function in the organization. File share or share server or network attached storage or NAS are all the similar term, maybe the same term, and it refers to a shared storage that users can place to their sensitive data and share files together while they are in the network. So this is how servers looks like. So at the end, servers is a computer device, and this computer device include hardware such as memory, storage, processor, and it can come in this form, which can be tower server, and it can come in this form, which could be like a rack mount server. So does anybody of you saw something like this before? Yeah, so what you are currently seeing now on the screen is type of servers that is called blade server. It is blade server. Or to be more specific and accurate, it is a chassis. It is called a chassis. As you can see, it is like a chassis, right? Each one of these is simply called a blade. And each one of these could be a complete server that include its own hard drives. As you can see, we have 1 and 2 and 3 hard drives. It includes memory, it includes processor. So instead of having 16 pieces of this one, for example, you can have this one only, and it could be a single or a complete data center on a single chassis. And this one, by the way, is a big in terms of size. So if we can look for a YouTube video that can show to us how chassis looks like. So for example, HP chassis server. And I will try to look for a video just to understand how it relates from the term of size. So this video, I believe it is from HP. So I will not be subject to copyright issue and so on. No, not HP. So that's how the chassis server looks like. It is somehow big, and each one of these pieces is a complete server. So you can install Windows in each one of these servers, and instead of having multiple servers that could consume a huge space and require a lot of power outlets and a lot of computing power and air conditions and so on, you can have all of your data center stored on a single device such as this one. So in this stage, he is showing us how he can detect if a certain hard drive is working or not. And I need to get a video for if he is removing the chassis or removing the blade server, how that can be done, for example. So that's how it looks from the front and end. In the back end of the chassis, you have network interfaces, which are mapped to the blades that we were just discussing. And remember, each blade is considered a single server, and this is simply another type of servers. Okay? So it reduces the space, it reduces the power consumption, reduces the needed area to host such servers, and so on. So what could you understand about the difference between this type of server and this type of server? Okay, maybe it could be a good answer, but in reality, it is not the key differentiation here. The first one here is called a tower server, which means it looks like a tower. In order to store it, we need to put it on a desk or in a room and put it in the floor, right? But for the second one, it is like a horizontal form, so it can be easily installed inside a rack. And the rack is like an enclosure that is prepared to have network and servers mounted inside it. We can get the blade server or the blade chassis and install it here. And then we add like a switch, and then we add a couple of rack mount servers, and then another switch, and then power source such as an interruptible power supply or UPS, and all of this stuff. At the end, when we build the rack, it will look like this. As you can see here on the screen, that one seems to be a blade server. That one seems to be like a UPS or power source. That one seems to be a switch or network switch, but it is a large or a huge network switch. That one looks like a batch panel where we install cables and so on. Clear? So how servers are powered? If we insert servers inside data center, how servers could be powered? That's right, we use UPS, and something such as UPS may be enough to power a desktop. But for data center, we may use larger types of UPS that can hold a huge amount of power capability to keep our system running in case of long-term power interruption. At the end, the goal of UPSs is not to keep our system running for 1 or 2 or 3 hours. The UPSs can compensate power outage for 1 or 2 hours at maximum. I believe there are kind of UPSs that can exceed this value, but at the end, UPS are designed to compensate short-term power outage to allow you to go to the system if you're going to encounter a long-term power outage and shut down this system in a clean way by initiating shutdown for the system from the Windows or Linux system itself. Because if you suddenly lost the power, you will be subject to data loss. Okay? So any of these servers are currently hosting a kind of service to offer to users. So we have a lot of functional or essential services that should be must be acquired by the organizations. One of the services, for example, is the DHCP or Dynamic Host Configuration Protocol. DHCP is a service that allows us to obtain IP address and subnet mask and network configuration such as the gateway in automatic way. What about DNS? DNS allow us to do a kind of resolving for a particular host name to its related IP address, correct? What about the NTP or Network Time Protocol? That's right. That's right. We should have a synchronized clock across all of our devices inside our network, because we need to maintain a single time or a unified time. So in case of security incident, hacking or something like this, we need to have the system logs from all devices set on the same time or clock to allow us for easier investigation about how this attack happened by building like a timeline of activities that happened during the attack. That's one of the reasons, by the way, to have a synchronized time across the network. And the NTP server is the sort of service that help us to do so. We also have what is called the SIEM solution, and SIEM solution is a kind of server that could be managed by security people, and SIEM solution help us to group or aggregate all logs across the network and systems in a single location. And by doing so, we will ensure that these logs will not be lost, will not be tampered, and it will help us during incident response as a detective control. We have also the domain controller. What does domain means? Not domain controller. What do we mean by the word domain? Yeah. In computer network, domain refer to group of network devices or services that under the same authority. So when I say that I am in ABC domain, that means any device that in domain called ABC, that will mean all devices inside this domain are controlled by a single IT department under single authority. That's what domain means. What about domain controller or DC? Control, that's right. Control the devices inside this domain. Domain controller is one of Microsoft's Windows Server features that allow you to join all of your organization PCs to a single domain controller. And from this domain controller, you can apply a unified group policy. This group policy will force all of users to have the same background, the same password requirements, disable certain applications, and all of this stuff. From Active Directory as well, you can create all users and groups. And instead, if you have like 1000 PC in your organization and you got a new one who was hired to this organization, you don't need to go to the 1000 PCs and create his user or her username locally on each machine. All what you have to do is to create username at certain location or single location, which is the domain controller. And after then, whenever someone will try to log into one of these machines, when he provides his username and password, the data will be sent to the Active Directory to ask him that, do you have this username in your database? And does this password correct, or is this password a correct one? The Active Directory will respond by either yes or no, and based on that, the user will be allowed or denied from accessing this particular device. Clear? So we have some of best practices for Active Directory, such as we should change default settings, we should remove unnecessarily account, we should implement password policy to be enforced on all other systems. Active Directory is very important to our business because without it, nobody will be able to log into their own machines that are part of the domain. So you should have the disaster recovery plan. You should have not single point of failure in Active Directory. You should have at least two Active Directories. One is primary and second is secondary. And in case primary is not working, secondary will operate normally. And there is a kind of data replication between both of them. So whenever I create new account on this one, this account will be replicated or auto-created on the second one in automatic way. Fine? So we have a lot of operating systems such as Windows, Mac, Android, and Linux, and you should identify what are the systems or these systems that are running in your environment, and based on that, you should create hardening documents that describe what is the minimum security requirements that need to be exist on any of these systems, and that's already called security baselines. Okay. So in terms of securing your system, you need to ensure that you have batch management. You need to ensure that batches are installed in a consistent manner on all of your system devices. Okay, so you need to have a kind of security scan, and this security scan will tell you what kind of batches that are missing and need to be implemented. So you, by doing so, you are following the batch management. You should not use shared accounts. You should not use generic account. You should use unique accounts. You should have anti-malware installed on all of your systems, and you should have a hardening process to remove default settings and remove default accounts, default error page, and default passwords. You should have a system admin that cannot delete the system logs. So system logs should be sent to a SIEM solution. So in case we have a malicious insider which has a kind of administrative capability, he will not be able to tamper the system logs or delete the system logs. Regarding application and network resilience, we should consider something such as cluster. If we have a web application and this web application is protected by WAF, we should consider to not implement a single WAF. We should purchase two WAF appliances, and these WAF appliances will work in a clustering, and this cluster will make these two physical devices appear as a single logical device. So in case one of these devices went down, the other one will work and will continue operation. This is known as clustering. Okay? Or in other term, failover, which means we will have two servers, and in case the first one failed, the second one will operate, such as Active Directory. For data storage, I believe you could heard about something called RAID, or redundant array of independent disks, or inexpensive disks. Okay, RAID is simply a feature that you can purchase a server based on it. So you purchase a server, and in this server, you could have an option to add multiple hard drives, like this one. Can you see this? How many drives here? I can add like up to 7 drives. So after adding these drives, the benefit here is not to gain more storage space. The benefit is we can create a logical drive from all these 7 drives. So whenever data is written to the first one, it will be written at the same time to the second one. So in case one of these drives got failed, the second one will operate instead of it. Or in other words, we will never encounter a data loss in case we got a hard drive that got malfunction. So RAID is a way to ensure availability on the level of storage. Okay. So we have different types of RAID. We have what is called RAID 0, and RAID 0 means that we do not have RAID in place. We do not have redundancy. Because here on disk number 1, we have A and C and E written, and disk number 2, we have B and D and F. We don't have redundant data between these two drives or these two disks. But in the second one, which is RAID 1, A is written on first disk and written on the second disk. Okay? B the same, C the same. But according to the version of the RAID you are working, the space that you will gain based on this RAID. For example, in RAID number 1, if I have 200 gigabyte disk, I will only be able to use 100 gigabyte because essentially the other drive is a replica from the first drive. So we have different kind of RAID such as RAID 5, RAID 4, RAID 6, RAID 10, and each one of these RAID types can provide like more space to use. For RAID 5, for example, we can have up to 5 drives, and if these 5 drives, if each one of them can provide like 100 gigabyte of storage, we can have a total of 500. So by applying RAID 5 concept, we can achieve like 300 gigabytes to be used. But in terms of writing and reading speed, it might be lower than RAID 1. So everything will come with a cost. Okay? So for confidentiality, we discussed the encryption. For availability, we said that encryption does not address confidentiality requirements. But what the encryption, does not address availability requirements. For availability, we can use clustering, we can use failover, we can use RAID, we can use data backup and data replication. Okay? Okay, so data replication is similar to the example of Active Directory. When I said we could have 2 Active Directory server, when I create user account on the first one, the same user will be created on the second server at the same time. This is example for data replication. And we have different types of data replication. We have what is called the sync or synchronized. And what do we mean by synchronized? That data replication happens in the same time. When I create this one here, it will be written at the same time to the second server. We have a synchronized, such as Every 5 minutes, we will check what was added as a new, and we will replicate it to the other one. And adaptive, it works case by case or based on the situation. So if we have good network connection between the two servers, we will work sync. If we don't, we will grab the data after 5 minutes and write it to the other server. When we start to explain what we discussed so far, we will find that during our last 3 days, we discussed a lot of concepts such as foundations about security, what do we mean by control, policies, and what is the difference between policy and standard, risk management. We got also an overview about networking. We discussed what is the data lifecycle, data security, and cryptographic basis. And today we will talk about the authentication or identity and access management and access control or IEEE. And yesterday also we discussed a little bit information about system hardening, network hardening, and software security. And if we can relate or remember what we talked about in system hardening, we discussed the concept of that you need to rely on a guidelines that can assist you to configure your system in a proper way. One of these documents, for example, is CIS guidelines, which I showed it to you yesterday at the beginning of the session. And in CIS guidelines, we could have like a structured step-by-step that explain to us how to configure Windows, Linux database in a good way or in a strong way. So let's continue today, and we will start our topic today by discussing how to harden mobile devices. As we agree, any device that you own in your organization, any operating system, should have its own hardening document, should have like a clear step-by-step guide that explain to users how to configure this device to work in a proper way. In any organization, we have set of policies, standards. Also, you need to have a kind of procedures that explain how to do the thing in a good way. For example, if you are developing a procedure that guides the system administrator for how to configure the system such as Windows Server or Linux in a proper way, you should probably have a document called Windows Server Hardening Guidelines. And in this document, it could be 1 page, 2 pages, but in this document, you will include in high level or in the high level way what should be done whenever you install a new operating system. So we will start by disable default accounts, remove unnecessary services, disable unused features, and make sure that password policy is strong. Make sure that service X is disabled and service Y is enabled. Make sure to have an antivirus installed and active. So all of this is not detailed technical requirement. However, it provides like the highlights or the recommended approach to do when you install a new Windows system and so on. And that's the same when we talk about mobile device. In any organization, we could have a kind of mobile devices that are handed to users to do their daily activity. So one of the recommendations that we can include in our mobile device policy or mobile device hardening requirement is to disable unused service. In any Android phone, for example, you have what is called developer options. You can go and enable these developer options, and then you will gain more insights about device performance, and it can assist you in debugging application or in software if in case you were an Android developer. But if you are not an Android developer, then in this case, enable the debugging feature or the developer tools is not needed. So you need to make sure that you only enable services that you want to enable. And according to the device you are dealing with, think about it from this way. You may find in Windows there is kind of services that are not more used, so you may decide to disable it. Disable Bluetooth whenever needed, because Bluetooth may be subject to cyber attacks as well. There is an attack called bluejacking, and in bluejacking, the hacker aim to exploit Bluetooth to exfiltrate or capture data from your own device. And also, Bluetooth has another problem, which is it can leak your identity, which means Based on the Bluetooth information, I can track the people. There was like an exercise or like a test. It was like a testing done in Germany that someone got a lot of antennas and it connected it using his own mobile phone that run special Bluetooth software or something like this. And he was navigating across the city. It was a small city actually. And after navigating across the city for a few days, he created a map that indicates each mobile phone devices where it has been during the last few days or the last 3 days. To give you a more understanding about this, each mobile device has its own MAC address or has its own unique ID that define my phone and your phone. So this one created this antenna and was navigating around the streets for 3 days, for example. And every time he navigates around the streets, he is capturing data about the Bluetooth devices that are currently in the area. So based on the information he gathered, he measured that or he identified that the user who have this phone was in the first day at this street or at this cafe, and at the second day was at this location, and in the third day was at this location. So although this information could be general, but it could be also used in malicious acts such as espionage, such as spying on other people. So whenever you don't need the Bluetooth, try to disable it. Encryption of data on your device will help you that in case you lost your mobile phone, the sensitive data on it will not be leaked to the public. Limit the number of applications that are allowed to run on the phone, or in other terms, we can say to limit the permissions. Whenever you install a new application on Android phone, it gives you information that this application require excessive privilege. Would you like to give this application this kind of privilege? It is your answer in this case. Regarding the security of device itself, you should use a kind of authentication. So you cannot leave it unlocked. You should have a mechanism for locking the phone and unlock it only whenever needed. You should use a use phone tracking software, such as the Apple Device Finder, for example, such as mobile device management. Do we are familiar with what mobile device management is? What this tool is? Yeah. Mobile device management is used now by the organizations to track the phone devices or to track the mobile devices in general. By the way, mobile devices are not only phones, but it can only the point of sale, which is like a device that can be carried and it can be used to read credit card data and make payment. So we are not talking here only about mobile phones, but even point of sales could have a sort of application that do a tracking for where is the location of this device. Using antivirus program, using auto lock feature to lock the screen, so in case of inactivity for a certain time, the device will be auto locked. You should use a software that encrypts data that is sent and received. An example for this software, for example, is IPsec client. Yesterday we discussed what is IPsec, right? So IPsec is a protocol that provides tunnel-to-tunnel or site-to-site VPN. In some situation, maybe the point of sale or operating system itself does not support encryption. So I install like a VPN client on this software, and this VPN client will encrypt any traffic that exiting this device. So instead of having the encryption feature itself embedded in the system or application, I can rely on other software, and this software will encrypt and decrypt the data. Not clear, right? Yeah, so I will give you another example. So we have a device called the ATM, right? We know the ATM, which we are using to withdraw the money and deal with our banking account. Okay. What is the ATM at the end? It is a computer. It could be running Windows, Linux, and in some situation, which I saw it by my own eyes, the ATM was running Windows version 2003. That was like 5 years ago. something like this. So it was a very old software or operating system, but due to a problem or compatibility in application itself, we cannot upgrade the operating system unless we upgrade the application that is responsible in transactions itself. So here we have a problem. Maybe this kind of operating system does not support by default the high level of encryption. So what shall we do in this case? We can procure another software that will be installed on the same machine. This software will be like the connection or will be like the proxy between actual data that are running on the ATM and any data that are leaving the network to the ATM to reach the bank server. Okay? This application will do what? It will do encryption and decryption for the data. Fine. Kind of this application is the IPsec client or IPsec software. Okay, let me give you another example. We are all working from home or maybe have the option to work from home. So in case we are working from home, our organization gave us like a VPN client software. And by using this software, I should provide like my IP address or the destination IP address of the VPN and insert my username and password, and then I should click connect. Then I will be at the organization network, right? This is an example for VPN client or IPsec client as well, because any data that are being to or going to be moved or exit your device should enter this application itself, and this application will proxy this traffic to your organization network over encrypted tunnel. Make sense now? Yeah. But normally we should have applications such as the ATM application itself to support by default to communicate with the bank server using HTTPS. So in this case, we do not need additional software to do this. Block malware do not alter original firmware, such as do kind of jailbreaking or root to device. Do we are familiar with the term root of Android phones or jailbreak of iPhone device? Yeah. At the end, Android device is a kind of Linux, as well as Apple. I'm not sure about Apple in this case, but at the end, this is like a closed source program, and this closed source program are managed by Google, for example, and you are not allowed to block or crack this blocking to ensure the firmware integrity. But in some situation, you may need to give to gain higher privilege on your phone device. So in this case, you could gain the root privilege, and this could be a kind example of alteration of the original firmware on the mobile device. And you need also to ensure that you are downloading application from trusted source. So whenever you install an application on your Android device, you need to make sure that this application is coming from Microsoft App Store, not coming from a legitimate source, such as the marketplace or something like this. And one of the important steps in securing mobile devices is to elaborate to your user why it is important to keep their mobile devices secure by giving them information about the possible risks that they could be subject to if they let their mobile phones unattended or suspectable to be lost by anyone. Network can be hardened by segmenting your network to multiple areas. So in our network, we have the concept of VLAN, right? So what could be the benefit of different VLANs in the same office or in the same building? That's right. But I'm talking here about why do we need from the first place to separate different area or different networks inside our network? Why we need to have VLANs? Okay, one of the viable examples for why we need to have VLANs in case our organization is like a hospital. So in hospital, we have the reception area, which usually accept guests, and we have the treatment area, which we can have our doctors are using tablets or mobile devices that are connected over the Wi-Fi to the master server of the hospital to check patient records and customer records and so on. Is that right? So I need to make sure that my system is secure. So nobody from the guest area or from the visitors would be able, by accessing the open Wi-Fi network of the hospital, he will not be or she will not be able to access sensitive servers related to this hospital. So in this situation, and although we are all in the same building, but we will choose to segment or separate the different networks in the same building to different VLANs. And by doing so, we can implement a firewall in between of all of these VLANs, and we will use this firewall to create some of the security settings to restrict this zone, for example, from accessing this zone. And what do we mean by zone? We mean by zone, for example, 10.1.1.0/24. We restrict it from access 10.1.2.0/24. Is this network and this network are in the same network or share the same network ID? It does not share the same network ID, please. Remember, what do we mean by this /24? This /24 indicate a subnet mask of 255.255.255.0. So they are essentially different VLANs and different network IDs. And we use firewall in between to control who can access which segment and who cannot. So firewall at the end is a software. It is like a device with a special operating system. But this operating system will be responsible or have the capability to restrict who can communicate with whom using the source IP address and destination IP address. We define that we would allow this IP address to reach this IP address. And at the same time, we can deny this IP address from communicating with this IP address as well. Make sense? Not making sense. I know. Tell me what is the tricky point here so I can explain it once again. So back from the beginning. In any organization or in any office, we could have a concept called local area network, right? Correct. What is the local area network? That's right. And at the same office, I could provide like an additional service for my guests to provide them with a Wi-Fi access. Correct? In this situation, if the switch that connect my users together, which at the end connect the users to the internet access point or to the gateway, and I brought a Wi-Fi antenna or Wi-Fi access point, and I connected it to my switch using this way to distribute Wi-Fi signal to guests. Anyone who will access this Wi-Fi network will be able to not only reach the gateway and then to the internet, but also he or she will be able to reach any device connected on this switch as well. right? So VLANs simply is a kind of configuration that you do in this on this switch, and you do a configuration say that this port and this port and this port, all of these ports together are in a logical or virtual local area network. They can be able to communicate with each others, but they are not allowed to communicate with anybody from outside this virtual local area network, which can take tag of 100, for example. We define VLANs by the tag ID, which is the number that indicates what is the VLAN or LAN membership of each one of these ports. But for this particular port, we can tell that it is part of VLAN number 200. So although the access point shares the same switch with these clients, but they will not be able to communicate with each other. From the router or the gateway, we can get two interfaces instead of one. One will enter in VLAN number 200, and second one will enter in VLAN number 100. Make sense? Yeah. So that's why we need to divide our network to segments, segmentation. We call it segmentation of the network. And in order to provide segmentation in a proper way, we need to ensure that we use a firewall in our local area network. And this firewall will control in case any VLAN need to communicate with other VLAN or not. Okay? So what I want you to know at the end is that at the end, firewall is another operating system that has the capability to intercept and monitor and allow or deny the traffic based on the IP address, the port, and so on. So usually on the firewall, we could deal with a web graphical user interface. Did anybody of you saw how firewall looks like before? From management perspective? Okay, it is very simple to discuss what is firewall is. So we have like a demo interface for a firewall called the FortiGate. And this, what you are currently see now on the screen, is the login page of the firewall. So firewall is not, at the all cases, a complicated device. It could have a very interesting, let's say, graphical user interface. So this is the graphical user interface for a firewall called the FortiGate. So in this graphical user interface, you will first see the dashboard, which show you who are the users that are currently connecting, what is the top source, who is downloading too much data from the internet, what is the processor and memory and uptime for this specific firewall or this device. As you can see here, this device is working in active state, which means we are not dealing with a single firewall. We are dealing with two firewalls that are working together, and they are, in case one of them went down, the other will work fine. Okay? The key important thing in the firewall is called the policies. So when we go to policies of the firewall and select the IPv4 policies, I believe, because we are dealing with IP address version 4, not IPv4, sorry, I believe firewall policy. So I will go to it, and it is somehow loading in, let's say, a slow manner. And by the way, you can reach this URL from your own devices, because at the end, it is like a demo for this firewall in case you want to purchase one or acquire one in your organization. But at the end, when we load the firewall policy, we will see that this firewall have a lot of firewall policies, and each policy indicate who is allowed to communicate with whom, based on source IP address, based on destination IP address, and based on the port number. So finally, I believe the firewall policies has been loaded. So This is how firewall policy looks like. 2 days ago, we might not understand what we are seeing now on the screen. But I believe now, if we try to do a kind of brainstorming, we can understand what is on the screen. So for the name, it is like a name that differentiates the rules from each other. From is defining the source interface. You are coming from port 1 or 2 or 3 or 4. But here they gave every interface like a name to make it easier. So we have staff, student, and teachers. 2, WAN. What do we mean by WAN connection? Yeah, in this case, WAN indicate internet connection because we are going or communicating with someone outside of our network. For source all, what do we mean by source all? Any IP address or anyone. Can you see the subnet written here on the screen? Is this a valid IP address? In fact, it is a valid IP address, and it means to match anything. In case you got two destinations, 1.1.1.1 and 2.2.2.2, and try to multiply or do XOR between them in subnet mask called 0.0.0.0, what will be the result? Zeros, right? So try to think about any IP address in the world and try to multiply it with the subnet mask, you will get the same result. So that's why this is called any. And it defines that any who is trying to reach these two destinations, which are, as you can see, IP addresses. Can you see it? Each one of these is IP addresses. Schedule anytime, service any service, which can be, we can add syslog, we can add DNS. We remember DNS. And when we said DNS is using TCP 53 and UDP 53, the action would be deny the traffic. So in case any kind of traffic matches this criteria, the action would be deny. In case we need to apply web filter on a particular user, we can apply on the firewall web profile or web protection profile. Let's see what is the content of this web protection profile. This web protection profile could give information about what is allowed websites and what are the unallowed websites. So we can go to security profile here and we can go to web filter, and I can deal with this firewall because it is part of my day-to-day activity. So I'm familiar with the content of it, by the way. So, and it is a matter of time because frankly, this kind of firewall is the most easiest way to deal with, as long as you know the basics. So once you know the basics of OSI, IP addresses, TCP and UDP ports, how communication in networks will work, you will be able to deal with any firewall, because at the end, it is a firewall. It is based on, or it make a kind of decision based on what? Based on a specific criteria such as source, destination, and service. So here in this firewall, I can, for example, select which categories that I need to block on the users and which I need to allow and which I need to monitor. Fine. So that's how the web application administrator or the web gateway administrator block the traffic on the users inside the organization. Okay. For the work from home, we use VPN client. The VPN client actually is a service provided by the firewall as well. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, so we are talking here about if the firewall is blocking by policy, we have a control or we have a line that indicate education website are blocked, right? Could we allow a single website from education? Is that your answer? A question? Yeah, yeah. Okay, let me try to answer it once, understand it once again. You know, I'm not a native. Okay, so let's say I am in an organization and I need to access to a file sharing drive such as Dropbox. Okay, and by the policy, file share servers or file share websites are blocked. But I need to have access to this specific site for a business need. Is that similar to the question? So in this case, I should first get the approval. And after getting the required approval, the firewall administrator, according to which device he is dealing with, in fact, we have a lot of tools that do this kind of web filtering, but all of them will share the same common criteria of settings. So you had an option to create a local category such as this one. And in this local category, you can open it and define specifically what is the website that you need to add. So I can open this category, but I don't know how to set it or where to set it. I believe it is in objects. It is in internet address security profile. I believe it is here. Can you see web profile or web rating override? So I can come and define that this URL, for example, it should be enabled. Or if it is, for example, like categorized as education or file sharing, I can categorize this specific website as a business. So depending on the type of firewall or type of control you are dealing with, you will be allowed to do something like this. Okay, in some situation, we may find that a website that should be education, it is categorized as hacking. Okay, so in this situation, this website or this vendor, for example, have like a database, and in this database, you can log into this database and check for a specific website. So, for example, I will check for a website such as cnn.com, for example. So this category will give me like information about what does this website categorized as. It should be a news. So if I have another opinion that this is not a news or media, I can submit like a feedback by requesting a review. Fine. And after then, I could provide a justification that you did, you as an assessment, you as a FortiGuard Labs, you did a wrong assessment for this website. Of course, that won't happen with CNN, but it could happen with my organization website. Okay, so I would provide like a request for review, so a human will review the website to make sure that your claim is okay. Because at the end, what makes a review is a system. We have billions of websites on the web. Okay, so this is the firewall. At the end, it is an operating system. It should have like a special capability to deal with. But as long as you know the basics, you will be good. You will be able to deal with any kind of firewall. Why? Firewall can come in many forms. We have network-based firewall, and also we have operating system firewall. Each operating system or each Windows device will have a kind of Windows firewall, which is embedded in the Windows by default. It essentially can do the same, but it cannot do URL filtering, for example. It is out of its capabilities. But if in case of the firewall or endpoint virus or antivirus that I'm dealing with, which is this one, in this antivirus, I have an option to activate the web security. And when I enable this feature, I will disable any website or any category of website on my own machine. So in case I'm dealing with kids and I left my device at the home and I need to make sure that they are not browsing something that could be illegal, I could install software like this on my device, and then I could start to control which categories of web can be allowed and which cannot be allowed, for example. Okay, and then I could close this application using a password. So I can lock it using a password. So I could have extra security. As for myself, I use this tool a lot, not only for blocking websites, but we discussed before the concept of adware, right? What is adware? Adware is a virus that somehow give you information about, let's say, uh, it can give you spamming news and so on. So to ensure that I am protected against malware and adware, and that my device does not provide or try to communicate with command and control server, I could select from here, let's say, hacking category. Actually, I'm enabling the hacking category because I deal with hacking websites just to get the news and know what is happening in the background. But I could believe I could have like a category here that is about, I'm not sure if it's here. So at the end, I can enable or disable whatever any of this category. So for example, I can go for the social media, for example. This is the social networking on my own device in case I have something to do and I need to have a control over my time and so on. And then whenever I open the browser, so I will get a blog page for Facebook website. Let's try with other sites such as Twitter, the same. So what happens here? What happened here essentially that I enabled like a web filtering on my own device, but in the enterprise scale, we have a network-based device that do this task. Okay. So the device or the firewall that can be able to block the traffic based on the application, that can be able to detect the viruses inside web traffic and disable and enable websites is called as well application level firewall or next generation firewall. What do we mean by application level firewall? Does it relate to OSI model, which includes 7 layers, starting from physical to application? In fact, yes. When we compare network devices, we compare it based on its functionality or how much layers can it understand. For example, the normal firewall of Windows, this is the Windows firewall, is ranked as layer 4 firewall because you could have the option to allow or deny traffic based on source address, destination address, that is layer 3, as well as source port and destination port, and that is layer 4. But you cannot tell your Windows firewall to disable Facebook or disable Facebook chat. Okay, do you imagine that in firewalls such as FortiGate, which is application firewall, you can do a kind of control for application itself, which means you can enable social media, but you can disable chat inside the Facebook. You can enable opening Facebook or LinkedIn, but disable to write a post or publish a new post on the web or on the LinkedIn website. How that can happen? Because this application or this firewall is layer 7 aware. It inspects up to the layer 7 or the application itself. So it can even, based on OSI model, it can inspect the content that user is trying to send over the request itself. It can reach or read up to this data. Some firewalls have an option to block image based on its rating. So they could have an option to define what does this image is about. And based on that, they can block this image because it violates the rating. Because you can, by doing Google search, see a lot of type of images. Some of it could exceed or could be illegal or something like this. So in this situation, firewall also can rate image based on some criteria. So that's what do we mean by layer 7 firewall. It is a layer that understand up to application level. Okay. Okay. So that concludes this part, and then we will start in the topic of IEEE, or the authentication, authorization, and accounting. So for AAA is a term that define how user could authenticate to a system, how user could be authorized to deal with the system, what is the valid resources that they can access by accessing this system, and how to track and log this user's activities. So AAA is a term related to a process called identity and access management. And the identity and access management in any organization, or the IAM function, is responsible for giving users access to organizational system based on some criteria. These criteria could start by identification. I could give you an access based on identifying who you are. I can identify who you are by your fingerprint, for example, by your face ID. I can identify who you are by the user agent or browser or machine that you are using. Fine. So whenever I saw, for example, someone who is, let's say, enter the building, and this one is wearing a suit or wearing the uniform of my company, I can by only see this situation, understand that or identify that this one is belong to our company, and this is could be possibly an employee. But we need to do a verification to ensure that this one is really from our company. So we will request him to scan his fingerprint or do a kind of biometric authentication in order to enter the facility or enter the building. And that's what do we mean by authentication. So identification is only about identify who you are, but in authentication, we try to give you a mechanism to prove who you are. This mechanism can be authentication, can be multi-factor authentication, can be something such as password, biometric data, and the goal of the authentication process is to provide you with or to ensure the verification of your identity. Fine. So what does it or what all of this relate to organizations? In any system that we are maintaining in our organization, whether this system was related to IT management, such as firewall management, antivirus, or was related to the business and users interaction with the company data, we should have a sort of authentication. Nobody should be authorized to access the system unless it is authorized or unless it is authenticated and allowed to do so. And authentication in this case consider or complement which aspect in the CIA triad. It supports also the confidentiality. Data will be only available to only those who are authorized to see or deal with it. So this is the authentication. After being authenticated, you should be checked against a specific or predetermined criteria to identify which resources that you are allowed to deal with. If we are talking about a web application or a web filtering, the policy of the web filtering that I can grant to the normal user could be different than the same policy or the policy that I could grant to top management or senior management or for the IT people in general. So in this situation, based on your authentication and based on your proof that you are from IT or a normal user, I can authorize you with a permission profile. This permission profile would allow to you as an IT to open file sharing websites, to download software, and so on. But if you are not, so you will not be allowed. So authorization process define to the user which resources he is allowed to access. And along the way, any activities that was related to authentication or authorization or dealing with the resources that you was allowed to deal with any activity should be logged, and that will help us to promote the accountability to confirm that your actions are tracked and everything is logged. And that's at the end will support the concept of non-repudiation. Correct? So that's what do we mean by identification, authentication, authorization, and accountability. And for any system in the organization, we need to make sure that our system support all of these three aspects. I cannot have a sensitive application of my organization that lack the authentication function or identification function. I could have a system that support like a pre-shared key for authentication. But this is a problem because this system is only address the authentication part. Based on the pre-shared keys that you will enter without any username, you will be allowed to access the system. But this could be an issue because you will not be able to identify who is trying to access this system because this shared password can be with anyone. You should have a mechanism in any application or in any system to provide authorization. For example, when you open a website or a web application, you should have like a permission for administrator that allow him to shut down the system, for example, or install security patches. You should have another permission for normal users. You should have the ability on this system to do something like this. For accountability, any system that you have in the organization should have a sort of logs, and these logs could or should record what is happening on this system. When this administrator log into the system, what he did using his authorization level. For example, and if we came back again to the FortiGate example, in FortiGate or in this firewall, we have a specific tab for logs and reports. One of these logs are the system events, which can provide you information about what done by the administrator on these systems. And it gives you information that in this time, the following activity happened by the administrator. The following activity happened by the system itself and so on. So you should have this all of these elements considered while you are dealing with any system or purchasing or developing a system. And what do we mean by developing and purchasing? The developer is responsible to write every line in the code if we are talking about in-source application development by having like a developer work for the company. So they need to ensure that all of these features are addressed in their code. So here we are discussing what is the authentication, and authentication is about verifying who you are or validating who you are. And using the password is the most common term in authentication. But what if this password got leaked or got cracked? In this case, the hacker can use this password and regain or gain access to the system. Or even if the password was not cracked, if this password does not use a special strong password, or we don't apply caution while we are selecting a password, this password could be cracked by an attack called brute force. Brute force attack is kind of password cracking attacks, and in brute force, the hacker use a special tools such as a tool called Cain and Apple, other tool called Hydra, and these tools are rely on kind of dictionary, and dictionary is essentially like a text file, and in this text file we can have billions of passwords. These passwords could be randomly created passwords, could be password leaked from the internet. Every year when you browse the internet by the end of the year, for example, you can find an interesting article that tells you top 20 used password in 2021, for example. So essentially, it is not only 20 passwords used in 2021. Hackers can create files that include, as per their experience, the most common passwords that they saw during their attacks. And in this situation, these passwords can be gathered inside a single file, and this file will be used as a dictionary, which can be used to try to crack your own password. How hackers can get the most common used passwords? One of the examples, there was a website and this website was vulnerable. So hacker attacked this website and extracted the list of users database on this website. And after then, all of these passwords will be considered a possible passwords that can be used on the web. User might register to this hacked website as well as multiple websites at the same time using the same password. So user can use the same password twice on different applications, and that might make his account subject to be hacked by brute force attack if relied on a dictionary that include his password, which he leaked from another website. Make sense? Or not making sense? Okay. Okay. So we will talk about what is pass the hash and what is rainbow table in its time. Don't worry. And generally, to secure yourself in relation, if you decided to use password only for authentication, you need to have a password that is more than 12 characters, and you need to use password manager. Password Manager is a kind of software that you can install in your Windows system, or you can use Google Password Manager if you are dealing with Google Chrome. Whenever you register to a new website, you will find that Google Chrome is suggesting to you to use a special password. This password is very complex and you can accept or reject, by the way. But personally, I use password manager in my day-to-day operation because I cannot use the same password with the same website two times. Because in case the first password got leaked, the hacker can use the same password to attack my other accounts. Because in some cases, and as I mentioned, some website could be subject to a cyber attack. And as a result of this cyber attack, the database of usernames and password will be leaked. And username are usually is my email address. Okay, so hacker can take the email address and password and try to open the Facebook and Twitter and Gmail using it. And if I'm using the same password, he will be able to access to multiple websites with the previously shared password and username. Make sense? That's why it is recommended to use password manager. Why? Because you will not be able to remember every particular password you wrote for a specific website. But you can find a way, by the way, such for example, creating a standard password for yourself. But if we are working with Facebook, for example, so you can start the password with the first half of the website and end the password with the second half of the website name. That might work in some situation, or you may write the name of the website at the beginning or at the end. So that will make you remember or will allow you to remember what is the particular password of each website. But to come over such complication, you can use a password manager and you need to ensure that you are using a secure password manager. Because if the password manager got attacked, all of your data will be lost, by the way. Okay? So when you use password, it is recommended to use more than 12 characters. Why? Because it proved that any password less than 11 characters can be cracked using an attack called rainbow table. We understood what is a hash, right? We discussed what is the concept of hashing before, correct? Okay, so again, what is a hash? And I'm not repeating myself, but I'm just, as you can see, all of this information are connected with each other. Let's close this website and let's try to open SHA hash generator. So what is a hash? When I write, yeah, Yeah, not only document, by the way, any piece of data. For example, we are all familiar with this password, right? One of the common used passwords. This password has this identical hash. Whenever you try to write this password anyway, the website that you are writing this password at it, in fact, this website does not store your password in the way you wrote it. The website will take this password and will convert it to a hash. And then it will store the hash value, not the actual password, to protect your password from being leaked in case the database of password got hacked or this website was subject to a cyber attack. So normally the website is storing password or storing the hash of the password. The hash of the password. Clear? So that's right. It could be hacked if the hacker did a kind of comparison between the clear text value and each hash. Is that what you are trying to say? That you are correct. Although user or hackers are or web administrator store passwords in a hash form, but this also does not protect these hashes from being cracked because there is another password attack called pass the hash. In pass the hash, we use GPUs, we use high resource and high power computation devices, and we do the following. We first create random passwords, and then we try to generate every possible hash for all of these passwords. Whenever the hacker hack a database of a website and finds that in this database there is hashes of passwords, he will try to use another tool called Rainbow Table. Rainbow Table is essentially the clear text password and its relevant hash value. So, if our calculation revealed to us that the hash of password text is something like this, we will compare the hash we captured from the website with this value of hash, and then we will find a match, and then we will know that this hash or this password is this particular password. Clear? But in fact, it is a very complicated thing to do, because if we went to this website, this website is like a project called Rainbow Table Project. In Rainbow Table Project, we have like a databases of pre-computed Rainbow tables. And we agreed that in each Rainbow table we have what? We have passwords and its related hashes. So in case you got like a hash values from a website, you can use this Rainbow table. And for some reason it is not working. I don't know why. I tried it with another class and it was not working. Rainbow Table Project. I believe this is the link. It is working. Okay. What you can see here right now is a website that includes multiple Rainbow tables. Each one of these is essentially a Rainbow table. In this Rainbow table, you have like the clear text password and its relevant hash value. Fine. This file, for example, include passwords from 1 to 7. So it includes every possible password combination between 1 and 7. What is the size of passwords included in this file? It is above 7 trillion passwords. or 7 trillion hash. Because if we calculated all combinations between 1 to 7, so we will start by password called 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, A1, A2, A3, and go along this way, we will get this combination of passwords. And what could be the size of this file? What if you are using 8 characters of password? In this case, both of these tables will not be relevant. You need to go to this one, which include like, what is the number after trillion? Okay, imagine how it could looks like, and imagine what is the size needed and what is the time needed to compare the hashes with password. What about if you are using 10 characters? This is the possible combination. And by the way, 10 characters does not include capital or special characters. It is only lower alphabetic and numerical values. So the longer you create your password and ensure that this password is not common and not used across multiple websites and cannot be easy guessed, you will make your data or make your password not subject to be cracked by rainbow table. Because the largest rainbow table so far, as I know, does not include data more than or characters more than 10. Make sense? Okay. So another technique that web administrators are using to secure their password or their hashes against rainbow table is by using a technique called salting. Salt. We know what the salt is, right? Salt is salt, like pepper that we add to. What do we mean by salt? We change the taste of a certain food or something like this, right? So when the website receives a password from you at the first time, the website will play with this password, will add a special character to this password in addition to the one you added before. And then it will create or generate what? Hash for the salted password. Actually, he changed how the hash looks like. So me and you might use the same password. But every time the website, while it was receiving this password from us at the first time, he will apply additional technique to change how the hash will looks like. And that is called salting. So salting is a way that websites are using while they are generating hashes for the password to ensure that if two people provide the same password, they will not be equal to the same hash value. Fine? Okay. So, and of course, for authentication itself, we should have a standard naming convention. That is not related to passwords, but we should have a standard naming conventions for user accounts. So we start by last name dot first name dot last name, and so on. So we should have like a standardization way in writing the names in the organization. Multi-factor authentication is using something you have or something you are in addition to something you know, which was a password. So multi-factor authentication can be used especially if we are dealing with a sensitive system. The goal of multi-factor authentication is to protect your accounts or protect your access from being hacked because of your password got cracked. Okay, so we can use different ways to make multi-factor authentication work. We can use a password, and this could be something you know already. We can use the OTP or authentication token, which could be something you have. When you go to the credit card or to the ATM machine and you enter your card and then enter your PIN, essentially you are using a multi-factor authentication. The card itself is something you have in your hand, while the PIN code is something you know, and it is not written on the card itself. Okay? And you can also use one of the biometric authentication factors, such as fingerprint, such as iris scan, which can prove who you are. So in multi-factor authentication, this is beyond the scope of the course, by the way. But in multi-factor authentication, we have a lot of techniques. But the best technique to implement biometric-based authentication would be the iris scan, not the fingerprint, because fingerprint is subject to false rejection, which means you may need to enter your fingerprint twice or three times in order to the system to read it properly. But iris scan would be the best. But what is the reason? It is related to some kind of computational and algorithm and something that you really do not to take care about right now. But there is a reason why iris scan considered the best, because it provides the lowest false acceptance rate and provides the false rejection rate. So the possibility to identify the correct one could be from the first scan using iris scan. But in biometric or in voice tone, for example, if we are using voice to log into a system, it could be not from first time. It may ask you to repeat what you said again. And the possibility for accepting someone falsely, someone who is not authorized to do or to log in, but he is going to be accepted, will be high using the voice tone. I can record a voice for someone and then use it to access to the system. So that makes the voice-based authentication is very easy to come over it. For fingerprint, I can capture one of the fingerprints from a glass or something like this, and then I can reuse it. So that's why fingerprint also is not that good. But in case of iris scan is the most secure. If the one is alive, his iris scan will be working. But when the one is somehow dead, his iris scan will not be working anymore, because iris scan is related also to the blood that is moving inside the eye itself. So that's why it is considered the most secure biometric authentication way. So biometric authentication mechanism could be subject to some attacks, and one of these attacks could be, for example, attack related to cryptography. If I have like a door sensor or a sensor that accept my fingerprint, and then this sensor sends this data to a server, and the communication between the sensor and server is not secured in a proper way, someone could intercept this data and change the value, but he will not change the value of the data that is user inputting. At the end, the sensor will send to the server a request, and the server will respond by either accept or deny. This could be, for example, 1 for accept and 0 for deny. So the hacker can intercept the reply from the server and change the 0 to 1. So the door will be opened. Fine. So after doing authentication in a proper way, we move to the authorization stage. And in authorization stage, we provide the subject with the needed requirement or with the resources that he is entitled or she entitled to deal with. So authorization is about using access controls. So when we were looking to the example of firewall policy, and forgive me if I am bringing recalling it every time, because in firewall we have a practical example for authorization. The firewall policy, which is no more working. I don't know why. The firewall policy is defining based on a special criteria, that's identification, to permit or deny access to a specific resource. And that's what do we mean by the access list. Access list provide a way to define what is your permission, what is your rights to deal with a specific system. We have multiple ways to implement authorization. One of this way is called, for example, the discretionary access control, and other one is mandatory access control. In mandatory access control, it used more in government and in confidential or in other way security classified areas such as government, intelligence, military, something like this. And in mandatory access control, the system, for example, if we have a file share server, and this file share server include classified information, nobody will be able to access this file share server until it got the required clearance. So if we are talking about military people, anyone who is at a certain grade will be eligible to see this data. But anyone below this grade, although he is required to check this data because of his job nature or due to a specific mission, will not be able or will not be allowed to view this data, although the owner of this data will require him to do so. So that's why it is called the mandatory access control. In mandatory access control, system is what define what should be read and what should not be read. So it is managed by system, and we cannot alter what is the requirement of mandatory access control. And it is somehow managed by a centralized security policy. So as long as you are below a certain grade, you will not be able to see this data. Once you get the clearance or the required clearance, you will be able to see and deal with this data. Unlike the discretionary access control or optional access control, I have a problem in pronouncing this word, by the way. So in optional access control or optional access control, we have the data owner himself who can give the permission to other users to access data or not. So example for the discretionary access control is a file share server for financial team. And the financial manager or finance team manager is requesting from IT to grant access to a new hire or grant access for someone outside the financial department. Although the other one is not from financial department, but he need to access to this data for business needs. And who could request this access and the access will be approved after this? He will be the data owner. So in optional access control, data owner could provide or could authorize the action. While in mandatory or MAC access control, data owner cannot change the permission, cannot request the exception for the permission because everything is managed. In Active Directory, we can create groups. And these groups, for example, group for financial team, group for administrator, group for IT, and based on group membership, user can be allowed to open a certain share folder or not, correct? This is a model of access control called role-based access control, that based on your role, based on your group membership, you will be able to access a specific system. There is also another type of access control called the rule-based access control. In rule-based access control, one of the viable examples for this is to have social media websites open during the lunch break. But after the lunch break, the social media accounts or the social media websites will no more be allowed from organizational internet service. So it is an access control based on a specific rule, specific duration or schedule. Like when we said in the firewall policy, we can define access control based on a certain schedule, when the schedule was all the time, if you remember this part particularly. Okay? So what is the difference between data owner and data custodian? In fact, understanding the definition or the difference between both of these definitions is very important. Data owner is the one who owns the data. For example, if I'm talking about financial data, customer records, and so on, then the owner in this case could be the business, which is represented by the CEO or the chief financial officer or the chief commercial officer. It is owned by business, but it should be someone who is executive that is representing the business. So in this situation, if someone is requesting access to the customer's data, the approval shall be gained from the data owner, which could be the CEO, for example. Okay? But who should provide the access by himself? CEO does not have the time to go and modify the firewall policy to grant someone access to this kind of folders or this kind of data. So he delegates this responsibility to someone called the data custodian. And we are, as IT, we are the data custodians. We enforce the rules and apply the policies that are authorized and approved by the data owner. Clear? When we apply a specific access control list or policy, we can utilize two approach. We can use whitelisting, and in whitelisting, we deny all and we specify something, such as the firewall. Any firewall by default will deny anything. And you start by configuring this firewall to allow only specific traffic. And that is what we call as a whitelisting. On our systems, we could have a security control that limit or restrict which applications users are able to open on the computers related to organization. So we can allow users to open PowerPoint, Excel, but whenever they try to open browser other than Google Chrome, they could be blocked from doing this activity. Are we familiar with a similar control? It is called application control. Preferred route for what? It is a combination of both, yeah. Because in case you did, you cannot do blacklisting on firewall, for example, because blacklisting means that you will allow any and you will deny specific. And that will not work. Because in firewall, you need to deny anything, and then you should choose which can be allowed and which can be denied. That's right. But in application whitelisting or in application control, maybe some people would choose to deny specific application from being executed, such as deny to open Solitaire, Spiders, try to open Microsoft games, try to block Microsoft App Store and something, and then allow anything else. And they may work in another approach by allowing only Word, Excel, PowerPoint, and deny anything else. So depend on the situation. Some people may try to apply the whitelisting in application control, and they might end in a wrong way or in a bad way by limiting the system capability. So they might be interested in do the blacklisting instead. Blacklisting also might be applicable in a particular situation, which is in blacklisting we could have we could have a firewall. And in this firewall, we have a website that is published behind this firewall, okay? And for a certain political situation, some countries are attacking our infrastructure. You understand me, right? So in this situation, we can do a policy on the firewall to blacklist traffic that is coming from a certain IP address related to a certain countries. And that can be another example for blacklisting. We allow any country to communicate with our website, but we deny specific countries or specific IP addresses that could have like a malicious impact on our websites. And each firewall nowadays, by the way, includes a way or include like a database. FortiGate is no more working, by the way. Don't know why. So anyway, any firewall have like a database, and in this database, you can specify to allow traffic from a specific country or deny traffic from a specific country, by the way. So you have like an object, and this object is labeled by the flag of country. So you can easily select which countries that you want to make your data or traffic available for it, and which you don't want to do. If you are working with government and this service is offered for local citizens, it will be no sense to allow this service for external countries, to restrict it to be only accessible from the local country itself. And how to differentiate country? IP addresses. They have a similar control that based on the IP address that you are coming from, it will define that you are from this country or not. And one way to come over this is by using proxy. Proxy is like a way to open internet from other country. So in case I am in a country and this country is blocking me from using a certain service, I could subscribe to a service such as NordVPN, something like this. And by doing so, my traffic will be diverted to USA, another country. So when I open this service, I will be appear from the country that my traffic is originating from. And by the way, using VPN service is illegal in some countries and could subject people to huge fines and sentences, by the way. Okay, fine. So accountability means to, as I mentioned, to get logs, and these logs can help in promoting the accountability and the non-repudiation. Okay, and you need just to make sure that logs only is not enough. As long as logs are not being reviewed, so the logs will be useless. And logs should be also measured based on the required retention period, which means you need, as per your application or as per your business requirement, to define for how much time do you want to keep the logs. Okay. So in the slides, as I mentioned, we have a lot of recommendations that some of it could be relevant to our course and some are not. I try just to explain the most or the key parts, but at the end, you will have an option to get it just in case you want to go through it. Single sign-on is a function in the organization that allow you to authenticate once and access many times. For example, and one of the examples of single sign-on, the Active Directory and the file sharing. You access to your organization device using username and password, and after then, whenever you try to open other resources such as file share or internet, you might not be required to enter the password again. Are we familiar with this? Because using the Active Directory and essentially by using a protocol called the Kerberos, this is Kerberos. Kerberos is a creature from the Greek myth, which is like a creature with 3 heads, something like this. Yeah, separate 3 heads. So they took the name of Kerberos because the operation will work like this way. In Kerberos, when you log into the Active Directory or the domain controller will give you like a ticket, and whenever you will try to access any service under the same domain, you essentially will provide this ticket to the destination service. So this service will check if this ticket is valid or not, and based on that, it will grant you the access. It will not request from you to re-enter the password once again in order to access it, as long as this ticket is still valid. Okay? So, and of course, all of this happens in the background. And of course, if we are using SSO, we can have a single point of failure. That's why when we were discussing the domain controller yesterday, I mentioned that domain controller is one of the essential services in the organization. So whenever you implement a domain controller, you need to consider the disaster recovery plan for this domain controller by making high availability setup or something like this. Fine. So before having the single sign-on or Kerberos, we have a protocol called the Network LAN Manager or the NTLM. And NTLM is a kind of authentication protocol that allow you to access to the network or do authentication. But as NTLM was less scalable and require challenges and authentication to be succeed in authentication, it was somehow limited and not as easy as Kerberos in order to make the life easier for the users. So Kerberos work in this way. Whenever user login, he will request or she will request a TGT or ticket granting ticket, and then the domain controller will respond back by the TGT. And whenever the user requested to access a service, it will send this service the TGT, and after then the server will be accessible by the user. So Kerberos include a lot of information We have a lot of tickets types in Kerberos. We have concept called TGT, TGS, ST, AS, KDC, which is all of them are elements related to Kerberos server. But in reality, what we only need to understand right now is that Kerberos is used by Active Directory, and it is not a property for Active Directory itself. It is a protocol that has been used by the Active Directory to make the single sign-on process work in more convenient way. So I believe that concludes the part of identity and access management. We just got explanation for some concepts.
So our next topic will be discussion about what do we mean by web application penetration testing, and what do we mean by different kind of web application attacks such as cross-site scripting and SQL injection. And after the end of this section, we will realize that most of the attacks that are happening every day around the world right now is based on web attacks, because at the end, any organization could have the control to make its file share server not exposed to the internet, could limit who can access the Active Directory. And by default, we do not publish Active Directory on the public internet. But if every organization could have a kind of API, a kind of mobile application, a kind of website that need to be applicable or need to be visible by the public in order to be able to access or utilize this service. So as the internet is consisting of websites mainly, and we have a lot of port 80 and port 443 opened for the globe, we usually find the web attacks are the most common in nowadays. So essentially, we don't see in the real world a lot of attacks that are based on Nmap scan, and after scanning on Nmap, we find the port 21 open, and then we get an exploit, and using this exploit, we exploit port 21. We don't see port 21 opened a lot actually. But what we see more is opened is port 80 and port 443. So whenever there will be a vulnerability that could be exploited from one of these two ports, we can exploit it. And after then, we can initiate a remote code execution. We can gain access or take control of this server. And from this server, we can use it as a jump host to initiate attacks to other hosts inside this network. In order to understand what is the digital presence for certain organization or what is the open board across the internet, you are not required to do Nmap scan by yourself. You have a website called Shodan.io, and Shodan is a website that include like a scanner, and this scanner explore the whole world, and it try to detect what is the open ports across the globe. Like, for example, it can tell if you want to look for a website that is running SQL database, something like this. So all what you need to do using Shodan is to search for SQL. And Shodan will give you the results that indicate, for example, IP addresses that include SQL service running and available for public. So we will have a lot of SQL databases that are available online. Some of it is at China, we have at United States, at Hong Kong, and so on. But Shodan services is paid service. So it can give you like information about, we have like 500,000 database servers that are available online. And this is the distribution for these database servers. We have a lot of in China, a lot of US, a lot of India, Korea, Turkey. And what is the port or service that have this service published? So some of these services are available over port 443, some over the default port. What are the key top organizations that have this service opened? And what is the top product? What is the version of SQL database? We have SQL 2008, 2019. So as long as a hacker knew that we have like 63,000 port opened with SQL database that are running version 2008, he can look for exploits for vulnerabilities in this affected version. This is a very old version for SQL. So one of these 63,000 hosts might be subject to be attacked because it might not be patched using recent vulnerability. We have servers that are running 2003 operating system, by the way. Can you see this?
So, as you can see, Shodan service could provide a lot of useful information, but as you are using a free access account or something like this, you are only allowed to view a limited portion of search data. So penetration testers are usually subscribed to Shodan using paid accounts, and these accounts could give them a lot of information. If I need to check if my organization is secure or not, I need to know how much information is available about my IP addresses on the internet. Okay, so Shodan is searching the internet on day-to-day basis. If you are looking to an RDB or for our RDB service, you can search by the keyword RDB, and it will start to tell you that what are the RDB services that are available online. So all of these are RDB machines that when you take this IP address and open your RDB device or RDB client, which looks like this way, and then you write this IP address, you may get like a message tells you to enter username and password. So it can help you to identify if you have RDB ports or RDB service online. It is not working. Maybe they closed this issue or closed this problem. I might use this IP address or try to open this IP address. So I now get the prompt to log in by username and password. And if we have like this system is using old operating system, such as 2008, 2016, maybe they could have like a flaw or a problem in the RDB. So as a result, I could search for such a vulnerability and I can exploit it or bring the suitable exploit to exploit it. So Shodan is very useful service and it provides you a lot of information about what are the services that are available on the web. And pen tester or web application pen tester can use these services or can use these IP addresses to initiate attacks and discover what could be the vulnerability on each one of these servers. Okay. So another way to detect web vulnerability, for example, we know about a service called WordPress or not? Have we ever heard about WordPress or not? Yeah, yeah. WordPress is like a tool or like a framework or a website that allow you to create your own website based on WordPress technology. In WordPress, we could have some vulnerabilities that could allow you to bypass the authentication. So these vulnerability appear from version to version. So the WordPress company or organization issue patches or updates to close this vulnerability. But we might find websites that are based on WordPress that are till this moment are still using these vulnerable components. So if you find one of these websites, you can go and you can start or try your luck to see if you can penetrate or hack this website or not. Another example for vulnerabilities that we can find as well is we may have like a folder in our website that includes sensitive data, such as user accounts, information about banking accounts, and so on. And we may not apply proper authentication and authorization measures to ensure that only authorized people will be able to access this directory or access this folder. So we have interesting tool called or interesting way to detect such websites or detect such files, which is called the Google Hacking Database or GHDB. We are all familiar with Google, right? We use Google to search for a news and search for a specific string to see the occurrence of this specific string on the web. So there is another way to use Google by typing something like this. When I write this term in Google search, just when I type something like this, for example, we can mention that all the results are essentially Excel files. Can you see this icon here? So I was searching for a specific string, and this string was related to HR audit checklist. It was something that could give me like a checklist to check what I need to do while I am auditing HR function in any organization. I could search for usernames, and the file type is file type. As you can see here, I don't want to open this file because this file could include sensitive data for one of the organizations. As you can see here, second grade username and passwords. So this text file or this Excel file could include information about usernames and their current grade. They may be KG1 or KG2 students, and this could be a link for a school or something like this. We have also user login password for a website that is related to Australia, and we have like a file that include IP addresses. I believe this could be a classified data, by the way. So anyway, I got like a lot of results that could include Excel files, and in these Excel files, I could include username and passwords. And this Excel file should be classified, but the website administrator missed to do something that authorizes only people who log into this website to reach this directory. And as a result, I could reach a classified information, as you can see here. And all of the test results here are Excel files. And please do not try to do this by yourself, because in some situation, these files could include macros. If you are familiar with Word, you could probably know that in Word files and Excel and PowerPoint and so on, we could embed inside our files like a programming script, and this programming script can help us to automate certain tasks. So in Word or in Excel or PowerPoint, I could provide like a way to manage, or let's say in other words, I could provide a way to write scripting and script code. Some of these files could include a malicious codes, okay? And it appear in the search because you have like a social password log, for example. So maybe this website is not a website that is related to a real organization, but maybe a hacker publish this data or this type of Excel files online. So you as a normal user who might be interested to open such file, you may go and open this file, and then you will get an exploit code on your desktop. Got it? For example, few days ago, there was like a zero-day vulnerability exist called Folina. Folina is a zero-day exploit that appeared from 10 days ago, for example. It was 10 days ago, and it was based on abusing a function in Microsoft Word. So whenever I send you a special crafted Word document, and this Word document will include a kind of elements that are not relevant to you, but it will be executed in the background, you could take over any machine just by sending this machine this Word file. And people were aware about this vulnerability. And recently, like last Tuesday, Microsoft released an update to patch this zero-day flow. This malware was being delivered in regular Office documents. So you are not encouraged to test or download anything unless you have a proper mechanism to detect if it is malicious or not. One of these way, by the way, is to use a virtual machine. In case I need to open a suspicious file and I don't know what could be the impact of this file, I have a special operating system that track and work like the sandbox. So whenever I need to download any file of this, I will never open this file from my own machine. I will open it from a virtual machine that is isolated from my own device. Sorry. Okay. So Google Hacking Database is simply a way that you can differentiate a better way for search for the data that you are looking for. Assuming that I want to look for a files that end with extension rar, and this file include the name such as game.rar. So I'm looking for a games that are compressed in a RAR format. So in this situation, I already received like a directories, and in these directories, I found a lot of zip files, and every one of these zip files include like a game, Rocket Mania, Angry Birds, and so on. And again, I'm not encouraged or encouraging anyone to download any file of this, because it might be a virus or might include a malicious code or might be violating like copyrights. Okay? But at the end, I got another option to search for a specific file or a specific URL. If I need to search for a site that include gov, indicating a government, and I need to search for a file type that is pptx, and the file name called strategy or includes the word strategy. So here I have a lot of PowerPoint presentations that are talking about strategic plans, and it is all published by different organizations. Okay, so all of these techniques can help a hacker to leak or detect sensitive data that are unprotected. But Google hacking database goes above these limits. For example, we were discussing the WordPress. So any website that work using WordPress will have a kind of a URL that include WordPress upload. And in this WordPress upload, we can find all data that has been uploaded to this website, and maybe it is not adequately protected. So in case I'm looking for a vulnerability or a search string on Google that could help me to detect a file containing juicy information, we can use this search string in Google. And as a result, I will find all the WordPress upload directories in multiple websites. So I can uh, uh, make my search space or make my search more interesting by, let's, for example, in addition to that, I can add site, and I need this site to include the keyword edu, education website. So I didn't find any information here, or I believe I need to add the keyword site in the beginning of the search word, by the way. So I can use site, edu, and then index or in title index of Cve upload. So again, I didn't find anything. So I will type in URL. So now I got the required option. So as you can see, I may find classified information, social security scans from one of the websites that their administrators were careless to protect this data. Fine? It is not fine, actually. Yeah, not good at all, yeah. So that's essentially what the penetration tester is doing. If I'm looking for, or I have been as an ethical hacker asked to test my application or test a specific website, one of the things that I could do is to go to Google and start to search first what other people can reach about my information. So I can write an URL, I can write my own organization URL, okay, and then I specify file type in this one. So I can determine what is the Excel files or Word file or password files that could be included. So I will write this URL, for example, here. So now Google started to detect that I am doing unusual activity. Okay, so file type, I will write XLSX in URL. So of course, Facebook does not reveal any Excel files that can be available for download unless you are authenticated, and you cannot reach such data from the normal internet. So Google hacking database is one of the information gathering techniques, and you can use a lot of search string that can help you to detect or find information that can help you in the web attack. One of these files could be the log file. What we should expect to find in the log files? what we should expect to find in log files. Files such as this one, for example. Maybe invalid login, maybe login of the admin was succeeded, so I can identify what is the admin username or the IP address where the admin is located, right? What is Apache, by the way? If you can remember, I was talking with you about front end and back end. Do you remember this? Front end is what contains a website. In order to load a website on top of a server, you need to install web application platform or web platform. Apache is one of the web platform. Apache, IIS of Microsoft, Tomcat, all of these are like the platform that we should install first, and then we will bring our website and deploy it on top of this platform. So in case the website is working using Apache platform, it writes the logs or it records all logs related to this website activity in a file called apache.logs. Clear? Okay, so web application attacks can be categorized as this one. We have a lot of types for web application attacks. Whenever a hacker will try to do a kind of web application attacks, he can test any one of these techniques. What you are currently seeing now on the screen is called OWASP, and OWASP is a stand for Open Project for Web Application Security Project, or Open Web Application Security Project, something like this. So OWASP is like an organization, non-profit organization that is concerned about research about what are the top security threats that are affecting web applications. And then they release like a recommendations for how to come over each one of these by a certain document they are developed, which is called ASVS, which stands for Application Security Verification Standard. So as we could agree, any web vulnerability could be related to improper developing or improper administration from the website admin or website developer. Agree with this? Do you agree with me? So we agreed that, or you may agree with me that any web vulnerability or any file that is intentionally left online like this way, or any attack that our website could be subject to, is basically because of unaware developer, improper security configurations, something was missed during building this website. Do you agree with me in this point? So the goal of OWASP is to start by defining or creating a list by the top security threats that websites were subject to in 2010. So in 2010, there was like an OWASP list define what is the key or the major cyber attacks related to web application. In 2013, they released a similar list, but instead of having cross-site scripting categorized as number 1, it is now categorized as number 3. And in 2017, they updated the list based on the current trending in attacks. So injection attacks came the first one, and so on. And after categorizing or defining what are all of this or what are the different kind of attacks and its categorization and so on, they created like a standard or a document called Application Security Verification Standard, which can be used by the developers or site administrators or application developers, and they can open or they can, referring to this document, they can define or they can understand what is required from them while they are developing the application to make the website secure. So in terms of, for example, injection attacks, they need, for example, to ensure that they have authentication, session management. They need to ensure that they are using proper cryptographic architecture. They need to log the data in a proper way. For example, when I write a software code that log the authentication activity, this code should not log the password provided by the user for successful login attempts. Does this make sense? Because if I included the password in the log, and if these logs reviewed by someone or someone gained access to these logs, I will leak the password of the administrator. So in this standard, which is like 71 pages, they provide like high level view for what is needed to ensure that your web application will get enough security against these 10 attacks or 10 type of attacks. Of course, web application attacks can be more than this, but they are defining just like the top 10. Okay? So in web app pen testing, like the vulnerability scanning and regular scanning, when we use the Nmap, Metasploit, in web app pen testing, we use different tools. We can use a tool called the Burp Suite. We can use a tool called Zap. We can use a tool called BIF, and we can use a tool called the Hydra. And depend on what we are trying to achieve, we can select the proper tool. So, for example, if we are trying to deal with a database and do a SQL injection attack, for example, we have a tool called the SQLmate. And SQLmate is a tool that can help you in conducting SQL injection attacks. And we will understand what is SQL injection attack, and we will see how it looks like in reality. In case you are trying to do a password brute forcing attack to brute force or to crack a password for a certain administrator, you can use the Hydra tool. In case you are trying to do cross-site scripting, you can use a tool such as BIF. All what you need to know now is like the names of these tools, just to understand what is each tool about and what is the particular usage of every tool. In case you need a framework that can automate the web app pen testing and help you to do SQL map, cross-site scripting, and Hydra, you can rely on a Burp Suite. And Burp Suite tool is a commercial tool. So you need to pay for Burp Suite in order to use it. And whenever a new web attack emerges, Burp Suite vendor can create like a script that can help you as a penetration tester to automate these scripts. At the end, the goal of these tools is to help white hat hackers or ethical hackers to detect web vulnerability and report this vulnerability to the companies so they can close this vulnerability as fast as they could. Okay? So in the next slide, we will understand how we can learn how to protect or how to make web app pen testing. So I can ask you to download a virtual machine, and this virtual machine, for example, could be virtual machine that come with a vulnerable web application, and then I could ask you to install the proxy on your machine. And after installing the proxy, we can start the proxy and then start to do a kind of pen testing together on our application. But instead of all of this long operation, which might not be needed at this level, in this level, we need only to understand how attacks looks like and what is the foundation. We can rely on a website, interesting website that could be reachable by any one of you. This website is managed by a security vendor called the Contra, and this website is aim to provide like awareness about different kind of web attacks. So essentially, we have all kinds of OWASP top 10 attacks listed on this website. So where have we stopped so far? We were talking, we were talking about why web application attacks is very common and what is the different kinds of web application cyber attacks. Of course, we cannot go through each one of them. Personally, I am not aware by all of them or what is the techniques of exploiting each of them, but I am mainly familiar with the concepts of most of them. But as per my knowledge, I cannot gain the knowledge of everything, of course. I work mainly in security management. I should be aware by all of this from theoretical perspective. Some of it I should be aware with because it was part of my work when I was working as a penetration tester back from 7 years ago, or maybe something like this. And by the time I didn't practice a lot of them, but by the way, I still have the concept. So all what I need from you is to understand the concept. If you are a developer, you are not required to initiate a cross-site scripting by yourself, but at least you need to understand what is the reason for the existence of such a vulnerability. And as based on that, you can do your proactive measures or protection to protect against this attack. So it is important to understand the concept. So the concept of cross-site scripting attack is we have a factor called the cookie. Do you remember it? Cookie. Cookie can be used to allow you to log into the website without providing a username and password. So one of the tricks that hacker wanted to do that instead of stealing your password, he or she can steal your cookie, and using this cookie, he or she can after then use it to gain access to the system or take your access permission. So the trick that the hacker will do is it will rely on a programming protocol called the JavaScripting. JavaScripting is a kind of function or kind of programming language that is running in the browsing page. So in case you wrote a JavaScript command or JavaScript code, this script is going to be executed whenever your browser will open this web page. To make it clear more to you, any web page that we are currently deal with right now, for example, this web page, I will just save this web page as an HTML. So I'm going to save it as what? As a web page, HTML page, okay? So I will save this page, web page here. As an HTML code. And after this page will be saved, it will take some time because it downloads element by element. I will open this web page. And we'll do a kind of edit for this web page. And in reality, hackers does not do this, but this web page will be still stored on the website. What you are currently see on the screen is the background code or HTML code that make the web page that we were just browsing looks the way that we currently see on the screen. So all of these are related to HTML, HTTP, and so on. So in cross-site scripting, the hacker need to insert inside this page a script like this. But this script will be written in JavaScript language. So whenever the hacker injects this script and stores this script on the web page, whenever you as a normal user will try to open this web page, or you will try to open this web page from your browser, when you open this web page, the script will be executed. I don't know why it is not working. Maybe they have a kind of protection. I'm not sure. But let's do another term here. Maybe I did something wrong. Let's try again to execute this file. Not working as well. So I can open this file using another browser. Okay, anyway, I could do another thing. Yeah, because when you press F12, you see the source code of the website. It is the same, but I'm just trying to, I have an option here to select this as a begin. No, select this one as a begin. Okay, so that should be website looks like. Website at the end is a file written or saved in HTML format, and inside this file we could have a text, we could have lines that are written to change this text, to insert images, to insert videos, to create a background, and so on. So website at the end is a file, right? As you can see. In this file, we can also inject or create like scripting commands, such as we can add like a JavaScript code, such as this one. And by writing a text between these two arrow brackets, we are simply adding a JavaScript in our website. So whenever this website is being loaded, the JavaScript command will be executed in the background. So I don't know why the pop-up is not appearing. JavaScript in HTML page alert. Yeah, I forget to use the method, by the way. So it is not only hacked, but I need to. I'm not sure why it is not working. However, at the end, when your web browser receives this page, it will somehow execute the JavaScript that is included in this page. Okay, this JavaScript that I just added to my page is, if we look to the sources, cannot identify JavaScript. However, we now understand how websites should look like. At the end, it is a document, right? Yeah, whenever your browser opens this document, it should do a kind of compiling for this page and start to load the elements in a human readable format, the way that you can ask. And within these elements, you could have kind of script that could be written in Java language. This script, for example, here, which I was trying to execute, and for some reason, either I wrote it in a wrong way or I cannot write it in a proper way or any other issue. This script should do this activity exactly. This is what this script is going to do. It's alert JavaScript. When you open the website, you can receive a message like this. So I believe this is a script that could help to do this activity. So when you open this website, you should receive a message such as like this one, like a pop-up message. Okay. So how this pop-up message appeared? Because while the website or while my web browser were loading this page, it found like a script written in JavaScript format, and then it executed this script. So that what lead to this message to appear. As I was able to instruct my web browser to run or read a script that do a pop-up message, malicious actor can utilize same function to enforce my browser to do a certain kind of thing or other thing, such as, for example, copy cookie file text and send it to destination. At the end, cross-site scripting will allow me to modify the content of the web page and allow this web page while it is being loaded by user device to execute a command. This command could be not a malicious command like the one that I was explaining right now, such as giving you alert message, but it could go far and start to execute malicious scripts in your device. One of these malicious scripts, for example, is for stealing your cookie for the website that you are currently browsing. Can you get this? So penetration tester will try to look for a website that has a kind of input field, and in this input field he can enter like a script code, and this script code will be stored on the web page or on a certain web page, like sending this script in a message to the website administrator. So this script will be stored in the inbox of the website administrator. So whenever the website administrator opens the inbox messages, the JavaScript will be loaded on the administrator web browser. And based on the request or what we are trying to achieve using this JavaScript, we can steal the cookie of the administrator and send it to a website managed or to another destination managed by the hacker himself. So the hacker will receive what? Cookie. And based on that, he can use this cookie using an application such as the proxy, such as this one. And while he is sending the request to the website, he can insert the cookie value and gain access using the administrator permission. Make sense? So this could be one of the examples of the outcomes of initiating a JavaScript or initiating cross-site scripting. We have like cross-site script cheat sheet. It is like a complete list for all known exploits or known codes that can be sent over a website that is infected by cross-site scripting. So all what you are currently see right now is examples of for payloads that when received by client browser or web browser can be executed and can do a malicious activity. Okay, so if we are doing with JavaScript, for example, and we need a code to steal the cookie is known as document cookie. Okay, so this JavaScript, for example, here is a JavaScript that once it run, I will try it again with this specific website, please, or with the website which I was created. I miss a lot of information since my last course about HTML. I took a course in HTML when I was trying to learn more about web application to understand the attacks in depth, but I missed a lot of info. So this script, for example, I will try to execute it once again. It gave me the alert here. Can you see it? But as this website is a local website, so there is no cookie to use it. Fine. So I believe the problem with my script was something like this. I believe I need to add between these two words, like something like this, because it is a text, not a variable to read. So I will try to run it once again. Yeah, that's work. Okay. So now there is kind of code that is executing, and that's what the penetration tester who is looking for cross-site scripting website will try to look. Take note that cross-site scripting is not only about Java. Any programming language that your browser is supporting can support the cross-site scripting. So in this website, we may find a lot of payloads that is not only about JavaScript, but we could also find the payloads related to it is Java essentially. But recently we got a news that web browsers will start to support Python in web browser. Python is another programming language, but it is used to program applications. But we had an edition from Python called the PyScript, and the PyScript will be like a way to write codes in Python inside the web page itself. So it could be also subject to similar attacks. Okay, interesting or not? Okay, so let's see how cross-site scripting work in reality. So as we agreed, we have a website that is managed by an organization called the Contra, and this website provide like free labs to practice and understand how web application attacks looks like. In this website, you don't need to install applications such as this one, which is an application that help you in assessment. You don't need to get virtual machines and create a vulnerable web application to test or play with. All what you need is to check for the lab that you need to test and select this lab. So we will start first by the cross-site scripting attack or the XSS. So we will look for this lab, store the cross-site scripting, and I will send it just to in case you need to try it after then. So first we will start by like a scenario. So they provide like a brief introduction. So this company is called Intermart. It is like an e-commerce, and it have like a system that allow clients to submit issues to the service desk. So you got like an information about what this lab is about. So the IT security launched a bug bounty program, which essentially one of the ways to tell the ethical hackers to come and try to find the bugs in our application and report us back by these bugs or problems, so we can provide a solution for it and keep our system secure. So here, the IT team or Bob is one of the ethical hackers or a security researchers that is interested in finding bugs in this application. So he will try to open the website and he will try to look for a cross-site scripting vulnerability. One of the key points that we discussed is that cross-site scripting attack, the hacker will try to search for possible input fields in the website and try to check which of these inputs can keep the message persistent. So, for example, in this website, we have two input fields here. One is for searching, but when I provide a search keyword, I essentially look for this keyword on this website. So that does not guarantee that my search parameter, in case I send a cross-site scripting attack, will be stored somewhere on this server. Okay? But for the submitting issue box, it indicates that I can like send a message to the website admin and tell him that the website is not working or a specific service is not working. So the message that I am going to send will be stored. And that's what do we need. I can in this message send like a cross-site scripting attack. Okay? Okay, as we agreed, what is the goal of injecting a script in the browser? To see a message like this? No, to execute a script in general. This script could be to give an alert, and probably I don't need to do so, but I may need to do something in the background. The thing that could be done in the background, like stealing the document cookie or reading the document cookie, is not enough. I need to read and then pass this cookie to other destination. So the hacker here or the ethical hacker will create a server hosted on Amazon, on Azure, on any cloud provider. And on this server, he will create or initiate Apache service. Apache is a web platform. And any request that is going to received by Apache will be written in this log file. So here, hacker created a web application on this public IP address, which can be reachable from the internet. And this IP address is managed by the hacker, not by the organization, which we are doing the test on it. Clear? So after he created the website, he will try to read the logs of requests that are coming to this website and will keep this website working. In the next section, the hacker will come back to the website and will click submit issue. He will try to send an email or write his own email. He will write like interesting subject such as the project error, And instead of writing a message, he will create or he will add like a JavaScript. In this JavaScript, he defines that go and load an image, and this image is located at this IP address, remote destination. So whenever the browser will open this message, he will find that he is requested or someone requesting him to go and load an image, graphical image. But this image is at remote destination. So the browser will go at the background and will try to open this link to load the image. But while it is loading the image, it will append to the request the document cookie. So while he is going to this remote destination, he will get on the way the cookie of the administrator who is browsing this website. Can you imagine this, or can you understand what does all of this mean? Fine or not? So when we copy this script, and remember, in order to understand this, you need to be already a web developer. You don't have to understand this step by step. If you are going to an exam such as Security Plus, CCNA Security CEH, you might not be requested to write this code by yourself, but at least you need to understand that this attack or this code aim to force the browser to go and load an image or a resource. Of course, there will be no image, but this is a trick that will pursue the browser to go to other destination. So hacker will write this message here in the body and will submit the issue. And as there is no controls in this website that prevent anyone from writing anything, the message will be accepted. The control is similar when you register to a website and you try to use this icon, for example, or this icon, or this icon. You would probably not permitted to enter this icon as a username, or enter this icon or this icon or this icon as a username. Have you ever encountered a website that allow you to add any of these characters in the username? Because these characters are related to SQL injection attack or cross-site scripting. When we wrote a script for SQL injection, we will find that all the scripts that are available here are somehow including one of these parameters that we just discussed. Let me come back again to the, let's close this one. Anyway, as the application administrator or the developer, or there is no WAF that protects the website, one of the goals of the WAF, by the way, is to check what user is trying to send to the website. And if this character is allowed, okay. If not, I will deny it. So the message is sent successfully, by the way. So we will proceed in the next step. In the next step, Alice, which is support engineer that work for the organization, will log into the portal that she receive the issues on it. So whatever had been sent by the ethical hacker will be received on this portal. So she will find the message that is called project error. She will open the message, and by opening this message and at the same time, the load or the script written will be loaded. And when I open this message, the request will be received by the hacker server. It will receive a request from Alice web browser requesting to load the image. Fine. But while it is sending you a request to load the image, it will send as well here on what? Cookie. Which related to which site? This website. So the hacker can use another tools or a different tool to log into the website, but instead of providing username and password of Alice, he will just simply try to use the same cookie and he may gain access. Fine. So here it's just another different information, but it just explain to you, if you are a developer, where was the issue? Yeah? So where was the issue? That when I sent an email to the site administrator, and as this site accepted this parameter here, it allowed the site or website to get a cross-site scripting vulnerability, and it allowed the browser to execute this script. So when you go to analyze, if in case you don't have information about what is it about, it could give you information. So it can tell you that this expression, for example, is somehow related to cross-site scripting, and this code is what makes the problem happen. So what could be the recommended action is to ensure that while you are developing the code to prevent these elements, to provide or do a kind of HTML encoding, but again, it is relevant to the web administrator or web developers who are responsible for making something like this. Clear? So that's what do we mean by cross-site scripting, and I believe we got like information about what it looks like and what could be the impact. So we are back again, and we are continuing in explaining different kinds of web application attacks, just to realize how much these attacks could be severe and could cause a huge impact in any organization that could be subject to it. So our next attack is called the SQL injection attack, and from the name or from as the name, SQL or SQL is a database language. So SQL is considered as fourth generation programming language, I believe, and SQL stand for Structured Query Language. Any database now is using SQL in writing and communicating with the database. So in case of Windows operation, for example, if you want to open a file or go to a certain directory or do a kind of directory listing, you may write dir. In order to go to a certain directory, you may select cd or change directory. In order to check where you are in Linux, you can write pwd. At the end, in order to deal with Windows files or to deal with all of these locations and so on, you need to follow a special language or a special parameters in order to deal with the file share. This is exactly what SQL language looks like. Structured query language is a kind of way to deal with the database. So in order to ask for a certain value from the database, you are sending a request using SQL query, asking it to extract or reveal the value of a certain database table. In order to delete database value, you need to send SQL command to delete. To add, you send the SQL. At the end, SQL is a method to deal with the databases, and it is used by Microsoft SQL databases as well as Oracle. So at the behind or at the back end of any website, we mentioned before, we have the front end and we have the back end. And in back end, we could find the database layer. And in fact, any website should rely on a database. For example, if this website provides username and password for login. So in order to validate if this username or password are correct, we need to send our request to the database layer. And database will ensure that the password and username combination are correct or not correct. So any website will have a kind of database. And what happens in SQL injection attacks that we found a kind of vulnerability in the web application itself or in the front end, allows the hacker to directly communicate with the database using structured query language queries or using SQL commands. So hacker can be able to delete database tables, remove database tables, alter or change database values, show the content of database tables, and all of this stuff, as long as he managed to find a field that can allow him to communicate directly with the database. Clear? What do we mean by injection word here is that we are allowed to inject commands related to SQL. Inject, so we are injecting in this web form commands that can allow us to communicate with SQL database directly. So let's together see how SQL injection attacks could look like in real life. So again, on our platform,
which is the contra here. We will go back and will look for. So, however, you may ask what Contra benefit from such free demo. Contra is a platform, as I understand, it provides like application security training. So it is a training organization, and it created this way just to illustrate for developers why do they need to care about security. So they provide like demo labs just to show off their capabilities, and it is amazing, by the way. So we will open the WASP top 10 and we will select SQL injection attacks, and it is the first lab from the right on the first row as we can see here. So we will open SQL injection attack or SQL injection related lab, and again this lab provides first to you like introduction. So what we are going to deal with is an application or a website called Cve. It is an application or a website that provides like car leasing service. And Alice, which is the CTO of this organization, engaged cybersecurity consultant or white hat hacker or ethical hacker called Bob to perform penetration testing. Penetration testing is a security assessment that we do on web application or mobile application or our network to ensure that our network is well secured and well hardened. And the result of penetration testing can be used after then to cover or fix these issues, which will lead at the end in more secure environment and infrastructure. So in case you don't know what is the pen testing is, this website will provide you as you are going through this scenario with the necessary details about each step. So it defines here what is the pen testing. So we will click next, and then it will give you like an overview about what we have in this website. So we have a button called get discount. We have another button called unsubscribe. So maybe for SQL injection attack and the cross-site scripting attack, we have a common thing here, which is hackers are looking for like an input field where we can insert data. And this field can be found on get discount. When I click get discount, I may be asked to enter my mobile phone number so they can send me a code or a promo code. Or I can also insert my data in the unsubscribe button, which the lab is instructing me to open. So in the unsubscribe button, in unsubscribe, it is usually an option that your website or website are providing to users in order to write their own email addresses to get unsubscribed from the newsletters of this website, to stop getting information about current advertisement, current offers, and so on. So Bob, which is the penetration tester, will try his luck by trying to insert his email in the unsubscribe button, and then he will click submit. What will happen next is that Bob will activate on his own machine a web application testing tool such as the proxy. If you can remember, the proxy and the purpose suite are tools that can help you in automating the web application testing. Do you remember this? What does purpose suite and the proxy do in reality is, while you are testing a specific website, you added an input. This input will be transferred to HTML format or HTTP request and will be sent to the backend. What happens with purpose suite and the proxy that this tool can intercept this request before it leaves your own machine, and it gives you an option to modify this request. Fine. So you cannot, in this form, for example, which is about writing the email address, you can only write your email address like this way. Fine. But if you try to enter a SQL command,
The website or this input field could give you a warning and tell you that only value accepted is an email address, while you seem to not write an email address to me. So to overcome this point, the penetration tester will add this value first, then will click submit, and then he will activate this tool on his own device. And this tool will intercept the request. Can I show you how to intercept the request? I will activate this tool, which is OWASP proxy or OWASP zap tool, by clicking here on the activation button. And then I will open my Firefox browser, which I used for web app pen testing. And then I will go to the settings of the web browser. And then I will search for the proxy settings. Then I will configure my local host or my own machine as the proxy. We remember what was the IP address of 127.0.0.1. It is the loopback address. As you can see, all of information are linked to each other. So, and then I will click OK. After then, whenever I open any web browser from my website, this request will be intercepted by this proxy tool. Can you see here the request, how it looks like? So I can modify whatever I need in this request. So instead of writing a language is in US, I could see AR, Arabic for Egypt. And then I could send this request to the website. So I can send it this way. Then I will get the response. So although the request was sent to request the page in English language, but it came back for me in Arabic. Because while the request was leaving my browser, I intercepted this request and I created another request, or in other words, I modified this request. Fine. So instead of asking you to install this type of proxy, which can allow you to intercept the request, while dealing with this simulation lab, you will get these two boxes here, which essentially give you the same option that you got with this tool. So what you have been intercepted here will appear in this section from the screen. And here you will record how the website will respond to you, which appeared also as well here in this part, I believe, or in this, I'm not sure which section in the response here. So here is the request and here is the response. So again, when I activate the tool and when I open back my website once again here, the request will be intercepted, or let's say will appear here. I can modify the request in the way I want, and then I will forward this request to the website. Then I could get like a response. So the response could appear in some place which I'm unable to identify right now. However, the same is what you are seeing now here on the screen. Here is the request and here is the response. So when you click the submit, the request has been intercepted, and as you can find here, you have the email that you just written. And when you click analyze request, it will provide you information about what does all of this mean. You will click next, and then you as a developer or you as testing the application, you found that there is a kind of string that you can send through the request. So here another explanation for what is the back end code looks like. And as you can see here, the back end code or the HTML page of this website has like a structured query language statement written inside it. So it says that select email from user email where whatever the email address that is provided by the user. So this part in the HTML code of this website rely on whatever will be inputted by the user himself. So whatever parameter that user will send using the email variable, it will be captured and will be added to this field instead of the word email. Okay, so when I click next, you will start in doing the SQL injection attack.
by you will intercept the request and you will write the email. Then you will add this icon, which is apostrophe. Can you see this symbol? This symbol in SQL language allow you to write whatever SQL command that you need. As you can see here, the line is being updated in the code itself. You usually, as a hacker, you don't see the code, but this tool provide you information or give you like information about what will appear from the backend perspective. So when you forward this request as it is, you will receive a response from the server that telling you that error, you have an error in your what? SQL syntax, which means you are dealing with the database layer directly. You send a command and the database responded that this is invalid command, which means you are successfully dealing with the database that are hosting this application data. So you are now sure that you, by sending a request from the front end, you can receive a response directly from your database or from this website database. Can you get this? So now when you analyze a code, you will understand what is happening in background. And again, we are not explaining every line, but you have an option to do this lab by yourself and understand more and more how application in background looks like and where is the issue. So let's go to the actual attack. As we proved that we can communicate with the database directly, then we can send whatever commands that we need to send to this database, such as understand what is the database version. And based on this information, we can check if this version of database has a kind of vulnerability that can be exploited, or know what is the content of this database. If this database include all of the registered email of users, I can exfiltrate this data. So I can know the email addresses of all the customers of this particular database or particular application. So I will repeat the steps once again. I will send the request, I will intercept it, and instead of sending the username or just the apostrophe icon, I added the apostrophe once again, and after then I sent a SQL command, and this SQL command aim to understand what is the version of this database. Is it SQL, Oracle, MS SQL, PostgreSQL? What is the user that this database is running with? And what is the, let's say, what is the name of the database? So all of this command aim to get this information. So I believe I read something wrong here, so I will delete all of it. I can, in case I missed something, I can go back one step and return back in case the website is not responsive. So I will copy this code as it is and I will forward it. And I will get a response from the database as well. Say that the email, this is the version of the database, this is the username, this is the local IP address of the database, and this is the name of database itself. So I am in a database called subscribers. So usually the subscribers database include list of username who are subscribed to this application. So when we do analyzing of the code, it will also give you how it looks from backend. Then I will click next. And then I will, as I know what is the name of database table, I can extract data from this table of database, or at least understand what is the schema. So again, I will write the email, then the apostrophe, which allow me to send additional command after this email address. Then I will select the table name from the schema table database to understand what is the different database tables name. I could have a table name related to customers, credit card, usernames, administrators, subscribers, and all of this stuff. So by making this request, I could understand that I have like a schema table called subscriber or car vibe subscribers. So this is the name of the table.
So the next step is I will do another action to select emails from this table. So I will send the command which will select a field called email from a table called the Cve subscriber. And when I forward this request, I will extract all email addresses that are registered to Cve. And then we can get announcement on the internet that database table of LinkedIn has been leaked out because one of LinkedIn websites or subdomains was including this vulnerability, and it was connected by somehow by the master database of this website. And as a result, I could be subject to data leakage. You remember when I said to you that some cyber attacks could lead in leaking the hash value of passwords or username and passwords? That can be happen by SQL injection attack. So again, when you go next, you will get like a description for what was the reason for the attack and what is the protective measures that you can do in order to protect your application and what was the reason for the SQL injection. So it will tell you clearly that the reason is your HTML or your front end accept or have a kind of SQL command that accept whatever is being inserted by the system clients. So if you are a developer, you will be this info will be useful. If not, just understand that in order to mitigate SQL injection command, you need to make a kind of prepared statement, like a proxy between what user is inputting and what should be sent by the database. The input that user is providing should be subject to a kind of validation, a kind of translation. So whenever the user go to the database and send the command like this, it will not be understandable because the application or the front end itself or the back end at the beginning will ensure that nobody can communicate with the database in a direct way. That's called stored procedures or prepared or parameterized query, by the way. Okay. Okay. Uh, I believe that concludes the part of web application security. And what do we need also to understand that in order to protect our systems from web-based attacks, we need to keep the developers aware about web attacks. They need to have a secure coding practices that are in place. They should have like a process or like a hardening document for their web application. So while they are writing the code, they need to realize or they need to consider the requirement or the let's say the guidelines which is mentioned in similar documents such as the ASVS application security verification standard. We need to consider the WAF as a security layer that can protect web application from different attacks such as SQL injection, cross-site scripting, and these all various techniques. And by the way, the goal of the WAF is to compensate the weakness in the application. So if the web developer wrote his code in a very secure way, the goal of the WAF will just for additional assurance. But if you have your code written in a very secure way, the WAF will not be needed, by the way. So whenever you have a website that is published online, this website should be placed in a segment inside your network called the DMZ. So DMZ or the demilitarized zone is a special zone in your network where you place all public services, such as you have a website and you need to make this website available for the public. So you place this website in a special zone called the DMZ. The criteria or the reason why we need to have a DMZ that any server that will be published to the public will be a potential target for cyber attacks, correct? So by having these public servers isolated in a specific zone and by having a firewall before it and firewall behind it, which means DMZ is a location that is placed between two firewalls, for example. So we can have like a way to detect the attack if happened, if we got one of these servers hacked, The hacker can impact or exploit other servers in the same segment, but when he or she will try to reach the internal network, the firewall here may reduce the possibility that it can breach our internal network as well. Fine. So I believe that's conclude our day today. So physical security is very important part from security perspective because we in cybersecurity or in information security, we care about securing data itself. So we care about how to secure data, how to do encryption, how to create or how to install firewalls, install antivirus in our systems, and all of this stuff. But physical security is often overlooked. What do we mean by physical security is, for example, securing the premise or securing the building where the data center is, closing the door of the rack. So we will not allow anyone to insert a malicious USB card or USB stick that include malicious data, for example. So by having adequate physical security, we can ensure that our data is secured from logical attack as well as from logical attack. And if you don't have a physical security, in reality, you don't have any security in place. So physical security comes first, of course. So physical security care about a lot of domains. One of these domains is the security of premise or the zone where our company at, security of data center or server racks, security of power source and power redundancy, and the different threats that could be related to power, such as rapid increase in voltage, rapid decrease in voltage, which both of them can cause a device malfunction, the blackout or the shortage in power, which could cause in system being unusable until power is restored back to the normal current. We have also some environmental related physical security, such as security detectors against fire, against smoke, and all of these topics. So for environmental control, and first when we discuss the protection against electricity hazard or electricity threats, we can find a lot of types of electricity related threats. One of these threats, for example, is a blackout, and the blackout is power loss. This power loss can be compensated depending on how much we will lose the power. For example, if we are talking about short-term power outage, we may use the UPS device. If we are talking about long-term, which can last for hours or days, we should rely on a generator to provide us a power. So depending you are dealing with short-term or long-term, you should select your response regarding to how to deal with blackout. The second type of power threats is the brownout. And brownout is a reduce in voltage. Reducing the reduction in voltage can cause the device to not work properly. If the device does not take the enough power to operate, then it might not work at all or work with less capacity. So brownout require a device that could stabilize the power current and to stabilize the voltage. So our device could receive consistent voltage level that allow it to work and do its task in a proper way. SAGS is another kind of reduction in voltage, but it is a rapid reduction in voltage, which means we got our current working like this, and then our current drop down and then restored back to the normal situation. So SAGs and brownout on the long term can cause devices to be malfunctioned or be completely corrupted. The fourth and the last kind of electricity related threats is the spikes or the surge. And the spike and surge is a rapid increase in voltage. So if I got a high increase in voltage level and if I don't have a protection, this could cause my device to instantly being corrupted because it received too much power than what is required. So we can see that UPS and generator can be used with blackout. We can see that conditioner can be used when we deal with lower voltage, and we can use the surge protector such as this one in case we got a spike or surge. Okay. So for any data center, we should have a power source that is providing this data center with power. And these power sources are managed by the technician team, which are related to electricity. So we need to make sure that the power equipment, such as UPS, such as the power control panel, are accessible only to authorized people and located in an area where only authorized people can access. And this area should be isolated from actual data center because we do not need any every time that technicians or electricity engineers, when they do their regular checkup or maintenance for the power lines or power equipment, to access the actual data center, which includes the data, because maybe some of this function is being made by a third party. So we need to make sure that only authorized people can have access to data center. And when we isolate power from data center or power room from data center, this would provide more extra security for data center by giving the opportunity only to IT people to access the data center, the authorized one, of course. By default, not everybody from IT team should be allowed as well to access the data center. Power sources need to be redundant. We need to have powers from different circuits to compensate the loss in case we got power outage from one circuit, we will get another one that is working. And the power switches that are in your power panel or in the panel should be properly labeled and should be documented. You should have a diagram or a plan that explain to the team how power is being provided to the different data center, which switch is responsible for rack number one. I'm talking here about power switch, and you should have a kind of emergency light. And for power room also, you need to use a special fire suppression system. So power room, which include UPS, include generator, include power panel or control panel for power system, should have all as well kind of smoke detector fire suppression system. And this fire suppression system should be adequate or relevant to the assets that we are trying to protect. What do I mean here? We cannot use water. For example, we should use a special material which can deal with electricity hazards, as you said. Yeah. So for environmental control as well, we need to have kind of detection inside our data center to ensure that whenever we got a water leakage, we can detect this leakage. So from where could we have a water leakage inside our data center? Well, we may have multiple reasons for water leakage. One of it, defective pipe. This is a viable option. Also, if the data center at the top floor of the building, which is not the recommended, because placing your data center at the top floor of the building can make your data center actually subject to many issues. The first issue would be the rain and water that could be leaked because of the rain if the ceiling is not properly isolated. That's one. Second one, when we got a fire, the fire is usually the flames are going to the above or top. So the flames are raising, and that makes the data center more subject to being infected by this fire if this fire started from the first floor or second floor or something like this. This is also another one. And also what placing a data center in the highest floor will make it subject to direct sunrise, which will require you to install a stronger air conditioner in order to try to stabilize the heat or the temperature of this data center. So actually, when we think about what is the proper location for data center in your building, if you have an option to select the floor, we should not recommend the last one because all what I just mentioned. And also, I could not recommend the ground floor because ground floor may be subject to flood may be subject to physical attacks because it is the first floor, or essentially there is no ladders, there is no control in case you want to access it. So first floor, second floor will be okay for data center. Anyway, water leakage can be because of we are in the last floor, could be because of we have a leakage in pipe, and also we could have a malfunction air condition. So we could have an air condition that is malfunction, and because it is a corrupted air condition, the water or the cold air is being somehow turning to a water. Okay, so that's right. So in this situation, we need to have a detectors that can detect the leaking power, even if this power with a few drops. And this system looks like this. So essentially, it is like a sensor, and this sensor has a cable, and you extend this cable under the air condition, under the ceiling, under the pipe of the air condition, and whenever any drop of water is sensed by this cable, it will close the circuit and send an alarm that there is a water leakage. So you could be notified about malfunction air condition more faster. You could be notified about possible leakage of water because of rain and all of these locations. And such sensors, locations of these sensors should be properly documented and considered to provide it with a redundant power. So when you power your servers using UPSs, you need also to consider the sensor in the same way. And these sensors could be tested from time to time. You should test these sensors to ensure it is working properly. Of course, to not drain a lot of water inside on top of it, of course, but at least make sure that sensor is active and sending alarm. Okay. We have another kind of environmental control, which could be the smoke detector. And the smoke detector is a kind of detector that detects the smoke. In any fire, we have multiple stages for the fire. One of the first stages of the fire that the heat or somehow we have got some heat, and this heat change the air ionization. So it make a change in the air, but still no smoke. But maybe we can smell the first indicators that there could be like a burn or burning, something is burning or a fire. And then we go to the second level, which is the smoke. And after the smoke, we will see the flame. So smoke detector can either detect the change in air ionization due to a fire or detect the smoke and can give you an alarm so it can trigger the fire suppression system to work. Okay. So the next type or the next security that you want to consider for your data center is the security of your power line. We all have raised floor in our data center. What could be the reason why we use raised floors in our data center? Yeah, raised floor is a kind of fake floor, as you can see. That's right. And why do we need to raise rack from actual ground? There are a lot of benefits by the way for doing so. One of these benefits is usually we do not implement in data center standalone air condition system. We use a central air conditioning system, and usually the exit or the space that distributes this air is placed, or the devices that distribute this air is installed under the raised floor. So we have like pipes, and these pipes are generating or have the airflow coming from it, as we can see here on the screen. Second reason why we could need to raise the racks from the floor is we need to stretch the power and data cable under the raised floor so we can have more organization. Okay. Third reason that either air condition or power cable or the server itself could have a fire or could have an issue that could lead to a fire. Raised floor act as like an isolation layer between the elements on bottom or under the raised floor and elements on top of raised floor. So if we got a fire under the rest floor is designed to absorb this fire for like 1 hour, 2 hours until the fire suppression system maybe under the rest floor can work and can terminate or neutralize this fire. And the opposite is okay. That's right. That's right. When we design raised floor or select raised floor, we need to consider a lot of aspects, such as do we need our raised floor to be fire resistant or not? There are kind of raised floor which is fire resistant, and some other raised floor types are not. And for how much time we want our raised floor to absorb the fire. Okay, yeah, but depend on how duration or how long I want to do so, the more specification will be needed to raise the floor, and as a result, more the cost. For example, in data centers, you need to build a wall that has a special thickness level that could absorb the heat or absorb the fire for like 4 hours, 6 hours. I cannot recall the time exactly, but such a specification should be considered. Okay, and as you have like fire suppression system on the top of the floor, you should consider the smoke detector, water detector, and the fire suppression system under the raised floor as well. So correct. So fire suppression system can be based on water, such as sprinkles, and can be also based on gas, such as FM200. And the reason why we have two options that for data center or for server or data center related fire incidents, we cannot use water to suppress this fire because we are dealing with electrical component or IT component. So IT component surely will get affected if this material got released by mistake. So for IT component, we use a special material called FM200. And in fact, we had across the history of this topic, we had a lot of material that can help in countering fires to information system components. One of these material I believe, carbon dioxide. Carbon dioxide removes the oxygen from the air. So as a result, the fire will not get enough fuel to be or to work. So at the end, carbon dioxide will counter the fire. But problem with carbon dioxide is that we cannot release it in a manned area or an area that include human or include people. So before releasing fire suppression system based on carbon dioxide, we need to ensure that there is nobody exists from the facility inside it. Okay, we have what is called argonite gas, and it was mixture, I believe, from halon gas and nitrogen or nitrogen and oxygen. And although it includes oxygen, but it can cause health problems as well. So at the end, we got these two options, sprinkles or FM200. I believe FM200 is different than the material we use in the standalone fire suppression system, the cylinder that we can carry and counter the fire. But FM200 is a colorless gas. It is odorless. It leaves no signs. So once we got like a fire, it can be released. It is safe on IT equipment. It does not hurt the ozone layer. We got another kind of fire suppression system called halon gas, and halon gas had a bad impact or bad effect on the ozone gas in the aerial. Yeah, something like this. So FM200 is the type of fire suppression system that we use in IT. And we can see cylinders of air of FM200 looks like this. Okay, and when we design our fire suppression system, we need to consider which elements this fire suppression system is trying to address. So if we are talking about IT or power equipment, we should consider something such as FM200. If we are dealing with a store, warehouse, wood related or paper related fire, then water will be fine. So, and always remember that in physical security, the human safety comes first. So, we need to consider human safety above of all. So in case we have an emergency door, for example, this emergency door should always be opened or can be opened from inside the building, for example. So we can allow people inside this building to evacuate the building, to not lock. Yeah, we may find in some situation the emergency door is locked by a lock. This is not a valid option here. However, organizations do such something like this because they are afraid that someone from outside may manage to open this door from outside. However, when we design the emergency exit door, we design this door to only be opened from inside. Okay. So physical security also is concerned about access control, and access control is kind of doors that use badges, use fingerprint or PIN code to allow you to enter the facility. And we have different kinds of access control. One of this control is the design that you have here, which avoid or prevent you from being followed by someone who could use your access to enter the facility, which protect you from the piggybacking attack. Piggybacking attack is a kind of attack, physical attack, where someone will follow the other one to gain access using his same ID card. So in this situation, we have space that can hold only someone to use the card and then enter a location and then use the card second time to enter the building. We should also, for any location in our data center or in our or in general, any sensitive location in our building should not be declared, or we should not, for example, write a sign on the data center that this is a data center. We could only leave a sign that this area is restricted and only authorized people should be present in this area. We have also this kind of security door, which is the turnstile, and it essentially control who can access the building and reduce the amount of who can access the building within a specific time. Also, it can work as anti-tailgating or piggybacking as well, because it's essentially same idea at the end. Okay. This design as well is one of the designs that could be related to physical security, and it is called the man trap design. The man trap design is similar to this one, by the way. This is also a man trap. Okay, but yeah, and what could be the reason for this design of man trap? It could be used in a warehouse, for example, and you are receiving goods from different suppliers. So instead of allowing suppliers to discharge the goods inside the warehouse itself, you have like a controlled area where the supplier enter with the goods, and then you inspect the goods here and you sign the acceptance or the receiving paper, and then when the supplier go out of this area and close the door, this door will be opened and you can enter the data. So man trap as a concept can be applied in multiple ways or in multiple techniques. DMZ, for example, if we need to go far mile deeper or extra mile deeper, DMZ, which we were discussing yesterday, consider the same aspect, by the way. We have firewall and other firewall, and between we have the published service. So if we have a virus that infected this machine, we can limit this attack inside this area only. Okay, so although it is purely logical or physical security concept, but it can also be applicable in the logical security. So access control is utilize some of the magnetic elements in the doors to control who can access a specific office or a specific building. At the end, the access control reader, which you can read the PIN or biometric data or card, is at the end connected by a server. And on this server, we have the option to identify which card or which card number is allowed to access which door in the organization. Clear? So in case of outage of this system, nobody will be allowed to access the building and the door will stay locked. So we need to consider that from inside to have some kind of exit button. So we can allow that we can manually open the door from inside to help evacuating anyone inside this building or inside this office. Okay, and of course the magnetic lock or the door lock such as this one, it uses power source to keep the door locked. So we need to consider to have like a UPS, and this UPS would provide like let's say will provide like a redundant power to keep this door open even if we got a power outage. And in case somebody is inside, to keep this door closed, sorry. And in case we have somebody inside, he can, let's say, exit using this exit button. So that take us to other concept in when we develop the security or define the fail policy of different security controls, which is the fail open and fail close. In case of access control systems such as this one, when we design our access control system, that in case of power outage or system outage, to open all the doors inside the organization to allow people to evacuate the building, this is an example for a fail open design. So fail open indicates that control will not be effective in case the control failed. So if the access control server went down, then all the doors controlled by this access control server will be opened. Okay, but fail close is a different term. Fail close means if the system went down or power went down, everything will maintain its security. So the doors will remain closed. The problem in this situation is if this design is implemented in office area. So when we got a system outage or power outage, all the doors will be stay locked and people will be trapped inside. Okay? Yeah, that's right. But we are not here talking about switch only, but also what about the, I will give you an example about what is fail secure just right now, but between the fail safe or fail open, which in other term called the fail safe, while fail close mean, or there is another synonym to fail close, which is fail secure. And the difference is illustrated here. In fail safe, when we have power outage, the system will unlock itself. But in fail secure, when we have power outage, the system will stay closed to protect the data inside. So based also in the type of building or type of office or type of this from physical security perspective, we can to choose in our access control system that for the data center door, for example, the door should be remain closed. But for office and exit and entry building for the building, the door can be opened automatically. So we can define something like this from the access control system itself. Clear? Another example for fail secure and fail close, do we remember when we were discussing the sandbox? So here in my sandbox settings on my own device, I have an option to use sandbox by clicking this option here. I have an option to write the IP address of the sandbox server. So whenever my device receives suspicious data or suspicious file, it will send it to the sandbox server, right? I could have an option to implement this sandbox in fail secure mode. Can we understand or can we read and elaborate what do we mean by this specific line? That's correct. That's correct. As the system is down and didn't respond to us back by the result of file analysis of the sandbox file or the file sent to sandbox, the file will not be accessible to keep us safe or to stay in the safe side. Okay, so here if I remove this option and I had the sandbox configured, at the same time I would be implementing the fail open. So in case sandbox is not reachable, the file will be executed as long as the sandbox didn't respond. So this is also another example. So we have some extra guidelines related to physical security. One of it is to not advertise the location of sensitive locations in your building. You should have a controlled single entry point. So you should have a single door or a single entry to your data center or to your building in general or to your premise. Because if you have multiple entry points, this could require more effort in securing it. And what apply in physical security is also applicable on logical security. If we have an organization with multiple branches in the same country, for example, and we have a headquarter, it would be better to provide internet service from the headquarter only and limit internet connection at each one of these branches. So if we have HQ, which has like internet connection, other branches will be connected to this HQ over VPN tunnel. And in case anybody from these branches need to reach internet, the branch itself does not have direct access to internet. It should go from HQ. What was the reason for doing something like this? Because if I have single entry point from logical perspective as well, I could make good investment and make a single control or control a single firewall instead of going to 20 firewalls and configure each one of them in a separate way, as well as manage and track and monitor. Also, we need to ensure that emergency exit only can be open from inside in case we have an emergency exit in our physical security. We need to consider the security of ventilation system. So it is not only enough to secure power, but also air conditioning unit, which keep or stabilize the level of temperature in data center, need to be considered and need to be secured. If you have CCTV logs, and you should have, you need to store these retentions for good period, and the period will be defined by business requirements, and if there is legal or regulation requirements force you to store logs in general or CCTV tracks for a certain duration. In some kind of industry or according to the country that we are working in, we could find there is some regulation or requirement by law to store the logs for a particular time or a particular duration. So in this situation, or in this case, I should store the logs for time or for like 1 year. So you need, of course, longer is better, but you need to consider capacity and the storage and what is the requirement for storing these logs. For workstations or devices, you need also to consider to use workstation logs to ensure that data inside these workstations cannot be leaked out. Or in other words, nobody would be able to open or deassemble the computer device and steal the hard drive or memory and extract data from it. So that concludes the part related to the physical security. So in our next section, we will discuss some of new trends and new technologies that could have been in the market for many years till now, but it is still in its early stage, such as cloud computing, such as virtualization, and containerization technology. So when we think about the cloud virtualization and containers and what was the driver or motive to go for the cloud, the motive for going to the cloud was to reduce the resources required or reduce the cost. In other words, when we rely on the cloud, we reduce the capital expenditures and capital investment, in other words. And what do we mean by capital investment? That in order to build a system, we need to purchase or release a location to be our data center. We need to build it properly, invest in building a proper REST floor, invest in power redundancy, and then purchase racks. And then inside these racks, we purchase servers, we create network infrastructure, and all of this could be considered as a capital investment. And after building our data center, will be moved to paying for the bills, utility, electricity, and technician wages, and all of this stuff. And that is considered as operational investment or operational cost. So we have capital cost or capital investment, which we pay at the beginning to acquire a certain design or a certain technology. And then we should, in order to maintain this technology or this design working, we need to pay for operational cost along the way. So cloud computing helped the organization to solve this issue by allowing them to have their service based on a lot of models. One of these models, for example, is pay as you go. So you do not need to plan earlier and have a data center of yourself, but you can simply lease a server that is accessible over internet. And you can link this server with your organization over the IPsec tunnel. So from user perspective inside your organization, this web server or this server will be similar to a server that inside your same network. But the difference here is that this server is hosted on other body or at somebody else data center. Can you get it? So how cloud computing emerged and how it became so easy for cloud service provider to host millions of servers for different customers and isolating all of them. If cloud provider is using something as servers like this, and for each server he install or she install a Windows or Linux, and then it place it in a separate VLAN for customer A, and beside this one he create a new server for customer B and insert it in a different VLAN, and then this server will be for customer A, and then the second one will be for customer C. So he will need to consider that A and A should be in same network, and B should be in a separate network, and C should be in a separate network. If cloud service provider works in this way or use physical server for each customer, okay, in this case, for each customer we will need, or for each server we will need a completely dedicated hardware such as this one. So if the cloud provider hosts like 10 million servers or 10 million machine for different customer, yeah. So repeat it again. So if the cloud provider use a specific server for each customer, or whenever I contact my cloud provider such as Microsoft Azure, Amazon AWS, or Google Cloud, all of these vendors and Oracle Cloud Infrastructure, all of these vendors are cloud providers or cloud service provider. Okay, fine. So in order to make a server for a customer or give you a server, the cloud provider will need to purchase a dedicated hardware server, and he will install on this hardware server, he will install operating system, and then he will give you the IP address of this server and will tell you that take the IP address and start to configure whatever you want. Does it work this way, or does this seem logic? It is the logic, by the way, right? So in case I ask it from my cloud provider to add to me or to give me additional server, so he will lease to me the server beside this one. So both of these servers will be for my organization. How to make these two servers can communicate with each other? The cloud provider will place them or both of them inside the VLAN. Yeah. So as a result, these two servers can reach each other. And then another customer will go to the same cloud provider and they will ask for two additional servers, customer other than me. So the cloud provider will dedicate these two machines to the other client, correct? And then will place both of them in a different VLAN. This is only reachable from my organization, and this one could be only reachable from other client or other organization network. The problem here is that in order to give a server to each client, the cloud provider will need to lease or purchase millions of servers. Fine. So this could be an issue. And this how the physical server looks like. It is hardware, operating system, and then we install application. So it is hardware such as this one, Windows system or Linux, and on top of it, I make a website. Fine. So do we remember this application? I'm opening it right now. What this application is? That's right. And in reality, the invention of such application was not for giving me opportunity to test on my machine. But in fact, this is a technology that has been in the market since 2009 or 2010, and it allowed the evolving of cloud service providers. It is called virtualization. And virtualization means that on your device, you have a CPU, you have a memory, you have network card, and you have a disk. Not all of these resources will be fully utilized all the time. So you maybe have your CPU working as 10%, 20% normally, and in some few times across the week, maybe you are doing a kind of intensive processing, the utilization should reach 90%, but this is not normal. Normally, you utilize like 10 to 20% from these resources. So companies such as VMware, which created, by the way, this application, created a new operating system called ESXi. This operating system is called hypervisor. And the hypervisor is a kind of operating system that do a kind of resource distribution, or take this physical CPU and by somehow it converts the physical CPU to a logical CPU. So I can, using ESXi, create new virtual machine such as this one. I can tell the system to give this user machine this information, or I can tell him that I will install system later. And then I can choose which system I need to install, how much size of disk that I need to grant for this machine. So this 20 gigabyte will be from my storage, from my hard drive of my machine. But the hypervisor will make what? Will make this space of storage on my hard drive looks like a virtual disk that is separate from the system itself. Make sense? And then I can choose to customize hardware, and my device have like 32 gigabytes of memory, so I can select to grant this virtual machine 4 gigabyte, 8, 16, or even 128 gigabytes according to my needs. My device have a one CPU and a lot of cores, so I can decide which number of cores that I need to dedicate to this virtual machine. And by clicking OK, I should have, and click finish. When I power on this machine, I now have a new machine, or I have a separate machine that I can after then mount an ISO image to it and start in installing operating system. But when this machine opened, it will found no OS. So it will act like a machine with no operating system. So virtualization allowed me, by using only single server, and instead of installing a single OS, I need only to install an operating system called the hypervisor. And the hypervisor will start in virtualizing the actual hardware component to logical components, which I can assign to multiple virtual machines. So at the past, one server or one physical server could be able to offer a single service. But now, one server with 32 gigabytes of RAMs can hold up to 10 servers. Instead of having a 10 servers that are physically connected and spanned on like 2 or 3 racks, and they care about power resources and they require the air conditioning to make the temperature good and allow all of these servers to work in a proper way, I will need only one blade or one chassis server such as this one. And on each one of these servers, I can place like 10 memories or 10 servers. Looks good? Is everything clear? Okay, so how service provider can, instead of connecting cables to this machine, how he can put this machine in company X and this machine in company A. He will simply select the properties of each machine and it will select what is the network that I need to join this machine to. So assuming that I have on my machine network adapter, I can select any one of these adapters. And for the same company, I should select the same adapter name. So if two machines share the same network name adapter, then they will be able to reach each others. That's how, for example, I was able from Kali machine to exploit this server, and from this server I was able to open this website, because each one of these machines, if we looked for what is the network settings, we will find it's called VMnet 8, right? And this one as well is VMnet 8. So in case I changed one of these elements, like said that the first machine is VMnet 8 and second machine is VMnet 1, they will not be able to communicate with each other. So virtualization is very interesting technology because it saved the cost, it saved the resources, it saved the required storage or space, and also the provisioning or creation of virtual machine does not take time at all. You can have a kind of orchestration in cloud service provider network. So you will gain access to a portal, and in this portal you will just request a new virtual machine to be provisioned for your usage. So you will just click, you will wait few seconds, and then you will get an IP address and tell you that take the machine that you requested. You will need no more to connect a desktop or connect a monitor and connect a keyboard to the server and then bring the ISO image and start to installing it. All of this from the past right now. Try to read and understand more about virtualization. It is very interesting. But what I gave you is like an overview or quick overview about it, how it looks like. Okay. So virtualization, as we mentioned, was the core concept that based on it, the cloud providers started to purchase locations, data centers where huge servers with high computation resources. And on these servers, they started to create virtual machines, and then they started to sell these virtual machines to different customers. Okay. So cloud computing has many types, many models. We have what is called the public cloud, and public cloud is something such as Zoom. It is a service hosted on the cloud, and remember, cloud is just someone else's data center. So it is a cloud because we can, it is the name, marketing name, but at the end, it is someone else's data center that you as a customer allowed to access service hosted on other body data center. Google Drive is a cloud service. Okay, Dropbox is a cloud service. Zoom is a cloud service. Teams is a cloud service. But as you can mention, Zoom and Google, Gmail, and Dropbox are services that are accessible by anyone. So they are categorized as public cloud because they are offered to public. But in some situations, you may have another kind of service, such as you go to a data center in your city, and this data center or this company just offer you the location. They have fire suppression system, adequate access control, good physical security. They are professional in how to secure data center or build a data center that are good in terms of power, in terms of air condition, and in terms of physical security. And they offer you a rack as well and tell you that just bring your servers and place or host it in our data center. Fine. This could be an example for a private cloud. So it is your servers, your own hardware, but it is stored in someone else's data center. The concept of private cloud, however, is maybe more complicated. Like, we have a headquarter, and in this headquarter, we have our data centers. And in any branch, all services are not in this branch or in this location or in this remote location. In order to access service, they need to communicate with the headquarter, right? From this concept and from the logic of these branches, they are using a private cloud because they are accessing their services which is at remote location but over the internet. So that could also be a remote cloud or private cloud. And for all organizations, we are using these two types of cloud. We use Zoom in our business, or we use OneDrive. So this is a public cloud service. Also, we could use a kind of private cloud. So that's what makes the concept known as hybrid cloud. So all organizations right now are using a hybrid cloud, which means we use both public cloud features and services and private cloud services at the same time. So in cloud computing, we have many models. When you were hosting services in your location, you was or you was where you was well, you anyway you cared about or you were caring about servers, storage, networking, virtualization, OS, middleware, runtime, data, application. So in your on-premise design, you care about everything, which is in the dark blue. But when you move to the cloud and choose to use the infrastructure as a service, the provider will give you the virtual machine. And then you will take this virtual machine and you will set up your own operating system. And then you will start to build your application. So you don't need to care about network, storage, resources. All what you need to care about is the operating system, like patching, like installation, hardening, and all of this stuff. Okay? But in platform as a service, you need to build a website. So the provider can make you or give you Apache server. Do we remember Apache? So Apache is similar to the runtime, which can be used to install a website on top of it or upload website to it. So in platform as a service, you as a customer, you will not care about hardening the system or making security configuration or patching. You will not care about making data or updating the Apache. All of this would be service provider responsibility. In the last type of cloud, which is called the software as a service, you as a customer are not responsible for anything. So the cloud provider will give you like a service such as HR system that are available on the internet, such as Salesforce, Oracle, something like this. And all what you have, you don't need to care about anything. Just you need to upload your data, start dealing with it. But at the background, provider is updating the services. He is doing backup for data, and he can restore the data when it got lost. We have actually many service providers and many cloud-based services, such as Google, AWS, Azure, or Microsoft Azure, or Azure. I really don't know what is the perfect pronunciation for it. Some people called it Azure. I don't know itself. So could you help me? What do we? Is it Azure, Azure, Azure? Azure. Yeah. Okay. So Zoom is also a kind of, let's say, a cloud service. We have another interesting concept that is considered the next generation of virtualization, which is called the containerization. And in containerization, instead of do a license for Windows machine to install website on top of it, and do another license for Windows machine to install the backend on top of it, and do another license to Windows machine and install database on top of it. Remember, each one of these functions should run on a separate server for security reasons, maybe for application requirements, because maybe the system requirements here is different than the system here is different than here, right? But in containerization concept, which I must admit it is a new somehow to me because I didn't find enough time to read more about it. Okay, although it was in the market for like 3 or 4 years right now, but it is still a new topic and a new challenge. And for everybody who can understand more about it, he may be very professional, or in other words, we don't have a lot of capabilities that understand the containerization in a good way. So it is like a potential new domain that may require calibers and may require people who can understand it. In containerization technology, we may have a single operating system. So you may license a single Windows machine. But on this single Windows machine, you can create virtual isolation inside Windows itself, which is called pods. And each pod have a kind of library and binaries that are isolated from the second one and isolated from third one. And on the same operating system, I can control which can communicate to who using this container engine. So how containerization can be benefitable for the organization? Instead of licensing 3 Windows systems or 3 Red Hat systems to make your application work, which would cost you money, you may license a single system, and using container technology, you can build 3 virtual elements on top of these systems that are totally separated from each other. The containerization, however, has more advanced concepts than this one. I'm just giving you like an overview about it. Containerization can allow you to run an operating system application that would support Windows 2003 on the same server that has an application has operating system or need Windows system to 2020. How it comes? Because for every application, I can create its own partition with all required system dependencies, or DLLs. And these DLLs are not linked to each other by any means. In our Windows system, we have a single system location, which is system 32 or the C drive, right? And any application will be installed on our operating system will share the same binaries or will share the same libraries. But the containerization can help me to segregate these libraries. So I could have on the same system libraries related to Windows 2003, and it should be assigned only to this particular application. I could have libraries related to Linux, and it is relevant only to this application. So we have many solutions that do a kind of containerization, such as Docker, and I believe Kubernetes is a way to manage the container. Okay, and OpenShift is a Red Hat version for how to implement the container technology. So container technology, as well as virtualization, as well as cloud, all of these technologies, as they are good and great, of course, but they also bring challenges from security perspective. Do we remember how firewalls could look like? Hardware, right? So at the past, when we were trying to create multiple VLANs in our network, we would create something like this. We would create a switch, and on this switch, we would attach all of our servers, and we dedicate these servers in a VLAN, and these servers are in a different VLAN, and then we can create 2 interfaces to connect both of them to the firewall, correct? And in case this section need to communicate this section, it should go this way over physical network. But how to implement such thing in the virtualization? This is somehow need some thinking about this part. In fact, it is easy, by the way, from a network guy perspective, but it could have a single issue, which is at the end, I could take an interface from the server, connect it to a switch, and then connect this switch to the firewall normally. But this link is virtualized or segregated to two virtual links or two virtual buses. One for first VLAN and second for the second VLAN. Fine? And then they will go this way. So the traffic from this machine will go this way on the link related to this VLAN, which is a virtual link inside the same cable. It can be done by concept called the trunking. And then we will come back from the different bus. But the problem is we have a single network interface card that could be 1 gigabit or 10 gigabit. So this is kind of bottleneck between these two servers. And why should I leave my server and go to the top of the network and then come back down to the server? Can you understand this? Or not? Okay. To make it clear, we have an issue in virtualization, which it will make us to think different about networking. In regular network, we understood that devices can be connected to a switch, right? What about when I tell you that there is a single server and on this server we have two virtual machines? How they can communicate with each other on the same server? We will have what is called the virtual switch. So logically, on this server, we will have virtual switch that make all virtual machines created on these servers talk to each other. It is logical. There is no need for cables. An example for this virtual switch, when I was assigning each VLAN to a network name. Okay? So what if there is one device in VLAN number 1 and this also in VLAN number 1 and this is in VLAN number 2 and this one in VLAN number 2? Are they in the same network in this case? So which device is needed to make devices from different VLANs to communicate with each other? Router, layer 3. Fine? So the router is reachable over the network. So the server has a network interface card, physical, that is connected to a switch and it is connected to the router. So in order to make device 1 or VLAN 1 to reach VLAN 2, what should be the traffic path? And then? That's right. And why we may need to do something like this, although we are on the same server, because we don't have a virtual router here. So that's why security vendors or routers vendors create a virtual router. And by the time, we also found that there is a virtual firewall. And the network that was understandable from the concept of physical network that we can touch by our hand can now be on a server. So everything is inside this server. Router, switches, firewalls. So physically, it is a single server. But logically, it looks like this. We have virtual machines, right? We have switching layer, which is virtual. We have router layer, which is virtual as well. And all of it is inside the same server. So all the traffic is going to the same machine or inside the same server. But in case somebody from outside these servers need to communicate with these servers, then it should take this cable and reach to the switch. Complicated, yeah? Yeah, of course, this is like an introduction, but you need to be aware about what is happening in the other area. There is kind of evolving in how servers will looks like. There is kind of new technologies that are here. We now have, by the way, the concept of virtualization is called as, I believe, software-defined data center. Software-defined data center. Okay? So we have another concept right now called software-defined network. Okay? So instead of physical network and physical servers, we moved to virtual. And instead of physical network, we moved to virtual network as well. At the end, we will still need in some area physical network and physical server. But virtualization and containerization is sort of new challenges that we need to be aware of. And this is, by the way, another opportunity or another domain that you might be interested to read and understand more about it. Because containerization will have security challenges as well as virtualization, as well as the cloud. There is a security certifications related to cloud service only, such as cloud certified cloud security professional, such as certified cloud security knowledge. So everything comes with the challenges, and we as security people need to be aware about these challenges. As you can see, I'm not professional in containerization, but in some stage in my life, I worked with virtual machines a lot. So the concept of containerization could be understandable if I invested some effort or some time to learn more about it. Okay, so that concludes the part of virtualization, cloud, and containerization, and that was only like a quick overview.
So, our next discussion will be about another type of attacks or threats that can affect our security, which target the weakest chain in the security chain in any organization. And when do we hear the term of weakest link in the security chain, we usually refer to the human layer. The human are the weakest part in the security chain because they could be subject to some attacks that could target human vulnerability, such as the interest. For example, I am interested in or I am curious to know what is on the USB drive that I found on the street. So I may take it and plug it to the nearest computer that I have authority over it, for example. I may be able to be exploited somehow, so I could be blackmailed, and based on this blackmail, I could be requested, or the one who is threatening me could force me to deliver a malware to my organization. So social engineering refers to some attacks or techniques that target the human factor in the security problem. So first, let's discuss together what is the different kinds or the most common type of social engineering, which is the phishing. So phishing is an email that is considered as a form of fraud, and it can be delivered by someone who pretended to be a huge entity or someone important. And this email or this kind of attack usually utilize the email as the media for communication. Attacker can, using this email, distribute malicious codes or malicious links, or simply try to collect data or extract or harvest kind of data from the victim. And phishing emails usually can include some elements that can help us to detect if this email is legitimate or phishing. One of these, for example, is if I'm receiving an email from someone who pretend to be from Google website or google.com, and we need to take care about how Google word is written. So we need to ensure that this is really Google, or in other words, the domain name is sourced from Google. This is the first step. And second, we need also to check the link that he is sharing or she is sharing with us. If he is someone from Google, so he should provide a link or a domain that is related to Google website, not garbage domain or garbage URL such as the one here on the screen. In some mail services, we may request or we may find that the email client is giving us a kind of notification to tell us that this email looks suspicious, or this email includes some kind of, let's say, signs that maybe support that this email is not a good email or is a suspicious or a phishing email. For example, this email here is not sent to anybody, but you received a copy from this email because you are in the BCC or in the hidden carbon copy or in the hidden list of receivers. So there are a lot of people who receive this email, and this email is outside of your organization. It could include a kind of attachment or a kind of fancy attachment name, such as transaction, such as bank account, such as confidential. So you will be curious to know what is inside this attachment. And usually in phishing emails, we cannot find a malicious code or a malicious virus, but we could get a link that when we open it, we will receive or download a malicious code from any place else. For example, you may get an email includes a link, and in this link you have an option to send your document cookie. Do we remember document cookie and its relation to cross-site scripting?
Yeah.
So in this stage or in this situation, you will not receive, let's say you will not receive an email that include
In other words, that necessarily when you do not open this message or when you open this link, you will be in a problem. And example for it, as I mentioned, maybe the URL itself include a kind of information, and this information could leak your information to the hacker. Some phishing emails could only request you to click an email, and based on your click to this email, the website that you will visit is managed by the hacker or the attacker or the one who sends the phishing email. And when you open this email, your information such as your browser type, your phone if you are using Android or Apple, your IP address. So based on it, I could understand or know what is your current location and something like this. Okay. So in order to protect yourself from the phishing, awareness is very important. And the first step to instruct your users to not get phished is first to use a strong password and to try to dedicate a password for each service. Maybe one of the compromised accounts of you on Gmail or Outlook or Yahoo can be used to initiate attacks to your or to your friends or to the people you usually deal with. So somebody can compromise your account, and using your account, he can or she can start claiming that you need a money, and she requested from your friends to transfer money of it. So one of controls to ensure that your accounts or your passwords will not be leaked or you will not be subject to such attack is by using a strong password, by making this password hard to be guessed, by change it from time to time, and by make it unique for each website. You should understand the phishing techniques and how to avoid being frauded by fake emails. So you need to understand, or you need to practice caution when you open suspicious email. You need to ensure that the domain name of the sender is similar to what the sender is claiming to be. So he should be google.com, not google.com, for example. This is a way to play with the domain name to look like Google, but it try actually to make a fraud or do a kind of evasion. You need to, whenever you receive a link or attachment, be cautious when you click this link or attachment. If you are suspicious about this email, you should report to the information security team or security team. Avoid the different tricks of the hacker, such as when some of the cases hacker may load a malware code on a USB drive and drop it in near of your building or near of your organization building. So maybe there could be a good chance that one of your employee will take this USB drive and will be curious to know what is on this drive. So he might connect this USB stick with one of your devices or one of your computer devices in the organization. So by blocking USB access on your computers in the organization, you can avoid such a trick. as well as give this as part of user security awareness. Okay, avoid connecting to public unknown Wi-Fi, such as when you stay at your organization and you find a Wi-Fi hotspot or a network name free access or free internet. You need to ensure that this Wi-Fi hotspot is known, which means it is managed by the airport or the train station company or something like this. But I can, from my own device, create a hotspot, and when you connect to this hotspot, you will be subject to man-in-the-middle attack, because at the end, your traffic is going to my machine, and I can do a traffic capture for what you are sending. And if you are, for any reason, using a non-clear or a clear text protocol such as HTTP or Telnet or FTP, I would be able to read this data. Avoid using untrusted USB, CDs. Act as in a responsible manner when you are on the internet. Lower your digital fingerprint, which means does not leak too much data about yourself. So you need, for example, on social media, you don't need to mention everything related to your business or related to your organization. Where do you work? And what is the key responsibility that you are dealing with? If I am a network security administrator and I said that my courses or I am familiar with Palo Alto firewall, that will indicate that I use this kind of firewall in day-to-day basis. So in this situation or in this case, I could have been subject that someone could understand what is my current firewall and will try to find a way to come over this firewall. Okay, fine. So for social engineering attacks, we have different kind of attacks. For example, we have the phishing, we have the spear phishing, we will have vishing, and we will have smishing, and we have whaling attack and mining social media. So what all of this is about? First of all, phishing is the email that we just talked about. It is like a random mail that's sent by malicious actor, and he sends this mail in an structured way. He sends it to anyone on the internet. Okay, he does not target a specific industry or a specific business or a specific company. Unlike the spear phishing, the spear phishing is attacking the email or doing a kind of attack that target a specific institution or a specific business. So I'm targeting people who are working at google.com. So that's an example for spear phishing. Phishing is doing a fraud over the voice call. So I'm calling someone and tell him, "Hi, I am the bank. Please give me your password, your credit card number, and the CVV code written on the back of the credit card." So that is what we mean by phishing. And smishing is kind of fraud over SMS, such as I sent you an SMS tells you that your bank account going to be closed. You need to update your data. Call me ASAP. Okay, so if you are not aware, you may call the number listed in this SMS message, and then you will start giving this message your data or giving him your data. Whaling is a kind of phishing emails, but it target executives. It target the key managers or senior managers in the organization. While mining social media means that hackers use social media to get as much data as they can get about you and your business and your entity. Okay. So information gathering is a technique that we can use to get data about a specific company, and then we can use this data in order to conduct the social engineering attack. One of the examples of information gathering is using a tool called Whois. So Whois is a tool that try to collect information about a specific domain. So for example, you can use the Whois domain, which is a tool that you can find on Linux or on Kali Linux. It is already on Kali Linux if you are asking. And by using Whois tool with any domain, so for example here, I am using this tool against a domain called what? youtube.com. And by using this tool, I can get some of wealthy information about YouTube, such as who was the one who registered this domain, who is the technical contact responsible for managing this domain, who is the administrator phone number, who is the technician or technical team phone number. For domains such as Microsoft or such YouTube, we could have a good proactive measures. This company could have like a contact or a specific contact details that is being used whenever we register a new domain name, correct? But in a small business or in a small organization, maybe the CEO or the founder of the business himself send an email to a company and register his domain information. So they may ask for his data. So he does not have a mature process in this case. He does not have a specific account for registered DNS name. So he may provide his own email name address and his own phone number. Okay? This data can be used after then in conducting the social engineering. I know the email address of one of your organization. I can send him an email that related to domain name registration. Okay, so I sent an email claiming that I am DigiCert GoDaddy, which is something such as DigiCert, VeriSign, and so on, and tell him that please send me payment on this account in order to maintain your certificate or renew your DNS record. It could happen, yeah, of course it could happen. We have another tool that is also on Kali Linux, and it is called Harvester. And as the name implies, Harvester can be used to collect data about a specific domain as well. So Harvester can be used against domains such as YouTube, and it can export data about the YouTube managers or the YouTube domains or something like this. To make it clear to you and just to elaborate it more, we have here Kali Linux. It is somehow closed, sorry. So just let me power on this Kali Linux until I get like a little bit drink. So Harvester is a tool in Kali Linux that do a kind of queries on Google, on LinkedIn, on Twitter, on GitHub, on domain tools such as the tool such as Whois, and based on all of this information, I can get a lot of email addresses that are related to Google, a lot of details that can help me in phishing engineering, phishing attacks. To give you an example, we have LinkedIn, right? And LinkedIn include information about what our current employer. So Harvester can help you by it automatically scan LinkedIn accounts. Fine. And check who wrote in his current employer the name of organizations that I am trying to target. So it can provide you with a list of all employees on this organization on LinkedIn, as well as if they are declaring these emails or their phone numbers, it will appear as well. So it's a kind of a tool that can bring this data in more meaningful way, which can be used after then in conducting attacks. Okay, so what I'm trying to do actually is I'm trying to power on my Kali machine because I forgot to open it before the class, but I believe in Kali machine, this one, the Harvester is not working fine. So I'm trying to open a different virtualization software on my device, which is called also VMware Player. But I will try to open this Kali machine. So the command is the Harvester, and I believe this one. So I will just check if the command is working or not. I will say leave it for a while to work, and I just can wait for a minute maximum. So as you can see here, it's trying to do a lot of searches, but it is not working because I don't have like authorization, or I should have some data. So he is now searching and didn't find anything, and then I will leave him working for a while. Search is finished. So as you can see here, a lot of URLs, and all of these URLs are related to Microsoft. Can you see this? So if I am a web application penetration tester, I can start to search for vulnerability on all of these domains. And all of these domains are related to Microsoft. Some of it could be secured, and some of it could be miss some kind of security, which I can check and I can report. Okay? So Harvester tool brought me a lot of links. That's first. And secondly, I could have a list. All of these are URLs related to Microsoft. And secondly, the tool told me that I found some interesting URLs related to Microsoft that you may would like to check. And this is the list of IP addresses related to Microsoft, which can be used as well for any reason. I will try just to select all. File. Or so find, for example, I need to find at Microsoft. So here, as you can see, I found like 17 email related to this organization. Of course, there is a lot of emails, but this is the emails that are about people or companies that are published online. Okay? So if in case I had a proper configuration for this tool, so if you can see here when it was looking for information about LinkedIn, it got like an exception. Okay, so that might be related to that I need to do a kind of sudo apt update the harvester. So I would like to update the tool and check if the update would solve such issue. Or maybe need to download it from the website. So at the end, Harvester is a tool that can help us in gathering information about a specific company that could include IP addresses, list of employees on LinkedIn, or something like this. And based on that, we can use this data in social engineering. ReconNG is another tool that we can use on Kali Linux, and it can help us to do the same. But ReconNG can be more sophisticated and more advanced. Do we remember Metasploit or MSF console? So it was like a framework that helped us to do a kind of exploitation, complete framework to do exploitation. ReconNG is a complete framework that can help us to do social engineering attack, or in other words, do reconnaissance, collect data from different sources. Okay? Okay, I believe that concludes the social engineering part. Okay? So our next topic will be about incident response, and incident response is a process inside any organization that aim to properly deal with incidents in order to make or manage this incident in a proper way to avoid this incident to turn to a crisis or turn to a disaster. So incident response or incident management is looked at as a subset of risk management in any organization, and the goal of incident management inside any organization is to instruct the business or the IT how to contain the impact to a manageable level and restore the normal operation without impacting the business. And we have many types of incidents which could be negligible, minor, major, and crisis. And the incident response deal or aim to control or deal with minor incidents to ensure that it will not be turned to a major or crisis. So in incident response, we should have many capabilities. First one is the capability to notify us about a certain incident, such as the SIM solution. We need SIM solution to notify us about any adverse situation, any problem, any indication of cyber attack. So by having the detection, we can start in the triage to understand, is that really an incident or false positive alarm? Based on this information, we can do our incident response. Okay? So what do we mean by incident? And what is the difference between event and incident? Are they the same? Okay, what do we mean by incident in the first place? Or event? Yeah. Or in incorrect login attempts, for example, this could be kind of event on the system. So any log or any change in the state or normal state is essentially an event. Event could be file deletion, file creation, successful login attempt, or unsuccessful login attempt. Any change in the state is an event. Okay? But as I am administrator for a certain system, I could define some criteria for events that when a particular event happens, send me an alarm. This event could be incorrect login. In this case, I would request the system to send me an alarm when unsuccessful login happens. When we receive the alarm and analyze this event which generated the alarm, if the event caused by malicious action, it should be categorized as an incident from cybersecurity perspective. If the event caused by just a typo from end user, so in that case, it is not an incident. So every incident is an event, but not every event is an incident. Make sense? So the incident management process in any organization aim to reduce the disruptive image of security incidents. Not only security incident, by the way, but even physical incident, environmental hazards. All of these are kind of incidents. So we should be prepared in order to detect such incidents when happens. For example, in order to make myself ready for the fire incident or fire hazard, I should have a proper detector, a proper fire suppression system, a contact with fire department, and an evacuation policy or evacuation plan that should be tested from time to time so I can keep the safety of the human in my premise, right? So incident response start by the preparation stage. And what do we mean by preparation? That we have tools and techniques and ways to deal with the incident and detect it when it happens. One of the ways, for example, also in case we are talking about phishing emails, in preparation, we provide users with adequate security training. We implement mail firewall or anti-spam firewall. Fine. And also we notify our users that in case they received a phishing emails, they should not open it and they should report to information security or IT security or whatever service desk or whatever. So all of this should be addressed during which stage? In the preparation stage. And then we will wait until an incident happens. And by our monitoring, we identified the occurrence of an incident, which was an event that was analyzed, and we determined that this activity was caused by a virus or a ransomware, for example. Okay? What should happen next is we should contain this virus, or we should contain this fire. We should contain this hazard in a certain location. And then we will eradicate it. Eradication means to terminate or to neutralize the root cause of the incident. So if it was a virus, running a virus scan will remove it. So it is an eradication. If it is a fire suppression system will be the eradication. And after eradication, we recover our system back, like rebuilding the system, restoring backup, or repainting the room, or making business work from another location until the original location being ready for the business. Okay? And by the end of incident, we should do an assessment. We should make post-incident analysis. If the reason for incident was virus, we may ask ourselves how it reached our network. Why was the reason? How the dealing with the virus was efficient? How much was the time between being infected and identify this incident? How much time we took to classify this event as an incident? So we ask ourselves a lot of questions just to learn from this incident and to update our problem management, so we can limit or reduce the likelihood for the same incident to happen once again. Okay? So essentially, these are the steps of any incident response plan, which can be applicable in IT and in non-IT. And for some situation in IT, when the device got infected by a ransomware or a malware, the recovery would the solution that eradicate as well. When we got infected by a virus, maybe we decide to do a system restore, right? Or backup restore. So in this situation, the eradication happened as part of recovery. Make sense? So post-incident review is very important after the incident, and we should not play blame game after incident. The goal of the process of incident response plan or the incident management is to make our organization more mature in how we deal with various incidents and how we control it in good manner, and how to learn from the past lessons to make our incident response process more mature. Okay? So I believe that concludes the part related to the overview about incident response and incident management. And by the way, one other thing, there is a difference between incident management and incident response. Incident management is usually management concern. In incident management, we prepare the incident response plan. We identify the needed resources. Do we need SIEM solution? Do we need firewall? Do we need to give users security awareness? What could happen or how we would communicate during the incident? One of the possible incidents, by the way, is to have data leakage, like leaking PII data. In this situation, and if we are a big name or big organization, customer data could be impacted. So that should be notified to the regulation or to the law enforcement forces. In some regulations, such as the GDPR, for example, there is a requirement for notification. So whenever the organization subject to incident that impacted user data, this incident should be reported to the public or to the law enforcement within 24 hours, for example. So in this situation, someone should report. Who should be this one? This also should be addressed during the incident management process. But for incident response, it is about how to deal with incident while it is happening already. Clear? Okay. So our next topic will be about business continuity. And the business continuity is very important to any organization. Why? Because it is a process that allow organization to stay up and running and reduce the possible system outage that may caused by a specific incident. For some type of incidents, we may have a minor impact, such as a device got infected by a virus. So I can simply deal with it, and I could be able to reduce the impact, as the impact could be related to a single machine or a single network or a single branch. But in some situation, I could be subject to a crisis. And that's why business continuity plan should exist and should be considered. Business continuity plan aim to orchestrate how organization would work in case of crisis, how we could be able to restore our business back by while reducing the impact as much as we can to our business and ensure that our business can be restored back and we can restore or we can continue in operation. So in order to start to develop your business continuity plan, you should first understand what is your business. So from IT perspective, we should understand which IT services are more important to the business. So if I am a financial institution, then of course the core banking system which manage user transaction is very important and very critical. So I document that I have a core banking system. So this should be the first one to be restored. In fact, that's wrong, because the core banking system rely on the Active Directory to allow users to log in on it, right? So in this situation, I should consider restoring or marking the Active Directory server or domain controller as an essential service as well as the core banking system. Because without the domain controller, nobody will be able to log into their machine and after then log into this system, correct? So when we develop our business continuity plan, which will include information about how could we deal with a disaster across the business, we should first do a kind of activity called business impact assessment. In business impact assessment, we would try to evaluate what are the services that are offered by IT and which one of these services depend on each others and which one is required really by the business. That's called business impact assessment or business impact analysis or BIA. Okay? So in case we identified that domain controller is essential service, network is essential service, business system or business banking or core banking is essential service, human life is very essential and very important aspect to keep, and it should supersede all of this. And we evaluated that what if we was subject to volcano or hurricane or earthquake or cyber attack, how to keep all of these elements running. So in case of physical attack, we should consider to create disaster recovery plan to address how we are going to evacuate and keep the safety of our employees. So disaster recovery plan here is as the name implies. It is a plan aimed to control or recover from a specific disaster. And disaster recovery is not a single plan. Actually, it is a lot of plans. Each plan consider aspect. So there could be a disaster recovery plan for the fire hazards or disaster recovery plan for human safety or evacuation. There could be a disaster recovery plan for network and the other one for systems and other one for backup server. So disaster recovery plans is specific to counter a specific kind of disaster or to restore a specific system function. Fine? But at the end, during the disaster, the physical life or the human life will be the concern of the security team, which is related to physical security. And maintaining the pay or payment or salaries for the employee or recording the staff login or staff attendance could be done by the HR, which will not have at this time an automated system to record the login. So there could be a disaster recovery plan for the HR system. So in case of outage of the system, the attendance should be recorded in a manual way. This could be an example for what disaster recovery plan for HR could include, by the way. So in this situation, we could have a single disaster that or single crisis that impact a lot of sectors in the business, and each section of this business will initiate its own DRB. Correct? So business continuity plan is essentially include all of these DRBs together to ensure when the business or when different sectors execute their own DRBs at the same time, it will still work in harmony and work in a kind of integration. So business continuity plan is like the big umbrella that under it includes the different disaster recovery plans. Make sense? Okay, so this is the concept of BIA. BIA is somehow similar to the risk assessment, but it is not a complete risk assessment. If you can remember, in risk assessment, we identify assets, then we identify risk, then we do analysis, and then we do evaluation. Actually, we may stop at the risk identification or evaluation, and we may not, or we may do assessment, but we do not make the evaluation. At the end, business impact assessment need to consider, is this resource is really needed to be restored during a disaster? What I mean here is, as a business, you could have a lot of servers. You could have file server, internet service for users. You could have like a playroom where you have a PlayStation or something like this, streaming games, okay? And the core business system. So which one should be restored after the disaster right away? The most important from the perspective of the business. We have like 300 servers. We cannot, after 1 hour from the disaster, restore these 300 servers. So business impact assessment tells you what are the critical functions that should be considered during the disaster recovery plan. I will not guarantee that I am going to restore all systems related to network or all network services by executing the disaster recovery plan. But I could guarantee that I will restore the most key aspects that needed as a dependency for other organizations or to keep the business running. Make sense? Business continuity plan, as I mentioned, is like the corporate-wide policy that define how could we work in harmony. Okay? Okay. So in our next part, we will discuss how system or how organization can recover from a disaster. If we have, I hope nobody, of course, being subject to something like this, but I don't know how to pray for this in English. That's right. But when we subject to a physical disaster, how to recover from this physical disaster? Which mean our main building is not more in service, so our data center is no more working. Okay, so how to keep our business working, or how to restore this system? For example, by using something called disaster recovery site, right? Disaster recovery site is what? So disaster recovery is a location away from the office, and it should be away by adequate distance. For example, not less than 30 kilometers. I believe ISO standard defines this, because 30 diameter or 30 kilometer in general indicates that when a physical threat happens to this location, it might not impact this far away disaster recovery site. And in some kind of business, we may find disaster recovery site is in a different country to avoid political issues or civil unrest or something like this. Okay, so it is a location which could be replica and which could not be a replica. What do we mean by replica here is that we can find a type of disaster recovery site which is called a mirror site. Mirror site is a fully replica from our current data center. It includes same systems, same capacity, same data. But it use power, it require ongoing maintenance, it require huge cost to keep it up and running, correct? And maybe we will not be subject to a disaster across our life cycle. However, we are paying the cost of keeping our system up twice because we have main site and we have mirror site at the same time. And both are using power. Correct? So from your perspective, is this a very costly solution or not? Yeah, but it is very costly solution. But based on what organization can decide to use mirror site? And that's, by the way, called the recovery strategy. It is called recovery strategy. My recovery strategy could be based on a mirror site. So whenever an incident happens, I would be able to continue back the business in just a matter of few seconds or few minutes. So based on what I could choose mirror site? My revenue. If my business or system went down for 1 minute, how much I could lose? If I'm talking about Amazon, I'm talking about Google Cloud, I'm talking about something like this, the minute will matter. Okay? So in this situation, mirror site can be used only based on the outage tolerance. How much time or how much money could we lose? The business will respond. We are a bank, so we cannot absorb single minute of downtime. We should be up no matter what. So in this situation, the business will be willingly accept to pay for mirror site. But in some situation, business is not that critical. However, we cannot stay out of service for 1 day, but we can absorb few hours. In this situation, business can rely on a type of recovery site called the hot site. And the hot site is another data center in a faraway location. It includes the servers, maybe with the same hardware capacity of the original site, or maybe with lower capacity. But all of these servers are shut down. Okay? In case of disaster, all what we need as IT, we need the business or management to inform us to start executing our disaster recovery plan. So we will go and take backup tapes, which are stored in off-site location, and we will route it to the hot site and will start to restore this data on these systems and power on these systems. And by the end of the day, we could have our systems restored or portion of our systems restored, which can help the business to continue operation. Is my voice clear or not? Yeah, I discovered that I left the mic behind the laptop, so I don't know how it was clear. Okay, I believe that's better now. So, other strategy or other type of recovery site is the warm site. And the warm site does not include all required servers, but whenever we got an outage, we can request to lease servers from one of hardware manufacturer, and then we can complete our setup, and then we can start building the servers, restore data. And this could take a week, for example. Other type of recovery site is cold site. And in cold site, we only have a building with electricity. We have empty racks. And whenever failure happens, we can lease these servers and purchase all of it and start to deliver it to the site, and that could take weeks to restore the business back. And depending on your system or your business criticality and why do you need to be online, you could consider any of these options. But the less your business is tolerable, or the less your business will accept the outage, the more you will need to pay to ensure that you either have mirror site or hot site. There is another of recovery site called the mobile site, and the mobile site is like a modular data center that are carried on the truck or a vehicle, and we move this truck whenever we have a crisis or a problem to serve the operation of this area. Example for mobile site is like the telecommunication tower. In any site, we have installed the communication towers to help you get the adequate 4G or 3G communication. But in case the mobile towers in a particular area were subject to a disaster, then we can find a truck that is carrying a mobile tower that can be moved from location to location to compensate the problem until they can restore back the original system or original towers. Make sense? So based on what we could select the recovery strategy, recovery site in other terms, how much our system is critical, and how much we could be out of service, how much time. Okay? So for any business, and in order to build a proper disaster recovery and business continuity plan, we should ask ourselves that how much data that we are able to lose without causing impact. In other terms, we have a definition called recover point objective. Recover point objective for a financial institution could be, for example, 1 minute. What do we mean by recover point objective for 1 minute? That the management of the bank decided that we cannot lose data more than 1 minute. So in case we took backup from 1 minute and then we were subject to outage after 61 seconds, the amount of transaction happened during this period will be accepted. We can pay these transactions from our pocket. We can purchase insurance. So in case someone claimed that during the system outage or after the last backup, he made a transaction and this transaction did not reach his account, for example, or his friend account, we can pay this from our pocket. But if we lost the data for 5 minutes, this will never be accepted. So recover point objective is a definition in business that define how much data our business would be able to lose in case of disaster. Make sense or not? So based on the recover point objective, my backup administrator can create the backup frequency plan. So for example, he would take backup data from Active Directory every week, because IT team decided that in case Active Directory went out for any reason, when you restore the backup from last weekend, we can check with HR how much new users created during this week. So we can create this amount of users which was created last week in an easy way without any problem and in a fast way. But if we take backup every month, we need to track what was the changes to the Active Directory for the past months. And that could take time and could be harder to get. So based on the definition or define the RBO by your business, you can define another term called the backup strategy. Backup strategy, but we are now talking about what? Recovery strategy. Are you keeping up with me? So in case we are taking backup every 5 minutes, for example, So this would the first backup, and this could be the second backup. And in case that incident or system outage happened in this time, before taking the second backup. In this situation, this could be considered the amount of data loss, which is accepted already by the business. When I restore the system back, I would have a backup copy that was from 5 minutes ago. And the business should tell me that for how much time they can be down or they accept to be down. So if I'm talking with a bank or a financial institution, the bank can tell me that I can only absorb being out for 5 minutes, no more than 5 minutes. And that definition is called as RTO, recover time objective. So recover time objective indicate how much time I could be down and I need my systems to be restored back. And this also defined by the business. Can you get it? So in this situation, the bank would tell me that I need to be restored in 1 minute. That could change or that could influence my recovery strategy in this situation. So I should choose mirror site. What if it told me I can restore back after 1 day? I can choose another economic way as a recovery strategy, such as hot site, for example, or warm site. Fine? In all situations, the recover time objective should not exceed the acceptable interruption window, which is the total amount of time that we can be out before affecting or starting to cause damage to our reputation. And by restoring the service by the recover time objective defined, which could be 5 minutes, 1 hour, we are not essentially restoring all services. We are only restoring what? The most critical functions that the business should work with. And this target or this objective is called service delivery objective. I know there is a lot of definitions here, but I'm just trying to give you the picture, how it looks like. And by understanding all of this, you will be amazing in terms of understanding business and its relation to IT and what is the disaster recovery plan and business continuity plan. One of the challenges that I faced in the beginning of my life that I was not understanding what does it all means. I was sitting on the board with architecture, with consultants, and they are speaking in a very strange language, RBO, RTO, SDO, and I was doing simply like this. So now I gain a lot of understanding. So I am trying to elaborate this to you in an early stage from your career so you can deal with it in more understandable way. Okay? So by achieving SDO or RTO objective, we are restoring the most critical services. But what for the rest of services which haven't been restored by the RTO time? They should be restored as well, but it could take more time. And this time should not exceed the maximum tolerable outage. So maximum tolerable outage indicate for how much time our business could work by limited capacity before we will start to suffer damages. For example, one of the SDO objectives should, in case I am a call center and I have like 100 agents, in case of disaster, I could restore you a required resources to make only 10 agents working. So I'm restoring back the business, but with limited capacity. But I cannot work forever using these 10 agents. So you should start to restore services to me in order to buy the MTO, which is another term defined by the business. I should have all my stuff or all my capacity working. Make sense? So recover point objective define how much frequent I am going to take backup. Recover time objective define what could be my recovery strategy. what could be the recovery site that I would rely on. Okay? So we mentioned in the last slide that we take backup, and this backup would be considered one of the, is called the recovery strategy. So not recovery strategy, what could be the RBO is an element that we need to consider, and the RBO is considered as or control the backup strategy. So how could we take backup every 1 minute? We will configure our backup solution to take backup every 1 minute, right? And what do you imagine about the amount of storage that could be needed to take backup every minute? That's right. And that's in case we are doing a full backup. Full backup is a backup technique that take backup or take full copy of the operating system every interval or every specific interval. Example, we have 10 gigabyte of storage. So when we take full backup, we are taking the full 10 gigabyte. And if we did this for 10 times, then we will have 100 gigabyte. Okay? The other type of backup is called the differential. And in differential backup, we copy any changes happened since the last full backup. So, for example, I got a backup during the weekend, which was full backup. So I got a file with 100 gigabytes. On the Monday, I executed a differential backup. So the backup solution will compare the existing 100 gigabyte which you took as part of the full backup, okay, and compare it with the existing size of data. So it will take only the delta, which is the 20 gigabyte since the last full backup. Okay, so it could require less capacity. The third type of backup is called incremental. And in the incremental backup, I take changes since the last backup, no matter what this backup was. So if I'm taking incremental after full backup, I am taking the delta since the last full backup. If I took a differential backup after this full backup, when I run incremental backup, I will take the delta since the last differential backup. Okay? So that will mean in order to restore incremental backup, I need to have the differential backup file and the full backup file in place because it will be dependent on each other. If I took full backup first and then I took 7 incremental backups across the week, and then by the end of the week I took a differential backup, in order to restore this differential backup, I will not need the incremental backups taken during the week. Because differential backup take all data since the last full backup. So all the 7 incremental copies taken during the weekdays are not important for me. Make sense? So what do I need to restore a full backup? The full backup file only. But for differential, I would need differential and full backup. But for incremental, I would need incremental and differential and full backup. And to understand how does this looks like, we have our timeline, and in each beginning of months, we could take a full backup for our system or from our system, correct? And then on daily basis, we take incremental backup. And by the end of every week, we take a differential backup. And when we take the differential backup, we actually does not compare the backup time with the last incremental. We compare the backup with the last full backup. So all incremental changes will be considered inside this one. So I can, after the differential backup, delete all incremental backups. Okay? So I will repeat the process every week. Each end of week, I delete all incremental backups taken during this week and take differential one. And by the end of next month, I take another full backup and delete all differentials taken during the last month. Can you now understand the difference or relation between all of them? And that's what could make us able to back up the database every 1 minute. This kind of solutions can do this because it is based on incremental. Or in other terms, to be more specific, we use replication. Do we remember when we took the example of Active Directory that whenever we create an account on Active Directory, it is going to be replicated to the other Active Directory? It is used in mirror site. In mirror site, we have two databases in each site, in main and DR, and for whatever data written on this database will be auto-sent to the second database at the same time. Okay? So we have some concern about backup, such as whenever we run the backup, it may impact the system that is being subject to the backup, especially if we are taking a full backup. So usually full backup need to be taken after office hours or after working hours. But for incremental backup, it might not require to take many data, so it can be taken during business time. But for full backup, we need to consider to take this backup after working hour. Backup need to be kept on external media, so you should not take the backup and keep it on the same server, because if this server was subject to a ransomware, the backup data will be impacted as well. So it should be stored on external media, and this external media should consider, you should also consider that this external media should be moved to off-site location. Because if we were subject to, let's say, disaster, we will not be able to take these backup tapes and go and restore it to the hot site if we are using hot site strategy here. Okay? Another important thing is that I missed to tell you is we understood what is the disaster recovery plan, right? It instructs us in case of disaster how to deal with the disaster. Where we could store the disaster recovery plan? On the email or on the file share server? No, because in the case of disaster, the file share server will be no more as well. So it is very important to print the disaster recovery plan and store it at safe at the disaster recovery site or in some place outside the premise. Because in case of the disaster, you will not be able to access any system. So how you can get it from your email or from your file share server, unless you are using Office 365 cloud-based email service. Fine? So tapes should be used as a good candidate for backup, and we need to ensure that backup files or data archived are stored with adequate level of confidentiality, and we need to ensure that our backup retention period is subject to our business requirement, and also backup need to be restored from time to time, so we need to do testing for backup media to ensure backup data is still can be restored to our system. Okay? So tape drives are some kind of media that we can use to store backup for long retention, and for any media that you store backup in and you need to consider long-term backup retention, you should consider, does this media or does this type of media would be able to be used after 10 years or 5 years from now or not. So this is an example for SATA interface and IDE interface, and IDE interface is no more in use. So if you have backup or logs or archived the data from 10 years, you could have a problem in restoring it because you will not have a device that compatible with this interface anymore. So you will need to purchase like a converter that can help you to restore this data. Okay? Okay, one other type of disaster recovery or recovery strategy is called reciprocal agreement. And as the name implies, reciprocal is coming from the word receiving or reception, right? Something like this. So in reciprocal agreement, it is two organizations agree with each other that in case of one of them was subject to a disaster, the second organization will provide the first one with the required resources to continue operation. So it might allow their IT team or their office or their people to work from the location of the second organization, for example, to be hosted in this location. If we are talking about call center, we may allow the call center team from the first organization to be hosted at the second organization in case of the disaster. And it is a mutual agreement, which will apply for the both sides. Okay? Oh, okay, the example of reciprocal this agreement is not more can be understood from IT perspective, but we can make an example here about the roaming feature. When you travel across multiple countries and you have a SIM card that is registered for a specific country, it will not work at the second country, right, or other country, unless your telecom provider have a kind of agreement with other telecom provider in this country to allow your SIM card to work on his equipment. Okay, so this could be somehow example for how reciprocal agreement looks like. It is more applicable in telecommunication providers. If we are in a city and this city includes 3 communication towers for 3 communication providers, they may have a kind of agreement between each others that in case one of these towers went down, the other 2 organizations would allow or would let's say distribute the signal of the failed tower. So the users of this company will still receive signal of their company from these 2 other providers. Okay. Okay, I believe that concludes the part of disaster recovery planning and the business continuity and the incident response. So our next section will be about security frameworks. So in security frameworks, we will talk about some of the key frameworks that are known in IT and in security and widely used by many organizations according to its function. So first, let's know what is a framework. Framework is similar to a philosophy for how to do a certain objective. So we can find a framework that is related to cybersecurity controls. So we can find a framework provided by ISO 27000, NIST critical success factor, which indicate how to maintain a good level of security from the perspective of the organization that created this framework. So it provides you with guidelines or roadmap for how to achieve the security from their own perspective. Fine? So we have a lot of frameworks. Some of these frameworks are frameworks related to governance. Some of it are related to service operation management, such as ITIL framework. We have framework related to programming, such as Agile, Scrum, such as waterfall model. It is a framework that describes how to do development for application. We have legal frameworks that define legal or privacy requirements, such as HIPAA, such as GDPR. We have also risk framework, which define how to do risk management. So we understood what risk management is, but depending on the sector, we may have different guidelines for how to make risk assessment in a proper way. So frameworks is like the philosophy or roadmap that tells you how to do a certain action. So we have a lot of frameworks that we can use depending on the function or depending on your organization. So if our organization is processing credit card information, issuing credit card, processing credit card, or storing cardholder data, then the organization should comply with the PCI DSS standard, which will provide assurance that this organization is doing a good security practices to secure the organization against attacks that might leak the cardholder data. If we are talking working in the medical sector or on hospital, and we are dealing with patient record, we should consider the HIPAA standard, which is a legal framework. So violation or non-comply with this legal framework could result in a fine from the organization or from the government. We have GDPR, and GDPR is also a legal framework, and we have the GDPR regulation or General Data Protection Standard, and it defines the right for citizens to keep their data safe and keep their data secure, and it is based on a lot of principles that we will discuss now. We have NIST critical success factor, and it defined from the NIST or National Institute of Standard and Technology. It is a US institute. It defines what is the requirements that are needed to make a successful security architecture or a security program. So for NIST critical success factor, in order to build a successful security program, you should consider 5 main pillars. The first one is you should have a kind of identification of assets, of governance requirements, of legal requirements. You should have a process for risk management in place. You should have a process for protection. You should have firewall, access control. You should have detection, such as SIM solution, CCTV. You should have capability to respond. You should have incident response plan, incident response team, and you should have a capability to recover. So you should have recovery planning, and you should have a communication for how to recover from business. So NIST critical success factor framework define to you what is the roadmap that you need to consider in order to create a secure system. You need to consider all of these 5 pillars while you are creating your system. Clear? GDPR is a legal framework that is subject, or any one in Europe is protected by this regulation, and this regulation ensures that whenever an organization take your data, it should treat your data in a responsible manner. They should not collect too much data that are not support or that are not needed. So GDPR enforces data minimization. It enforces the responsibility of organization who is collecting this data to keep this data safe and protected. It promotes that for any data that are collected about yourself, this data should be retained by the organization for a specific period. And this period is related to what is the service that this organization is going to give to you. So if I am a bank and I collecting customer details, when someone is no more a customer for my bank, then the data should be deleted from my systems. And that's what we mean by storage limitation. Data should be accurate about you. So you should have as a user the right to review the data to ensure that this data is right and accurate. And you have also the right to ask for deleting this data from their database, or right to be forgot from their system. Okay? So GDPR, in case you violated the GDPR, you could be subject, I believe, to like a 3% from your net profit as organization. We have a website on the internet that lists all GDPR fines that have been spent so far. So if we open this website, I believe, so this is the countries that GDPR is enforced at. And the last, I believe, fine, all of these are fines but are not yet determined the date, or the date is not determined. So I will check the fourth one. So this was in 2019. So I will sort it the ascending. So last fine was like $600 for a company at Spain, $1,000 at Romania, $300,000 for a company in Poland, and this was based on violating this article. And if you try to sort this data by the hugest fine as recorded is like 27 million for a company in Italy because they violated all of these articles in the GDPR. Okay? So we have also the CMMI, and the CMMI or Capability Maturity Module or Capability Maturity Model. It is not a framework, but in reality it is a tool, and this tool can help you to define how mature a certain process is in your organization. So if you have a process of IT service management and you need to determine if this IT or this service is mature or have a level of maturity or not, you should ask yourself, does your service management is a defined process, which means user know how to report incidents, and user usually receive a response within, let's say, 1 hour, and all incidents are being solved during 3 hours from being reported. And in case of not solving the issue during 3 hours, the escalation will be made. Does all incidents in your organization are treated in this same way? If the answer is yes, then we will achieve the level 3 of CMMI. If not, and we are working case by case, then we could be in managed situation. If we don't have all of this at all or some elements of this, then it will be in initial state. So CMMI or Capability Maturity Model is like a ladder that based on the maturity level of the service or the criteria for the service that you are offering, the more you will be categorized as mature. So CMMI can be used by organizations that provide a certain service to prove that they have the adequate knowledge and capability to provide this service. For example, if we are a software house, we could be assessed by the CMMI, and some auditor will come and will try to evaluate our software development process to check if we have a consistent approach or not, or if this approach is already consistent and also we have a process to measure and control, or we have the fifth level or the top level of optimization. We have a 100% process that does not miss any defect in the code because we have a good process to implement all requirements as well as found the issues and optimize our performance. Okay? So PCI DSS is another standard, and this standard is related to payment card industry, whether you are a bank who is issuing card or distributing card or storing card holder data such as card number, such as personal account number, or the PIN, which should not be stored by the way, but any card holder data that you are dealing with. In case you deal with cardholder data, you need to ensure the compliance of the 12 PCI DSS requirements, which are about encrypting card data, using secure network by implementing HTTPS and never use HTTP, do hardening for your system, remove unnecessarily account, ensure that you have a risk assessment and risk management, ensure you have security awareness, and believe me when I tell you that all the PCI DSS requirements, or most of them at least, has been discussed during the course. When we were discussing the concept of HR background check, it is part of, by the way, of requirement of PCI. When we discuss the security policy, user awareness, network firewall, DDoS protection, anti-malware, sandbox, file integrity monitoring, when we discuss the hash and we evaluate the hash, cryptography, all of these are essentially from the PCI, as well as from the NIST, as well as from the ISO. So I tried during this class to elaborate everything that you might need to start a really firm or stand in a really firm ground when you start your career in InfoSec or cybersecurity. So our last topic will be security trends and challenges, and we will talk about some of the challenges that we have in cybersecurity and we need to consider it. One of these challenges, for example, is the mobile phone. Everyone now have a mobile phone with a camera. So does using a mobile phone or camera or recording is approved in secure work area such as data center? Do we have a policy that require that nobody should take a camera records or record the voice from a meeting related to IT? Do we have a proper data classification for the data in our network? So, and we have a control that control which data can leave our network and which cannot. Do we remember the data leakage prevention tool, DLP? Okay, so social media. Do we have in our information security policy provisions that may require or allow the HR to do background check based on the social media accounts? And is that legal or not? Maybe it is not legal. Maybe the social media is free to anybody to declare his intention, declare his, let's say, opinion. Will it be legal to use social media accounts or data gathered from social media to conclude decision of hiring or not hiring someone? Some people may say yes, some people may say no. So this is another challenge for information security and the privacy. Okay. Regarding IoT devices, everything is now connected. We have smart home, we have Alexa, we have smart TVs, and so on. We usually, when we do batching and updating firmware of system, we update Windows or Linux. But does the IoT devices are controlled, are updated? IoT devices are missing patches, and as a result, that makes them subject to cyber attacks because they could be vulnerable and they could not be patched. And in some situation, IoT device might be in the same network as the users, such as printers. So if this printer is vulnerable and this printer hacker found a way to attack it and gain access to its system, he may use this printer to initiate further attacks. SCADA systems. SCADA system is type of systems that control the critical infrastructure. Water pipelines, electricity planets, and so on are based on SCADA systems. SCADA systems can be attacked, and as a result, we could lose the availability of such resources. So, does your security policy, if you are electricity company or gas company, consider the security of SCADA system? Do you have a proper segmentation? Do you are caring about security updates for these systems? If you are not familiar with how attacks on a SCADA system could be severe, I think you might hear about a cyber attack or a malware called Stuxnet. Did you call about Stuxnet or not? Okay, so Stuxnet is essentially was the piece of malware code that caused the nuclear program of Iran to stop back in 2010. Stuxnet was a virus that was written to target special devices created by Siemens, the German company which produce hardware that is considered as programming logic controller or PLC. These PLCs are responsible for check how much heat do we have in the central processing, and then we produce or make our motors work more to provide like adequate cooling for the system. Okay, so due to something, maybe insider threat, maybe an online attack, but it might be insider threat because the facility of a nuclear plant was totally isolated or air-gapped from the internet. Someone connected a USB that include this malware, and this malware entered the network and it was categorized as advanced persistent threat. It was very hidden, nobody knew anything about it, and what happened is this malware was searching for a specific devices that are created by Siemens. Maybe he knew that this is Siemens devices because of their MAC addresses. Maybe. Do you remember that MAC address define what is the vendor of a certain device? And when it found that he found certain MAC addresses that start by a specific number and end by a specific number, he knew that this is the PLCs that was sold to Iranian during 17th or 18th, for example. during 80 or 70 period, 1970 or something like this. And as a result, he initiated the attack. What the attack did is essentially it made everything from monitoring perspective looks okay. But at the background, the motors were working by its maximum capacity. And by time and in few hours, every piece or every device was somehow get defected. And as there is kind of restrictions of exporting such equipments anymore due to, let's say, fines, or I don't know what it's called in English, but at the end, the Iranian were not able to bring or fix these services, and as a result, the program stopped at 2010. I have problem with numbers myself. Okay, so that's an example for how SCADA systems can impact. So can somebody tells me why the virus was written to check for a specific ID or a specific devices? Because actually these devices, which he made by Siemens, are the backbone of our networks right now. Maybe used in water facilities or electricity facility, not only in a certain country, but maybe in US, in Europe, Egypt, who knows? So in case this malware got spreaded outside, it may affect the whole world in this case. Okay? So that's why take care about all of this need to be considered. Self-driving cars. So we will have a car that have a kind of capability to detect the human and avoid it. What if we got a malware and this malware could affect this car and see humans or not see humans? We can use in this case this tool as assassination tool. Correct? Okay, so a lot of challenges actually we are as security people are concerned with remote working. Are we allowed to work remotely? And what could be the risk of someone took our laptop and got a VPN client and access to our network? How we can ensure he can access from a secure network? Okay, outsourcing. If we are outsourcing a service to a third party, is this third party is outsourcing this service to another fourth party or not? Yeah, so that need to be checked. One of the reasons that made the attack of SCADA system succeed that we knew a lot of information about these devices. How the writer or the one who wrote the source code of the Stuxnet was able to identify these specific items or these specific devices are related to a certain country or at a certain country, because we didn't had or they didn't had in this case a proper, let's say, a proper supply chain security management. Supply chain. So security of supply chain is very important aspect as well. Okay. So I believe that's conclude our training, and let's see what's next. So what's next from my perspective is you need to get technology basics. You need to read about Linux, network, Microsoft Active Directory, technology basics. You may consider learning more about VMware, which is about virtualization. You need to get familiar with some programming language. You need to learn how to deal with PowerShell, scripting, Bash. Any programming language will do. As you can see now, yesterday, we dealt with HTML and JavaScript. We don't need to be master or we don't need to be that level that can make websites by our own. But at least we need to understand what is happening in the background. Okay? You may need to study certifications such as CEH if you want more to understand about hacking techniques, understand more about Nmap, Metasploit, Wireshark, apply these attack techniques in offline labs. This could help also in gaining more information. And don't miss a chance to learn. In my career, I learned a lot of topics. When I was dealing with someone who was working in database, I was asking him to teach me what is a database. I don't need to know a lot, but at least I need to understand what is his task or what he is doing in day-to-day activity. So all is related. I may learn something from 5 years and now I can find it useful for me. Or when I study something else, I found that it is somehow connected. Okay? And depending on which sector that you need to work at, in concern to blue team or red team, you may select the proper certification to take. So blue team are the people, if we can remember, who are concerned about securing system. So we find network security people who can take security related certifications. We can find people who are working in forensic investigation and they can consider a certification such as certified hacking forensic investigation. We can have people who are managing malware, antivirus solution, and so on, so they can have a specific certification. People who deal with SIM solution and SOC, Security Operations Center, could have a specific certification related to management of SIM solution. If we are concerned or more interesting in red teaming operation, ethical hacking, and so on, so we can consider many certifications that address or cover web-related vulnerabilities and application attacks and all of this stuff. So is that clear?